Browser can't access it. All right, let's try that again. Is that me, or can you access my screen? No. Well, can you show me my screen? Do you have it?
I don't have it. You have your.
Okay. There you go.
So when you're ready, it'll be
Okay, so we're gonna show this first. Okay. Yeah, come up first and then call for that. You got it. Okay, so you'll talk on Christy as soon as I introduce you, right? You want to charge your okay. After this race, we're gonna go on.
One thing I need to, I just need to get her current placement.
And the amount of money she's got. In about 1 minute.
There's one member of the top 70 who is yet to fill out a WI form. William Holmes is here. And you can go back to the registration table where you pick up your packet this week and fill out a WI form. If you do not do that, you go back to.
You ready to go? Yeah? Okay. Thank you, Oldie. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. All right, good morning and welcome to the 2024 National Handicapping Championship coverage from the Horseshoe Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. We started with 770 contestants. We are now down to 78 competing in the semifinals. They will bring their point totals to both the semifinals and the finals. So you do carry that over, because you want people like Francis Bustany, who's in the lead with 229 points. You want to make sure that you bring that. So they do bring it. Some notable EE customers making the semifinals: Howard Kaplan, Robert Mack, John Cozart, and Christy Moore. She's fantastic, a friend of mine, and she's one of the best female handicappers we have ever seen. She's been here before. Of course, we're rooting for all 4 of these people. The 78 semifinals must make 10 mythical wagers, $2 win in place, and about 12:40 Pacific, we will know your top 10 finalists. The NHC 2023 final table, you have 7 mandatory races to play from, 5 different tracks. We will show you the updated leaderboard consistently throughout the day. It gets very intense here in the finals, and we will have all the coverage for you, and we will have a blast. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be noisy in here, but there's less people in here because a lot of the people that didn't make it probably left, but there's still a lot of people. I would say maybe there's 450, 500 people in here, so it's going to be a lot of energy. My partner throughout, of course, the weekend is Justin Sampson, and Oldie in the house as well. So Oldie will be with us. He's remote. And but Justin, I can feel the energy in here already. I'm stoked about the EquinEdge customers. We've had a lot of people come up to us and say, hey, as soon as this is over, I'm going to sign up.
Somebody was just here, and he walked back over and talking about the pace figure. It's so good.
Yeah.
I came here about 6 a.m. this morning, Scotty, and I came in, and there was about 5 people handicapping in here. I mean, they were like scattered throughout, getting coffee. I'm excited though. The person I'm going to watch today is Christy Moore. You talked about her. She has double qualified since 2019, and it's here again. Top placing is 30th for her. She's hit the money half of the time that she has been here. Last year, finished 53rd. She's sitting right now in 67th place, about 4 points behind the leader. But she's just got to make the final table. She can get a hot man. She's a great handicapper. That's who my money is on today. We have 3 females left in the field. She's one of them. We also have 6 double qualifiers. People that there's one guy. He both his tickets.
We're the same.
He's got the same thing, and he's playing. So I'm really curious what he does today. It's a strategy if he's going to change it, but. We'll see. It's going to be a quick semifinals and then the final table this afternoon.
It's really she's quite remarkable. Of course, I've known Christy now for about 5 years. I can tell you seriously, she's up there. Okay, Mike Sominich, Christy Moore. I mean, they are at the top of their game. Christy, she plays cash games. See, cash tournaments. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty darn good. But mythical, no. Her, she's straight to both. I mean. Go look at her record books. Look at Christy Moore. She is insane. And oftentimes, you see she'll enter a tournament, and literally, there's 2 hours left. She hasn't even put in a play in a cash tournament. Hasn't put in a play. One time, I'm like, she won the tournament. I'm like, you didn't put in a play until like the last 5 races. What were you doing? I was at the beach. My kids were playing Pokemon. I'm like, she's insane, folks, really, and one of the most wonderful people you ever want to meet as well. Of course, we've got this leader here, Francis Bustany. I hope I'm saying that right. I've never personally heard of him, but 291 points. Paul Celia, I hope I'm saying that right. 278 points. So, but the top 78, of course, are here in the finals. And we saw, I think Tampa Bay just go up. That was our top pace number. The pace number has been in fuego here, Justin. I mean, everybody's talking about it. We've had so many people come up and say to us, I'm not going to mention names, but come up and say, you know what? We're seeing people at our table, and every single race there's like, look at this, look at this. And I've been using somebody for 15, 20 years, and when I get home, I'm replacing that. Now, of course, nobody wants to replace their handicapping stuff when they're here and they qualify here. But I think next year, I mean, we had 10 people that used EquinEdge last year here. This year, we're seeing close to 150, maybe more. What's next year going to be? Half the field's going to be using EquinEdge.
I think so, man.
Right?
Yeah, I really do. I mean, you see a lot of people using it, walk around the room. I think to your point of the pace figure is probably the most common thing that's talked about. That and I've also heard a lot of people talking about the morning line and finding value in tournaments like this, right? Because you actually have a horse here in Gulfstream Race 1 in the 8 horse who is the EquinEdge long shot in a big morning line difference, and the horse is taking no money. Those types of plays like that are the ones that really can catapult you. So it's going to be interesting on what happens. Personally, I think in this first race at Gulfstream, and I'm curious if we're going to see prices early in the day today. The people have to play. They don't have
you're
races
100
to play
points
from,
behind.
so-
You have to play prices. You cannot afford to play the horses that don't have prices. You cannot do it. Look here. I mean, this is an example of what we've seen pretty much all tournament long with the base number. I've talked to a lot of people that said when I look at past performances, you can't get a visual of who really is going to have lead. You kind of have an idea of the pace horses, but you really don't know because you have track variant, you have horses coming in from other tracks facing each other, and then you look here at like colors, and this horse goes gate to wire here. Top pace number by far gets bet down to 3-1 and wins the race over the EquinEdge long shot. I mean, it's just constant. I didn't see what happened at Laurel Park. Let's take a look at Laurel and what happened there. Result not in yet at Laurel Park. So I'm not sure what happened. Shows official. We'll get you the result over at Laurel Park. But also, by the way, there is consolation here. It's the exact same races as the semifinals. So the exact same format, playing the exact same races. Let's take a look at these races. And don't forget, we'll be showing you the leaderboard consistently. But here's a look. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Okay. So these are the semifinal and the consolation contest. They have races 1 through 5 at Aqueduct. We have 1, 2, and 3, as you can see, 1 through 7 at Gulfstream. Basically, about 12:40 p.m. is when we're going to have. We'll know who the final table is. Then on the final table, you can see these are mandatory races that you have to play. And they're Oaklawn race number 7, Gulfstream race number 10, Aqueduct race number 9, Santa Anita race number 5, Oaklawn Park race number 9, and Golden Gate race number 6, and Santa Anita Park, which we have race number 5. We also have race number 7. So there's a look at your final table.
I think we fixed the echo, y'all, too. It was just my mic was not on my laptop, so as long as I speak to Scotty's laptop, I think we'll be okay. So let me know if it's fixed. I think it's fixed. Samich did not make day 3. Somebody I saw was at, and I'm not sure where he finished, but he did not. So yeah, the echo stopped. It. Wiz, thank you for letting us know. I just have to make sure to mute when so we don't get feedback. But cool, much better. Thanks, y'all.
All right, so we'll be updating constantly the leaderboard. They do a really nice job here of updating that. I'm hoping that we're not going to have a lot of internet issues like we did yesterday. It was pretty brutal. I'll tell you what, we learned a lot, though, this year. Next year, I can promise you, we're going to be hardwired. We're going to be even more prepared. This was the first time for us, so it probably hasn't been easy at times, but hopefully the good has outweighed the bad. And we appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. We've had some great viewing as well. We hope to grow that. And we're gonna, we'll learn from this, and we'll do even better. Producer Brian is doing a fantastic job. Oldie's doing a fantastic job. The one thing I got to say, literally, and this is not prompted, but Oldie and you and Brian, you guys have just been workhorses, and it means a lot. And I think it speaks to EquinEdge and how we all feel about the company, how we all feel about the product, right? It's motivating to see. Big shout out, Brad. Oh my God. Guys, give a shout out to Brad on Intercom. Honestly, like, I can't even tell you, or even hear, like, he is such a workhorse. It's not been easy. And I know we've had our problems, and I know I don't expect you guys to fully understand. You're not in software development, but I hope that you trust us and know that we're trying and that we will figure all this out. But it's not for the faint of heart, let me tell you. Like, you think something's right there and fixed, and it's so elusive, and you fix something and 10 other things break. And but we're not giving up, and we're hopefully you guys are liking mostly the update. But next year we're gonna crush this show. We're gonna be more prepared. I will say this: a big shout out here to to everybody here because the speaker up here, they didn't mute it, but they turned it way down, and I can tell you that you wouldn't hear a thing we're saying if they didn't do that. So big shout out to them. And yeah, it's just been a ton of energy in here, huh?
This race at Gulfstream, I think there's going to be people playing the EquinEdge long shot, man. I really do. So I hope that this horse just comes flying late and just people go crazy, because I think people are going to be a little bit more aggressive today. Some of these people know that they got to make up a lot of points. They're going to have to find that value. I don't think we saw, Scotty, yesterday. I don't think we saw one horse that was 20-1. On the definitely a few. I don't think yesterday we did. So it will be interesting on what type of value we see today, to be honest.
So Jeff wants to know we're going to have an open bar next year. Well, listen, if you have drink tickets, then yeah. So what we'll do, all you have to do is go make a bet, Jeff, and I'm sure we're all going to make plenty of bets, and you get those drink tickets, and you just tip the bartender. That's it. So, yeah. So, okay, we got Gulfstream Park coming up, race number 1. And, okay, so we have a big pace number here. Yeah, exactly. You know what? In fact, you guys think about coming down to the Horseshoe and staying here. As many of you, maybe start making the plan. Maybe you don't even overthink it. Just set it, put in your reservations now. We're going to all try to qualify. I'm not going to screw around this year. I am going to play every tournament I can. Going to get 2 entries, I hope, if I'm blessed enough to do that. But I'm going to really give it a go because I want to be playing. The only thing with that is it's really difficult to, it's such a blessing people come up and talking to you, but try to handicap, do the show. If you're playing the show, if you're playing in the tournament, people coming up. I haven't figured that piece out yet, but I know one thing. I don't want to be sitting on the sidelines not playing. That's for sure. So you guys should want that too, because it's incredible. Really great experience. And so we gotta let's get as many EquinEdge customers that are qualifying for the NHC this next year. All right, so we'll look at this. I'm handicapping for the first time. I think Justin's a lot more prepared than I am. We haven't slept, so I'm like I got to get some sleep. So I don't think I woke up till like 8:15. And but the GSR is. So did you handicap this race?
Well, I did, and we were just talking. I mean, I know Ole likes the 6, and that horse has not gone 8.5. I mean, and it's the top genetic strength rating. I don't think the 4 is a gimme here. I know a lot of people may think this horse could be a single. It's second off the layoff. It didn't run last out, and I think, all these horses are coming from claiming. It's just a bunch of claimers. I mean, these are the races where you can totally get a price. So. Right.
So it's second off the layoff, but the reason what I'm looking at here is, yes, this horse barely won 2 races here against a 62 and a 56 group. It's just one of the ones.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
It's just one of the ones. It's not great. It's not bad. Of course, Irad Ortiz jumps aboard. It looks like maybe he's ridden this horse one time, prior. But so how about this 7 horse, who's the EquinEdge second pick? This horse won last time out. At this level, Justin, these types of horses don't win back-to-back very often. They just don't do it. That being said, form looks good. Your thoughts on the 7?
I think it's in the mix. I could see the 1 winning, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think the 2 can win the race. But other than the 3, I don't think can win the race. But outside that, I could see any of these horses winning. You're going to have multiple horses at 15-1 here. I would not be surprised to see a 15-1 win. We'll see. So
the gentleman that just walked by us is Robert Mack. Robert, good luck. He's goes like this. He's Robert's in this, and he's trying to get in a bet.
Racing at Gulfstream. Love the beginning.
I think he was rushing to try to get in a
crack shot. Went hunting an advantage and clears to the inside already. Cartano, who comes away cleanly, races from second.
Now, who are you going to put
a bet on? The rail in third, and between horses, Castano. Wicked Genius is 3 wide. Widest of all is El Socio. A gap of 2 to Drillmatic, who's a bit keen, while second last. The early trailer is Benelux. The early leader is Crackshot as they go into the first turn. Crackshot clear length in a corner. Cartano is second. El Socio's on the outside, and Doobie Doobie is at the rail. Wicked
You know?
Genius is between
I mean,
horses,
well, that
then
horse
back
is
to
15-1.
Castano. The two at the back
And
remain Drillmatic
the sixth
and
horse with the
Benelux.
pace
24 and
horse,
3
it's
for
on
the
lead.
opening quarter, less than
Watch
6
that pace
furlongs
number
to go. Crack shot at an even pace,
luck.
leads a half length. Up on the outside, Cartano is there. Second, El Socio, 3 wide third. The other favorite, Wicked Genius, is following Cartano into the race. He's in the 2-path for Irad Ortiz Jr. Saving ground is Doobie Doobie.
So
Then back to Benelux and Drillmatic with Castano saving ground toward the rail. They went the opening half mile in 48 and 2. Half a mile to the finish. Crack shot still the leader. Smooth trip for Cartano. He's second on his back. Wicked Genius splits horses and takes third. At the rail, Doobie Doobie is ridden along by Paco to race from fourth. Then El Socio and Benelux, and now the pace quickens. They run past the 5/16, and Cartano makes a bid to take the lead. Wicked Genius tips to his flank to try to go get him. Down at the inside, Crack shot is still right there. Doobie Doobie is fourth as they straighten for the drive. 3/4 and 1:11 and 3. There's an eighth of a mile to go. Cartano for a narrow lead. Wicked Genius runs at him on the outside. Cartano just in front. Wicked Genius trying to get to him. Cartano is in front. Wicked Genius is second. Here's the finish. Cartano will win it. Cartano beats Wicked Genius by a length. Doobie Doobie is third. Crackshot is fourth. And 141.
So that was
and 4.
the top 2 win percentages. And then the one horse got third.
A little bit too fast, right? I mean, you
So
need
you
to
want him to go 49 there? So
try to get that like first fraction and be like close to 25.
John, you like the 6 as well. The one horse got third. The top 3 win percentages came in first, second, and third. I mean, you know that comes down to betting right there, right? And what are you going to do? I mean, in the tournament, of course, you're not even playing, and I don't think you're playing this race. So Robert, he got lucky there.
Yeah, he did because he got shut out.
Yeah.
His horse didn't run.
It's intense. Like you got to catch yourself and go, especially when you're behind. You're pressing, and he's like, I think I found one. Now for an EquinEdge user, I'm surprised he even looked at this 5. Like what was it about the 5 on the EquinEdge? It's not really a great GSR. It's got an average win percentage. It's not an EquinEdge long shot. It doesn't have pace.
I mean, there wasn't a ton. You wouldn't expect there to be a really hot pace, and that horse is going to have to probably have that. I don't know. He must have saw something. I mean,
What's up, Dave?
He had one way. I mean, back at Parks, but that on the turf. I mean, that was a long time ago in a 48. So I don't know. I would have bet the 6 or the 8 over the 5 in attorney play if I was going to play that race.
So, all right, pretty benign there. We've got Tampa Bay. They're on the track 4 minutes before this race number 2 at Tampa Bay. Look at the internet already. Like, it's such a different experience. Even I know it's a different experience for you guys, but trust me, for us, it's like you don't even want to. How many times did I have to log in yesterday? 50?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I think part of it maybe is there's less people.
Well, no, that's for sure. That's for sure. But it's just a different experience. There is an inquiry into the race. I'm not sure who it's on. Thank you, Jeff.
Irad must have lodged.
Yeah, Irad. So the thing that could have happened there, the 7 was on the inside of the 4 as the 7 drifted out. The only way really to see that is by seeing the head-on. But there is going to be an inquiry between the 4 and the 7 there in the opener from Gulfstream Park. It's night and day, right, Oldie? Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. So hopefully they'll show the head on. Oh, it was vice versa, Jay? Oh, the trainer called the inquiry? I mean, I didn't see anything. Oh, yeah, we feel way better as well. I'm glad it sounds good. I got to show. Okay, they're showing the head on, but Brian, do we have any way of showing this replay or putting this video up there? I didn't see much there. That's for sure. All right, so 7's in the middle, isn't it? Okay, 7 comes out, nothing there.
Yeah, they were all over the track.
So 7 is pushing the 4 out. I don't know. I think that's a fair inquiry, guys. I do. I think that's a fair inquiry. I mean, because the race was closed. Or, like, let's see here.
inside and then outside, really leaning.
Pushing out, like really pushing out. The jockey did a horrible job of straightening out that horse. Who's the jockey? That was really, really bad of the jockey. I'll tell you that right. Ed Urzias never really even tried to straighten out that horse. If I'm a steward, Justin, no, I would.
You're DQing it?
Yeah. I would DQ the horse for sure. I would DQ the 7. But that's just my opinion. Well, I know we could. That's a different argument, Brian, for sure. But we have to stay focused on this particular race. But yeah, 100%. But in this race, I just, as a steward, if I would looking going, Edgar's not really doing a great job of even trying to straighten the horse out. Look at Irad. He can't put his momentum in. No, see, and right there, he even stops. For me, it's a DQ. DQ is your middle name. Catherine, you needed that 6. Yeah.
DQ the 7 again.
That's wishful thinking for sure, John. It's gonna be very interesting. Let's get to Tampa.
Yeah, I'm curious on your thoughts. We talked a lot about the pace, Scotty. Here, what do you look at this 6 horse? So, second EquinEdge pick, the 5 horse is the big favorite, 50+%. But the 6 horse has never been on the lead though. Like at least what I'm seeing here, and the horse is showing the 6 horse is potentially going to be on the lead. They didn't call a change.
Wow. No change.
Not a lot of people are not happy with that to start the day.
No, they weren't. Well, no, I think everybody in here, the reason you heard that honk is because I think people all agree that horse probably should have got disqualified. That's what I think anyways. But doesn't matter. It's 4-7-1 is the order finish in the opener at Gulfstream Park. Plenty of races to come. I'm Scotty McKeever, Justin Sampson, oldie and waiting. We'll have him in shortly. We've got Laurel Park race number 2 coming up in 5 minutes from now. But they're at the gate over at Tampa Bay. At this level, Justin, I think you have to be so careful to key a horse like the 5 horse. I really do, especially when you have a pace horse. I mean, this 6 has a massive pace advantage. It's the EquinEdge second pick. It's got a fair GSR. And
it's never been on the lead though. Maybe it has in the past. It's raced 31 times.
This is the problem. So when the jockey is looking at the past performances, this jockey's going, I'm not thinking I'm getting the lead.
But he should.
But if he it's the only way he wins. But the thing is that he can't screw around.
Oh, her. So
is it her? Oh,
Michelle Rowland.
It's Michelle Rowland. Okay, hold on.
We'll see if she.
Thank you for that.
No,
Michelle.
She's been
Madeline. It's Madeline, actually.
Oh, Madeline. Yeah. Madeline.
Okay, so she needs to send. Is she going to send? I don't think we're guaranteed. But she needs to send. On paper, the form looks so terrible. Honestly, I just hope she sends the horse and the horse goes gate to wire. But let's see what happens here. We obviously cannot show you this race. Hopefully in a year from now, we will be able to show you this race from Tampa. But I'll do my best race calling.
Let's hear it.
All right. Although everybody's watching it anyway. They're watching. They got their dual monitors up. Oh, thank you. That helps a lot, Brian. Okay. How was breakfast? Was it good?
It was good. I had some bacon.
Yeah.
A little bit of eggs and some orange juice. Their orange juice good here. So I think she sent, didn't she?
She did not send.
Is that the 4?
The 4's on the lead. Yep.
She's trying to get the lead though. Maybe. I don't know what is happening. She should be if she's not.
She's grabbing the horse right now. Completely grabbing the horse. Like it's tragic, man. It's tragic. Like these jockeys, now the 7's on the lead because she's getting cute. Like they don't understand. Like getting the lead, if you have the ability to get the lead, is a huge advantage. But this is where you have to get in the jockeys' heads. And tell more of the jockeys, do you know how much more accurate EquinEdge is going to be when the jockeys are all using this? or the trainers are all using this. Like, she has to send this horse. I don't know if this horse can win without getting the lead. We'll see what happens.
7's the EquinEdge long shot. 1. Wow.
But
this horse had the second lowest pace number. It just shows nobody knew what to do.
No. Maybe she'll win anyways.
Here comes the 5. It's the chalk.
I hope the 6 wins because I know a lot of EquinEdge customers saw that pace number and are singling this horse. 100%.
She looks to have horse. The 5.
She should have taken that horse to the lead. The 5's going to win. She should have taken that horse to the lead. Oh, maybe not. Come on, 6. This would be amazing.
She's gone, man.
Look at this. What do I know?
Get up, baby.
Stay up. Stay up, Madeline. Stay up, Madeline. Stay up. Yeah. That's awesome. Woo! Look at that. EquinEdge customer. 6 horse.
6 to 1. Wow.
That is awesome. That is awesome. She did it the hard way. Madeline, you could have won that race by 5. She dropped the, I didn't see she dropped the crop. She dropped the crop. Good morning, Don. Good morning. Oh, absolutely. You and me both, Don. Yeah, she was trying. Yeah, but you don't have to do that, Charlene. I know why you'd say that, but she doesn't have to do that. But she didn't know. I mean, honestly, she didn't know. There's no way you can look at these past performances and think to yourself, I could get a clear lead. She's not seeing that she's 20 points the advantage. She's not seeing that. But as long as the horse can rate, it still gives her somewhat an advantage because she's saving the horse. So she still has somewhat of an advantage. But I promise you, she would have won by a lot more if she could have got a clear lead. So all you. What's up, Brian?
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I was looking through the thing. There's introduction to tutorials or something. It said
there's a lot of tutorials like on the intercom button,
and then there's
and videos.
yeah. Okay.
And on YouTube.
I run. The only thing I'm really doing any good on right now is the pace part of it.
The pace is killing it. Yeah. Did you see the pace in that last race there?
I haven't even looked at it today.
The horse that just won at Tampa had a 20-point pace advantage.
Anyways, I haven't even looked at anything really today.
Yeah.
I'm getting worn down and so on.
Yeah.
I likely won't even look at it today because I can't do it justice in that.
Yeah, for sure. I get it.
I'm too worn. I'm not even going to bet much today.
Yeah, I get it.
But anyways, I'm sort of worn down.
Yeah.
It takes energy in that to be on that damn radio show.
It does.
I was on 4
it does.
And 5 hours yesterday.
No, for sure. Speaking of that, we're actually doing a show right now.
I don't know how Steve Vick does it.
No, he's amazing. Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Huh?
1560.
Yeah.
I'll look at some of them and so
right on. Let me know what you think.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
1560.
That's Brian Troper, who won this tournament in 2010.
Yeah.
Right, and very analytical. He has a question for. He's like in a good way. He has a question for everything. Like, because he's such an analytical. He's definitely left brain type for sure. Right, and you could see how he won this tournament. But that to me something was pretty poignant. He goes, I'm watching these people and they're using EquinEdge, and he goes, and I haven't done as well since 2010, and I'm seeing all these changes in technology and things. And he goes, if I want to compete still, and I think I still have a lot left in me, I'm going to have to get with the program. Those were his words. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to tell somebody, no matter who it is, yeah, it's hard. It's hard, So, because we're sitting there at the booth as well, they don't, I don't think he knows we're doing a show. I tried to tell him. So sorry, guys, that maybe it's hard to watch. A lot of booms to start the day. Yeah. She threw the stick over the fence. Are you serious?
No,
oh, the other thing. Yeah. Throw the stick over the fence. How does that go? What did he say exactly? He's right here, Bobby, right here. We saw him last night. He was having dinner by himself.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
What did throw the stick over the fence, Robbie, I think is what he was saying.
Yeah. What's running right now, Laurel?
Yeah, 7 horse looks like 7. Yeah, that was the favorite, I think. No, it's the 7.
That's a 7. EquinEdge is second big, 37%.
3 gonna get up for second. 16-1.
Big long
Nice
shot for
juke.
second. So you're going to probably get 7-1 on the place, well, the favorite one, but 37% horse had, a very tactical as well. And one of the things you look at, Justin, when you're talking about cheap speed, you have the 2 horse is an 85 pace, but it's 5%, 25-1 EquinEdge morning line. You have the 6 horse who's 4% to win, right? So then what you're looking at is you're looking at you would throw them out. That's what I would do, right? And then now you're looking at the horses that are tactical, the 4, the 7. But here's the 4 can rate. So the 4 can rate and faced a 58 group. So here's the thing: it got up late at 32% to beat a 58 group. Today's a 62 group. I would have liked the 4 a little bit, but not as much as I like the 7. 100% I would have liked the 7. 7 seems to be a bit more tactical, good win percentage. I didn't see this, but I would have loved this horse for sure. What do we got coming up?
Gulfstream, not till I think 10 minutes. Race 2. They'll be on the Tapeta. I think this is going to be an interesting race. The first couple of races here, I think people thought maybe a price in the first. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 2 horse, who's the favorite now, lose this race as well. I mean, going to be on the front end with the 4 on the Tapeta. It's really tough to do that as we know. So, and then I think Aqueduct after that. They're about 10 minutes apart. So a little bit slow to start, right? Yeah. Not like in a little bit where they're going to have races that are continually kind of going over the top. So
how do you eliminate horses? Like for me, I with my peripheral, I'll look at the GSR, I look at the SORs, and I kind of look at them. So the first thing I'm seeing is the GSR is very low. It's somewhat, no, it's not terribly low. I take that back, but it's not at the top. It's 1%, 50-1 EquinEdge morning line. This SOR, which is the last 5 races of competition, is low, right? This is a 38. So I'm eliminating the 8, right? Fair?
Yes.
Okay, now we're talking about horizontals now. If you're playing a vertical, maybe the horse could get up for 3rd. That's something you have to look at. And you have to remember that the ticket generator will not use a horse that you eliminate. Mm-hmm. But I'd like to narrow the field. The elimination, how would you like that elimination feature not to be there?
For it not to be there? Yeah, that would make it tough.
Right, because it's so nice to look at the contenders and not have to deal with the other ones, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. It was one of my favorite features on EquinEdge, right? Get rid of that. But now you look here and you go, what can you get rid of now?
I mean, I think you have to decide what's going to happen with the 2 or 4, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know if you can really toss the 2. The 4 is the second EquinEdge pick, which I think makes it tough. I mean, yeah. But both these horses are going to be on the lead, and the 6 has a little bit of pace. 6 is not getting a lot of love, so it's very tough here. I think you have to make a decision because all of these horses have never won. I mean, this is a maiden, and you have horses that are, 6 is 0 for 15, the 3 is 0 for 11. I mean, some of these, the 2 does come out of the toughest race, but I don't think you can just toss it. Being on the front end is my concern because it is coming out of the toughest race, and it's only race 1. So, again, I struggled in this race when I looked at it earlier in the pick 5 because I think any one of these horses really can win, to be honest with you. Not the 8. I don't think the 8 can, but I would not be surprised to see any of these horses come off the pace on the Tapeta, the 1, 3, 5, or 7. I think any of them. That when it's long shots, 5-1 currently on the live odds.
So one of the things that I try to do for eliminations is the first thing I'm trying to do is eliminate horses. Now, make sure you're careful not to eliminate a top pace number or horses that have speed that affect the race, because even though it's a long shot, it can affect the race. So be very careful to make sure. I looked at that 8, and it does have a little bit of speed, and it could affect the speed. So I'm going to put it back there for a second. Now, I have to look at the jockey trainer combination. Vasquez gets off of both the 8, not surprisingly, and also gets off of the 5 horse, who's not the worst looking long shot in the world. So here's what I look at. I look and go, okay, gets off the 5, and then I look to see who the trainer put on and see what their jockey trainer combination is to see whether Vasquez is the one that got off the horse or the trainers who come off the horse. I don't think you're taking Vasquez off the horse and putting a jockey that you've never ridden before.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? I don't think you're doing that. Good morning, Jimmy. I don't think you're doing that, right? So,
well, and Vasquez has rode the 5 a lot, so I don't think they're taking him off. I mean, you can see that he likely goes and rides for Carlos David, would be my guess. I mean, 43, times he's ridden for David and hits at 30%. This horse not taking money. I think the 6 is dangerous. I mean, it's the top EquinEdge pick in a 3-2 on the morning line. I really do. I just, even though and you mentioned the 8, I just think they're going to go a little bit too fast here. And my way of cutting would be to cut the horses on the front end. That's how I would cut. Just knowing how the Tapeta plays there. And nobody really is going to get loose in my mind. I would expect that they set somewhere around 23-2, 23-3, probably under 24. You got to go like 25 to be able to wire the field. So
right.
That's how I would cut.
Hey, Jerry. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, of course. So when I look here at the 6, first of all, the horse is tactical. It draws a really good post. The jockey trainer combination, look, Miguel Vasquez is a 17% trainer, which is good. Carlos David is a 19% trainer, which of course is good. Look at them together. They're a 30% combination jockey trainer. So, and then look at the rest of them, 0%. None of the jockey trainer combinations have ever won. So, but that aside, let's go to changes. Anything in red is a first-time occurrence. So you can see Dobles claimed this horse, the 1 horse for 12.5. Paco Lopez is aboard. Chantel Sutherland jumps on the 8 horse, which we don't, I'm only leaving the 8 up because I think maybe it could affect the 2 or the 4 possibly. 6 is going to sit. And then you see new trainer Ruben Sierra and Leonel Reyes, and their jockey trainer combination has been nil. So,
the only thing is 6. I mean, the 6 horse is 0 for 15. I mean,
but
that's
they're all
the
like
problem.
this, aren't they?
They are.
Right.
Except for the 2. I mean, the 2 is only a second-time starter, I think. So there is a little bit of interest. Probably why this horse is taking money, to be honest.
Why don't we do this? Let me get up my staging account. You guys will have this one day, but for now, why don't we do this? We're gonna watch who's the horse? The 2? Okay, we're gonna watch 2. Who's 25%? And we're gonna watch this horse's last race if we can, and we're gonna see. So this was the 6 horse, and let's take a look at Shake Your Bones and see what happened in this 10-20.
So dropping, that was a maiden special. Now drops to 12.5.
So we're looking at the 6 horse right now, who's second last. So what you want to see are the jockeys asking the horse right now, and they're stopping, and so the 6 got lucky and picked up. They did go 21-3. That's pretty fast, right? It's pretty fast. I'm assuming you're going to see probably like 45 or even more in the second quarter, and the 6 horse is finishing. So it looks like they're stopping to me. No, they continue going. Maybe this was look at. The 6 was the only horse to finish, so the speed held. That, to me, that's very impressive. So I liked that performance because what I'm looking at in that replay is that the Shake Your Bones was the only horse finishing that speed was holding, and they went very fast. So that's a really good sign. And what I'm seeing here as well is there's not as much speed in this race, so the 6 horse is actually going to be sitting a good trip. Or not the 6, but Shake Your Bones. Look at looks like the second fastest horse in the race. I love the 2 horse today. I think this 2 horse is very live. Let's talk about the 4, 5-5-6 Champ. This horse seems to be the fastest horse in the race. It's 4-1 EquinEdge morning line. It's EquinEdge's second pick. Like there's a lot going for this 4 horse. It stopped last time out going 8.5. Speaking of this, I just want to look. This horse is stretching out. I missed that. So this horse is stretching out.
Yeah, they were sprinting there.
They were sprinting there. It looks like that shouldn't be a problem If this was a sprint race, I would have gone to the bank with that horse because you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You just don't know what it's going to do here. It should be okay, but how about this horse? So going 8.5 last time out, 13%, today 10%, facing a little bit tougher. And what I don't like about this horse is it seems to need the lead. It really didn't finish prior. The last 3 races facing similar. It didn't face a lot of horses last time out. It's not my type of horseshoe.
It's not for me. No way.
Buena suerte,
I
El
mean,
Novato.
It is the second EquinEdge pick, which I will tell you I found really interesting. I didn't really know why. So, I mean, that is scare me a little bit. But this horse got an easy lead lap on 36 and maybe ended up getting pressured. But, you know, to your point, this horse probably needs the lead, which is where I think this horse is going to send. I would not be surprised as well with Chantel on the 8 horse. I mean, this horse had been going 2 turns on the turf. Now gets over here as the Tapeta. Had been on the dirt, then on the turf. I think she's going to send here. I just think there's going to be a bit of a hotter pace because you're going to have the 4 and 8. You know, you talk about the 2, and that horse may sit a good trip, to be honest. I mean, it may just let the 4 and 8 go, and the 2 may be able to sit back. But I don't like the 4 mainly because I think that horse needs to lead, to your point, and I think it's going to get pressured by the 8.
Well, look, it faced the 6 horse last time out. It got third by 4 3/4. It actually beat the 6 horse, but 6 horse is the top EquinEdge pick this time. Obviously Vasquez and so this is his money rider, Carlos David. So I'm gonna say I think the 6 horse is gonna win this race. We've got 1 minute before this race. The 2 horse. I mean, you have the 6 and the 2. I'm gonna take the win percentages. I'm gonna say this race is gonna be 6-2.
I could see it for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the only other horse, the EquinEdge long shot got bet all the way down to 5-1 from a 20-1 morning line. You know, so that horse, new trainer in Ruben Sierra, who I do not know. I've seen that name a little bit lately. You know, and it looks like does not have a win yet, but for whatever reason, this horse is taking just a ton of money. I think it's currently 5-1 or 6-1.
Yeah.
And maybe they're expecting that horse to come off the lead, right?
Right.
So
Right.
That would be my only thought process.
Yeah, you know, and by the way, this horse comes out of that same 217 race where it got second. It got second against the 4 horse and the 6 horse, but it certainly deserves a look. It was 12-1 EquinEdge morning line. Currently, this horse is 15%. Is there a long shot in here that people can use for the tournament? I mean, would you, if you know, at 5-1? Honestly, if you're 100 points behind, you can't use this horse.
I can't use anything here because I don't know. There's no angles for me. You know what I mean? And I do think that the 6 is probably the best angle if you're wanting to play a 5-1 shot.
Is this horse 9-2 right now?
Yeah, it is. And maybe it's 3-1.
It's 3.
I'm trying to see it.
It's 3-1.
I think it is.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit delayed on live odds, but I don't even like that even at 4 or 5-1. I mean, mainly because the horse is 0 for 15. I mean, yes, probably sits a good trip, but it does have Vasquez. I mean, if I had to take a horse, I personally would take the 6.
Right.
But in this situation, I wouldn't play this race in the tournament. There's no way because you only have 10 races today, and you have to find your. It's not. I think they have about 35, 40 races, if I remember correctly. So,
yeah.
But I don't think you need to press here at all.
Okay. I think maybe the staging is fine, but I just refreshed and I can't get anything to pull up here. Is yours working or?
Yeah, maybe.
No.
Oh no, it's not. Let me try to go to race 3 maybe. You think the 2 oldie? I can see it, buddy. I mean, this horse, I think the 2 horse may sit a good trip.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up, moving in. Race number 2, starting leg of the early pick 4 on Tapeta track.
The 8 is
the 7-5 favorite is the class-dropping son of Dialed In. That's number 2, Shake Your Bones. Vicente Gudiel riding for owner-trainer Safi Joseph Jr. He looks for an early double sweep.
Why shake it up, shake your bones? That's funny, Mike. Well, he's up.
151,000 in that early pick 4 pool. Good luck if you're involved here. True Identity, big long shot to come.
Can't use the generator.
True Identity going up and in. Set for.
I can get.
Good start for 5-5-6 Champ, who's put right on the early lead. From True Identity, who comes away in second. Straight Time is third. Papa Cats is at the rail. Impetuous Souls in the blue colors getting started with Sir Bites a Lot ahead of the second last runner Heart Boy, and the early trailer is race.
But
Seeking Edgard Zayas with the advantage. They lead a length and a quarter. Big long shot, True Identity, latched on through in second to a 25-second opening quarter. Paco Lopez has Papa Cats down toward the inside with Straight Time for company. Deep on the course, Impetuous Soul, then Sir Bites a Lot. Saving ground is Heart Boy, and in the clear on the outside, Shake Your Bones last of all. The entire field separated by 4 lengths, and the run 5 furlongs from the finish. It's 5-5-6 Champ, who is the leader. He's been in front from the outset and 3 parts of a length better than the others. Impetuous Soul making a bid now to challenge for second with True Identity. Papa Cats loose, reining it toward the rail fourth, and Straight Time. He starts to make a move here. Straight Time. He's up to third now and going after the top 2. Shake Your Bones and Sir Bites a Lot are next, and Heart Boy's at the back as they round the forward. Now the pace quickens. 5-5-6 Champ, but only nearly 4 wide. Shake Your Bones 3 wide, and coming on now, that's Straight Time looking for room. Sir Bites a Lot. Impetuous Souls right there. Papa Cats running again. Any one of these, and with a chance here through 3 quarters and 13 and 4. Off the turn and the stretch drive, Impetuous Soul rallies to a narrow lead. Shake Your Bones way out the center, and Straight Time from between horses. 5-5-6 Champ down at the inside. Final 16th of a mile. Shake Your Bones grinding home under Vicente Gudiel. He's in front. Shake Your Bones wins. Second, Straight Time. Third, Impetuous Soul. Fourth, 5-5-6 Champ. Then Sir Bites a Lot. 142 and 1.
You can see how close they all blanket finished there.
So that was 2-6-7, and the 7 was the EquinEdge long shot. Top 3 win percentages. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's just incredible, right? We did all that handicapping for what? Right.
And Oldie, I think you're right. I mean, they knew, like, they don't want that horse on the lead or anywhere close to it, right? And let the 8 and 4 go duel it out and shake your booms and just came flying, right?
Let's bring Oldie in. Okay, let's bring Oldie in, okay? You're gonna go, okay. So we're gonna bring Oldie in right now. I'm gonna get my headset. Would that work? Yeah, should work okay, right? Be a lot easier to hear Oldie. Okay, I'm connected there. Do I have to unmute this though in order to do that? I think I do, right? No, I don't have to. All right. Oldie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Scotty. I don't know who wants to actually hear me, but
No, we all want to hear you. You have so much to offer, so that's not true. What do you think so far? I think right now, EquinEdge customers would be happy. Of course, that's what matters to us as well. Is that the numbers are representing exactly what the races are, how they're playing out, and I think so far, we've represented well. What do you think?
I think that the system is working exactly like it's supposed to be. I think there are some morning line advantages in this Aqueduct card as well. I would highlight not this race, but race 3. The 4 is 8-1 on the morning line and 5-2 on the morning line.
Yeah. Yeah, how do you approach a race like that, though, Oldie? When it's not in the top 2 EquinEdge picks, it's not an EquinEdge long shot. Like the system chose the 5 horse over the 4 horse. Interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, this race is pretty wide open. That's what it's telling you. But the morning line sees something in the 4, and what we've seen over time is when you see that big of a difference, there's usually something there, whether the horse runs first, the horse runs second.
Yeah. John hit that exact. So that was good. I mean, the EquinEdge picks came in 2-6, and the 7 horse getting third. The EquinEdge long shot algorithm, Oldie, is just, there are not enough words for that thing. Like, but the bottom line is with the EquinEdge long shot, it hits like 15%. Okay. It wins. Hey, Kevin. What's up, Tony? So it wins like 15%. I mean, it's an amazing algorithm. There's no question about it. But how do you get on top of that, or try to figure out? Is there a way that you play the EquinEdge long shot to try to take advantage of it? Because 15% is still 15%, meaning it loses a lot more than it wins.
I try to look at and identify the horse and look at the individual horse and be able to say, okay, I understand why this is the long shot. As much as we want there to be magic to the long shot, and there is sometimes where there's a horse that's like 30% that's the long shot that you can't figure out, and then it ends up winning. But for the most part, you want to identify, are there other metrics that match up to that? Is there a race maybe 4 back where this horse beat similar and just hasn't run well last time out, or there was trip trouble? There are things usually in there that you can find, and in some cases it's just a move up in class where the horse can handle it too.
We've got race number 1 here at Aqueduct coming up. They're on the track. Let's take a look at this just a little bit more in depth. We have a top pace number. It's got a 22% win. It's 7-2 on the EquinEdge morning line. A lot of people tell me, and I've done this, look at this. If you sort the EquinEdge morning line, just that alone, if you sort that, now we're gonna talk about the EquinEdge first time starters and the long shot first time starters and how amazing they are. But on paper, essentially, based on the EquinEdge long shot, it's a 3-horse race, top 3 win percentage as well. What are your thoughts as far as the EquinEdge morning line, as it applies to using that to your advantage to finding some winners?
I mean, it's definitely one of the ways to find value. And as you know, I kind of do that highlight horse thing on Twitter, usually during the week. And, that's usually what I'm highlighting is the advantages on the morning line and where is identifying value. Because if you're actually paying attention, like yesterday, there were several times where the system, like that 6, when you and I were on the air together at Gulfstream,
10
where
to
the
1.
system, it made no sense on paper, but the system was telling you, bet this horse.
It really was, in a way. I looked at it after the fact last night. I mean, it was the EquinEdge second pick, had a decent win percentage. I think wasn't it the top pace or right there, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah,
the thing that stand out to me the most of that horse, though, was it was by far the top SOR.
Right. Yeah, and anytime I'm playing, I'm looking for matches within the algorithm because I did my own little data study, and I found that between 87 and 92% of the time, so at least one factor within EE matches the winner in a race. Yeah, and that's insane.
For sure. No, for sure. By the way, we would be remiss if we don't bring this up. I know they're going to the gate. The 7 is an EquinEdge long shot first-time starter. You and I both know, and it's got 14%, which is not a bad number when the 5 horse is only 32% and doesn't have to win this race. But our first-time starter EquinEdge long shots are insanely good as they're going to the gate. 7-1 right now if you want to make a play on that. And I didn't get a chance to see the horse on the track, but we're going to take a look at this race. Looks fine to me. It doesn't look awesome. I didn't see the rest of them, but draws good.
Yeah, and also draws the bug at 111 pounds, and that apprentice has been riding really well at Aqueduct this week.
Well, I can't stress enough how important the post position is as well. And when right now, instead of that horse being like on the inside or in between horses, it's getting a breather. Like it gets to be on the outside. Like right now, sitting in 3rd or 4th place. But if it's good enough, the point is that it's getting a good trip. Here's the other side of it. If this horse doesn't run good, the next time it runs, you have to know that this horse had a perfect trip, and you wouldn't use it next time out.
No, absolutely, and also, and that's why the notes feature is so awesome too, is because I can tell the system, that this horse was no factor.
Now, it's going to be very difficult to catch this 3 horse, who's the top pace number. So here we have another top pace number. 7 horses petering out. So the first time starter's done. This is a 2-horse race between the 3 and the 5. And the 5 horse would need the 3 to slow down. It's not like the 5 is moving great, but it looks like the 3 has plenty of horse. It looks like it's a top pace number again, Justin. It's just, it's just incredible.
That's the third or fourth one today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the top pace
the
number
5's not catching the 3.
is killing it at Aqueduct too.
Yeah. That's right. It did that yesterday as well. I mean, a good win percentage within the group. 22% compared to the 5 at 32 is not like it's that far off. And you have the pace advantage like that. You're going to win by about 6 lengths in the end. I mean, really incredible. Oh, by the way, too, the 3-horse GSR. Oh, how about the SOR? It's the top SOR as well.
Yep.
I mean, really quite incredible, guys. I'm gonna Justin. I'll have you come over and take over. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, get some coffee, and then you and Oldie can do your thing. Sound good?
Yeah, I can do it on here.
Well, one of the other things I noticed there as we're waiting for them to come back in is that the 5 had another apprentice up, and if that horse as the favorite was that good, they wouldn't need to put the apprentice up and get the weight advantage. And that was actually one of the reasons in the early pick 5 I used that horse, but I didn't single there. You're muted, by the way, Justin.
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to finish. How you doing, brother?
As I told you this morning, I'm feeling much better. I think you can hear I have way more energy today. Like I'm ready to be shot out of a cannon through a wall right now. So, with a Vegas show analogy, I guess.
Huh? Oh, I can do it. Oldie, I'll share my screen. Give me 1 second.
Okay. We got Laurel coming up here in 0 minutes, which probably means like 2.
Can you see?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh no, that's still Scotty.
Yeah.
Now we can see.
Yeah, you should be good now.
Right?
Laurel race 3.
Yep. Okay.
The 7 horse,
Another pace horse, right, man? But it's interesting. You have the 7 and the 5 here. Are we gonna have another pace horse win the race, Oldie, with the 7?
I don't know. I mean, the 7's over 5 lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of interested in the 4 and the 2 who are prices, who are lightly raced. I mean, these are not great horses just in general, but you have the 4 who's a second-time starter, similar pace number. It's Brittany Russell. Why doesn't the 4 at 9-1 run better here against this group of low-level claimers who we already know aren't winning?
My guess here, I mean, the 5, right, is I think the 5 is 2-1, which still is. I was just looking up at the odds to make sure that's accurate. I mean, I don't think this 7 horse necessarily is just going to wire the field. I mean, tried here last out, ended up getting second by 2.5 lengths. But I think to your point, Bostonian, I mean, this horse likely is going to run better as a second-time starter. And I don't know if this horse can win. I see what you're saying, Oldie, but I do think that the 5 horse, was it Milady Thatcher? I mean, this horse is 0 for 12, but it is taking the drop in SOR, right? I mean, That was my thought process here. This horse is just dropping quite a bit, and I know they're about to go, but I thought that horse would be tough with just the drop. I'm surprised that Oldie the 7 is taking so much money.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why the 7's taking so much money other than it's a Ness horse.
Yeah. I mean, and, no changes. Rodriguez rise, which is not uncommon, but they are loading. It looks like somebody's struggling to get in the gate, if I'm seeing that correctly. Oh, they're off.
Yeah, 7 did not get a clear lead either. He's going to eventually get there, but looked like he was used pretty hard.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, did have to. The 5 is way in the back, but
yeah, 4 ain't running.
Yeah, the 4 is still. The 3 is flying, man. I mean, at 51. Oh my gosh. Look at this horse, man. It's absolutely just flying.
That'll shake up the
What is
leaderboard if
happening?
anybody had it. Even a second place finish there.
I think it's petering out, but I mean, still that was quite the move there for a second.
Yeah. Let's see if it can hold up for second here. Nope.
I don't think it's going to. Yeah.
The 2's at 15-1 though. If the 2 finishes second, this could affect the leaderboard a bit. If anybody played this.
You don't hear a lot, but it doesn't mean that somebody didn't have that. I mean, the thing about it too is there's still a lot of players here from a consolation standpoint. So, it's there's definitely people still cheering. All right. Yeah. Scotty just asked if that was the pace number again. All right, Tampa, race number 3. The 2-horse Oldie is just getting absolutely smashed at the window. Is currently 3-5. I think that flip back there. The 1 and 5 are the 2 pace horses, but the 2 likely is able to kind of just sit off here. My concern here is Camacho for Arsino is just 1 for 14, but maybe today is the day to get a second win. I mean, this is a pretty brutal race as well. We've had a lot of these this morning. I mean, the 3-horse I thought was just a little bit interesting, Oldie, just because I didn't love these horses. The Justice Gypsy Girl was 17% as a first-time starter. So, taking a little bit of money, but I thought was a little bit interesting. The 2-horse, right, has been racing at this level and just not winning. So, second off the layoff, I guess maybe can win today. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts?
I agree with you on the 3-horse. Here at 17-1. All right, 17%. I mean, 9-2 currently gets Morales. For Ham, they're 24% on 147 rides. So, Ham's only an 18% trainer, so he's putting Morales up on live horses.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, we'll see here. They're about to go, it looks like. I thought that too. I mean, the 5-horse may be able to, have a note. I'm not sure if this horse can rape, but it also is dropping in SOR. So, the 2's the one taking all the money, but I thought the 5 also was interesting.
And they're off. The 3 broke pretty well. And is battling the 5 on the lead. 5 now has a clear lead heading into the turn.
The 2-horse is nowhere to be found. The 2-horse is dead last.
I mean, either the 2-horse is going to kick it in gear and come off the pace and pass everybody, or I mean, it really looks like it's a 2-horse race between the 3 and the 5.
Yeah, I am with you. I guess here the 2 finally comes, maybe. But
that's a long distance to make up, and the 3 is not slowing down. Let's see if he can get past the 5 or can only just get to him. Yeah, the 5
I
looks done.
think the 3's going to run right past the 5.
Again, we should be highlighting things like that win percentage on first-time starters again.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good one. What'd that pay? 9-2. Wow.
Yeah.
First-time starter, 17% versus this horse was nothing special. So that's always a good time to bet a first-time starter, and you get a win percent like that, Oldie. That's just crazy.
Yeah, no, and that was screaming at us, and today everything that's screaming at us so far has been coming in.
I did not get a chance to look at Oakland, Oldie. I don't know if you have any thoughts here. I know that the first
handful of races here are going to be in the tournament play, and it's been the track that's been producing prices, but
I don't know if that's going to happen at the moment with this big favorite in the 2. Any thoughts here?
I mean, there's a lot of pace here, a lot. The 2, the 4, the 6 looks like likely needs the lead, which is the long shot. The 5 has shown it can rate in the past, but against slightly weaker. The Asmussen horse, maybe the 3 at 3-1, or the
Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, or the 1 could come off the pace at a huge price here, because if you look at these pace numbers, you have a 74, a 73, a 62, a 59, a 53, and a 50. So they could go super fast here.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at.
I mean, the 2 horses that look like they can rate to me are the Asmussen horse, even though he puts his son up, which, they're a low percentage combo, and the 1.
Yeah, I mean, both 8% here, 21%. I mean, this is a Broberg horse. I mean, the thing here on the 4 oldie is this horse just gave it up here. I mean, to be honest, I don't know what that was a 60 though after breaking its maiden. I think the question here is, what does this 4 horse have? But it is going to set outside the 2 oldie, the 2 coming second off the layoff. And this horse just raced recently, right? I mean, what is today? This horse just raced a week ago, basically. So they obviously are feeling this horse is ready to go to be wheeling it back so quickly.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting here, but I just wonder if so look at the back class on the 3 from 2021 as well. So, I mean, this was a grade 2 place horse. So this at one time was a very well thought of horse.
Yeah, the issue though, right, is all these layoffs that have now happened, and now it continually drops in price. It looks like where are we at? Okay, they are loading. I thought that they were, but I don't. This is a kind of just a brutal race, to be honest. Although the 2 horse here has the top GSR only tied with the 3. And then from a strength of race, this horse has the first and second. So, I mean, this horse might just be the chalk. But I don't love this horse really at all. I think to, your point, you could end up with quite a bit of pace here.
And at this level, maybe somebody else just goes around him.
Well, and this horse won first time out for Cat Brown, and he hasn't won since. And the next time out, it was 9 months, almost 12 months later, and it was with Ron Marquette at that point, and it has not won for Marquette. Marquette, sorry.
Is that the 4 on the lead oldie or the 2?
It's the 2.
I think it's gonna be hard to catch this horse, but.
Or it's going way too fast.
No, but we should have had more of the elite.
What, 5-6 lengths in front? I don't think. I mean, anybody coming?
5 maybe, and the 1, like I mentioned, those 2 horses. It's gonna go 2-1 or 1-2, but I think 2-1.
K Reed, what in race 2? What am I? There's a bomb potential. The 8 morning line looks off. The one horse. All right, we'll come back and look at that in a minute because we're gonna go to Gulfstream race number 3. 7 horse Oldie is just a gigantic favorite here at Gulfstream, if I remember correct.
Yeah.
At the moment, I can't even get.
That makes 2 of us, so it's not just you.
I knew that the 7 horse. I looked at this race this morning, Oldie, and the 7 horse was a big favorite. Irad is on the 3, and that horse had a big morning line angle, but I do know that I expected the 7 to just get crushed at the windows.
Especially with the scratch of the 2 who had some really nice works. Oh, you got it.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
No, it only went. It like won't go to race 3.
Okay, so let's.
I'm trying, Jeff. I can't. It doesn't want to.
Click the refresh
it'll
button. It worked for me.
Oh, okay. I might have to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the 3's got a 9 to 5 on the morning line and is currently at 5 to 1.
Yeah, and I mean this 7, is this horse really 1 to 9?
Yeah.
Wow.
Big works.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, this horse race last out. I mean, it is the main special. There's not a lot here. I mean, but that horse is a 5-year-old. I mean, it's debuting as a 5-year-old, and people are betting this thing at 1 to 9. It's just kind of wild to me. Or I guess not debuting, but second time starter. Is 56% to win though, so not surprising. I guess this horse is taking a lot of money. I don't know. I'd struggle to play a horse like this when you have another morning line here. You know, it is interesting, only that the 3 horse is 9 to 5 on the EquinEdge morning line. Like the system obviously puts this horse right in the mix.
Right. What about the 4 for Sano?
Last shift.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean 3%. Zayas rides for Sano. I mean, I guess if this horse is just ready to go.
Does have a 3-star work.
Yeah.
As does the 5. But I like the fact that Sano has Zayas aboard.
I try to keep you on. Thank you, brother.
And they're similar in percentage to Mott here.
What's happening? Did they get
a la carte? And the 3rd. They're in the gate. And they're off. Smooth beginning for a la carte from the inside. Mr. Peaks and at the rail, Papa Del Cielo is on the go. Away in 4th, Lock and Key, followed by Lupo's Legacy and Last Shift. So Junior Alvarado in no particular hurry on a la carte. He's going to let Edgar Perez and Mr. Peaks kick on with it a touch. Mr. Peaks to the top. A la carte latched onto him 2nd. Papa Del Cielo is now 3rd. From the inside, it's Lupo's Legacy, then Lock and Key and Last Shift. Half a mile left to go. The opening quarter was 22-2. Mr. Peaks leads narrowly. A la carte up alongside 2nd. Last Shift. He's gaining good ground, and Edgar Zayas not messing around either. He's going after him right now with 5/16 to go. Alvarado's got to move on a la carte if he wants to keep in spot. Last Shift 3 wide. Mr. Peaks toward the rail. These 3 begin to sprint. A quarter of a mile remains. Lupo's Legacy tags onto the top 3 while racing in 4th through a 45 1/2 mile. Off the turn in the stretch drive. A la carte rallies to a narrow lead. Mr. Peaks fights back 2nd. Last Shift is flattening out 3rd. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. A la carte trying to put away Mr. Peaks, who won't go away, but a la carte is just too much pony. A la carte at 1 to 5, he'll win while confidently handled by 2 in the end. Mr. Peaks was 2nd. Last Shift ran 3rd. Lupo's Legacy 4th, and Lock and Key 109 and 3.
Oldie, he made that look easy.
What's going on, brother?
He did, yes. I did play that 4 to show, so
Like maybe 5.
a tad tiny bit of money on it.
Just for tips. Perfect. Thank you. Want anything to drink?
No, okay. Thanks. All right. Where are we going, Oli? Aqueduct?
Aqueduct,
Race
yep.
2?
We got some time too. Got about 5 minutes. And I played in early pick 5 here, and I am single to the 4. So if you want my opinion, the 4 is going to win this race. I'm tossing the last where it didn't run. Top pace number, but can also rate.
Yeah, I mean, it's shown that it can sit right off the pace, huh? I mean, definitely tactical. So then you have the 1 and the 1A as well. I guess the 1 is the other pace, right? So this horse is going to be sitting on the outside of the 4, though, which is a little bit interesting, Oldie.
Yeah, and
But
the 4 may let the 1 do the heavy lifting, though, possibly.
Yeah, no, for sure, I could see that.
I mean, the other horse that's getting bad is the 2, and then the 6 is the long shot. The 6 and the 2, both are Linda Rice claims.
Yeah, the 6 horse gonna. I mean, I mean, look at Glory Road has 2 wins and a second. The 6. These horses, I guess the question is, Oldie, is the pace gonna stop for these horses to get up, right? I mean, it sounds like, you singled the 4, so you think this horse is speed's gonna hold, and I would say, based on the first race, right, speed held pretty easy. Nobody was able to close into that pace in the last race. So I would make the same observation in this situation, that it's going to be hard for the 2 or 6 to be able to close into this pace, right? Would be my perspective.
No, and the only horses I really liked here are the 2 with wins at this distance, which are the 2 and the 4. The 3, the second choice is 0 for 5 at the distance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The 4 horse got 4 wins only at 7 furlongs. I mean, that's pretty incredible, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't see that many 7 furlong races outside of Tampa, where they run a lot of them.
Well, in Aqueduct, a lot of times they run 8 furlongs in one turn, but I guess if it's always a tricky distance, but in a situation like this, the 4 obviously has a lower GSR, but not much, but it's got 4 wins, and I think to your point, the 2 is the other one that has some wins. It looks like they're a minute or 2 from post, we will have Aqueduct and then Laurel and then Tampa, and then it's going to get fast and furious, Oldie, because it's going to be Oaklawn, Gulfstream, Fairgrounds, all within about 5 minutes of each other.
Do we want to take a look at the leaderboard maybe in the meantime?
Yeah, let's do it. Hold on. I got it up here.
Or whatever.
I did have it up.
We go
there
on
it is.
there, we put EquinEdge on the screen, and then we handicap the races that way. I bet you.
So
see if you can pull that off. Even if it's a sponsorship where I'm paying for it, it's worth it. Because if we
looks like Francis has made 1 bet, Oldie. Stephen Wells is employing the same strategy, Oldie, in playing both tickets the exact same way. He has already bet 4 optional. Well, they're all optional, so they don't have to do any mandatory in the semifinals. But he already has 4 plays where Francis just has 1 play and must have missed. Because if I remember correctly, wasn't he at 291, Oldie?
Yes, correct. So in theory, Francis is sitting in pretty good position here, only having played 1. or the top three
Yeah,
had
I
only
mean-
played one.
It is interesting that, you see a mix here, Oldie. I mean, you see
A handful of people that have played one, and then you see a handful of people, James Polly's played 5 and Stevens played 4. So, they must have really liked some of the early card, or maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure where these people were prior to this. So
are they just betting lower odds horses, or are they
missing on long shots?
Well, and 7, 8, 9, I think are probably at risk with the number of bets they've made of being pushed out of the top 10, which goes to the final table.
Yeah, they may have to change their strategy, right? I mean, it's just going to depend on, are they going to have to get some prices or not? So it's going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see where they are at Aqueduct here. They're still not at the gate.
Yeah, and Wiz said, Oldie, speed's been the ticket lately at the Big A, and I think he's, Wiz, you're right. I mean, the speed really held in the first race, so I would assume we see the same thing happen here again.
I hope you get through, Oldie, with your 4. I don't necessarily see
This pace just melting down and the 2 getting up, but we will find out. The 2 is only 18%. You're getting 5 to 2. The 6 is taking money. So people obviously are thinking that some horses are going to come off the pace here. So it's going to be an interesting race for sure.
Well, and I think the last time I bet Manny Franco on a 4-horse, he jumped off.
That was a 4-horse. I remember that, man. That will always be a memory, man. Coming down the stretch, maybe a furlong or maybe a furlong and a half out or something, and that horse ducked in, and Manny jumped out off like a parachute.
And that horse was 100% winning that race too. We were singled there.
Scott, you think a speed duel? I mean, the thing is, in the last race that we had the same situation, and the horse just pulled away. Not that can't happen though. I mean, I get it between the 4 and the 1A. I tend to think
maybe the speed here holds though. I mean, this is
I think
definitely a higher
Manny
quality race.
I think Manny knows that he's got the best horse, so if the one who's cheap gets the lead, he'll just sit off.
Laurel, interior design, we'll go there in a minute.
Looks like we have about 3 minutes, so we'll go there after this race at Aqueduct.
Come on. Be smart.
Well, he decided just to get the lead, Oldie, which maybe was the right thing to do there. I mean, the 1 seemed like it was kind of messing around for a minute. So
Yeah. I don't know. I would have liked to see him sit right off.
The 1A, man, it went off at
8-1, which is pretty crazy. But the 1A is going to try to raid off the 4 now.
6 is coming.
6, yeah, definitely was closer to the pace.
Yeah, the 4 is done. I think.
Are you sure? Oh.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
that horse has got nothing. Nothing.
So let's pursue this.
Somebody's on the rail. That's the 2.
Somebody's on the rail, running really good.
The 1A trying
Yeah,
to
I
get
told you
there,
it was
but-
either the 2 or the 4, and it was the 2.
Well, definitely speed did not hold there, and the 4
Just folded it up, Oldie. Laurel Park race number 4.
I mean, we have another pace horse here,
Oldie, and Miss Casey. You know, this horse has an 11-point pace advantage. Concepcion. You know, this horse has been the favorite 2 or 4 of the last 4 times and has 2 wins. Both of those came versus much easier, though, and with easy leads. This horse did not get the lead, though, versus tougher. So the question is this horse going to get the lead today, Oldie, in this situation?
Yeah, and the thing is the 1 looks really dangerous with an E morning line angle. It's currently sitting at 5-1. It's 22%. And the 7 looks like it can rate at 23%. If the 1 and 4 go too fast here.
So, no, this is why I'm saying it could be.
Volney, the 7 or second EquinEdge pick.
You know, at 52 and 54 and 58, this horse, I mean, 52, 54, 58. I mean, horse has definitely been getting better. I mean, GSR drops a little bit, Oldie, with the cutback from 7 to 6 furlongs.
Now I could call Chris Lee.
Laurel.
You want to pull up the video, Oldie?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeff, you like the 7?
Yeah. Right.
Charlene, you weren't happy with Manny. I can see that.
Right.
I think he just ended up getting too much pressure was the problem.
Yeah. We need to do that.
I think the problem was he went to the lead. When he should have sat.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Miss Casey.
Base number on Miss Casey.
Yeah, we talked about Miss Casey. That, you know, she raced in a 46 and 48 though, and has been at this same level, a little very similar, in, you know, not getting the lead. So I think that's going to be interesting if she can get the lead today or not. Still a couple behind the gate.
Captivating Gal Volney.
Yeah, 7's acting up, it looks like.
And then we will have Tampa race 4. I think they're on the turf.
No, you know what, Brian? It's time to pursue the TVG thing. Yeah. Because if I was on TVG,
there's a big pace advantage on the turf for this 4 horse at Tampa coming up too. There's a lot of pace horses today, Oldie.
Was to mirror this.
I love that though. That's one of my favorite angles. So.
They were to do that.
All right, looks like they're getting
on.
ready to go at Laurel.
Off to a good beginning. Volney on the outside.
And if you had the 3 getting the lead, you'd be correct.
4 broke slow.
Yeah.
Of course, the first bet I make today.
Now, it's going to rush up.
Between rivals and 3.5 lengths on the front end. Divine Fashion is 7th and last, heading into the turn.
Sorry, Daniel, I didn't see that.
Around that far turn, dueling head-to-head with 4 furlongs left to go. As they round that turn, the inside there is Dulce Kira. Just to the inside there, My Juba on the outside. They're still knocking heads, and Volney is right there, third perch for.
Right now, the 7's sitting great.
Miss Casey ridden along for more, next in 5th. Divine.
Yeah, it's like totally sitting the trip, man.
Top of the stretch now.
I mean, the 3 horse though is in hand, Oldie. I mean, this horse is 12-1.
Is in third out of the 3 path as they turn for home.
I don't know. I think the 1 might have.
Somebody's got the 3.
There was a bump there. there.
continues
There's
to
somebody-
battle hard. My Juba in front. My
But
Juba
yeah, I
from
think
Dulce
Sherry's
Kiera.
got it.
Well,
Gomez,
one.
third to the outside with a 16th left. Here's My Juba, and here's Jamie Rodriguez looking for a running
There
triple,
we
and he's
go.
got it. My Juba.
Yes, that's
My
good for
Juba,
us.
Dulce
That's
Kiera.
good.
May was third. Flaba's Dream, and then
Somebody
Benjamin
over
Smash from
here had
Escasing.
it.
Yeah. Good morning. How are you? Good.
Well, that was the long shot,
That was
Oldie.
the EquinEdge long shot.
Yeah, that'll
12 to
shake up
1.
the reins.
One that just won right now over at
Yeah.
is that Laurel? Yeah, Laurel.
My Juba. Wow,
Yeah.
interesting.
Unbelievable.
All right.
Yeah.
Tampa on the turf. Tampa on the turf. And then Oakland.
Starter optional claim.
You know, another
What's going on?
another big
Thank you
pace
so
horse,
much.
man, and Flawless Cat, Oldie. Michael Dini has this horse. My concern was the strength of race, though. This is where I feel like these are hard. You know, this horse got. This is what I don't like to see. You got a 2-length lead versus a 54 as the favorite, and then you just backed up. Then goes on to the turf, which it was, and the GSR goes down. Had an easy lead and backed up in a 52. I don't think this horse can do it today, is my perspective on the turf to wire the field. What do you think?
I'm just looking here. I mean, didn't get that easy of a lead. It had about a length. I think it needs a bigger lead than that, but it's interesting. He may just send that horse to try to set up for the formerly thought of 7, Bramble Blaze, who was grade 2 placed, and probably needs a pace to run into.
I thought
It's
the one
currently
would
sitting
be
at
tough.
16 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could be right. I mean, they're going to play the front end and the back end. I thought English Painter would be interesting. Oldie has a win, you know, one last out in a 54, comes back here basically almost at the same level, a little bit different conditions, but had a second coming off the pace. You know, that was on the Tapeta as well. GSR fits here on the turf for Safi Joseph. Marco Meneses riding here. He had rode at Gulfstream for a long time and now looks to be riding up at Tampa.
And just so you know, I'm gonna
Yeah, I mean, I like the 7 a little bit here.
You like the 7? Okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
Bramble Blaze.
Just on the
How-
back
how about
class and the fact that I don't trust that the 4 is not here to make sure that there's a pace for that horse.
How about the EquinEdge long shot? Why is this horse the long shot? I have no idea. That system had some other options, but obviously chooses this horse. For whatever reason, this horse is 7%. I don't see Fire Baron, but that doesn't mean the system doesn't, and why it's the long shot.
Well, and it's 7% too, which so you got to pay a little bit of attention there. It just doesn't look like it passes horses. Like it looks to me like it might need the lead. And you know, it's still a maiden and it's running in starter optional claiming. So technically this is an E long shot maiden there.
You are right. I didn't even catch that. Good catch. I mean, that's pretty wild. I mean, 0 for 10, and their best conditions they can find is a starter optional claim. I mean, I would hope you could find better conditions for your horse, but for whatever reason they couldn't. And this horse just raced a week ago, Oldie.
Yeah.
I mean, this horse
And
just
did-
raced.
And it wasn't in for a tag. And was in it for a tag a week ago.
The long shot play here is the 5.
Scotty says the long shot's the 5.
15%, 5 to 1 EquinEdge morning line, has a good GSR. It could things around.
Yeah.
On the
I mean,
just think
ran
it might
third
be
out of an
sitting too
8-horse
close.
field.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just think it might be sitting too close to the 4, who I think's a rabbit here. I
Yeah,
have a
that's
note
why
on
I
it.
think it sets up. Mm-hmm.
I have a note on
Go
the
ahead.
5 from January 1st. Worked hard to get the lead, ran out of gas late. So I would not be surprised if the 5 tries to contest the lead with the 4.
Yeah, and the 7 is the highest SOR, Daniel, mainly because of that graded stakes race that's
in there with a 68, and then that stakes race in Monmouth, which is a 70. So,
it's definitely inflated, I would say, but it is the top GSR. To your point, it looks like we're waiting on the A7 horse.
There is no 8 horse.
Yeah.
I thought English Painter would be tough here off the pace. We shall see.
Ford did not get to an easy lead either.
No,
and they're gonna go. They're gonna go fast. Six is way closer to the pace than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
But if Scotty's right, this 5 could go gate to wire.
It's gonna have to slow it down, though. I mean, now he's really slowed it down. You're gonna have to only though. Okay, there he picked it back up.
Somebody's yelling in the background.
Somebody's
got something.
They said, "Now go." When he saw the horses coming after him there, I mean, he's opening it up now. 13-1. This could be our bomber here today. 6 is coming though.
That's there's the 1 is coming.
Yeah.
7's moving too late, I think. And ride your horse.
The 1's gonna shoot right through. Yeah, there goes the English Painter is flying there. 6 is still
6
there.
6 is gonna
though.
hold.
Wow.
But nobody was getting a ton of points from a race where the 1 and the 6 finished 1 and 2.
It's insane, right?
All right. Big. This is just a gigantic pace number in Ransom Painter at 25-1 oldie. The problem is this horse is 2%.
Same with oldie. Forever.
I mean, this horse has been stopping just very badly in 38s oldie. So I think it's going to be hard for this horse to wire the field in a situation like that. But this horse is going to run off, right? Likely would be my guess. Obviously, the 5 is the favorite that everybody is taking for this horse to just come off the pace. I'm trying to see where they're. Oh, there is Oakland. They're still just out on the track.
Yeah, I think Gulfstream's going to go first. And also a big pace number there.
I mean,
but you don't like horses on the front.
On the. Yeah, I mean this. This race I thought. I looked at this race. I thought it was pretty interesting to try to beat the 2-horse Hoax. The 4-horse is taking. Some money at 7-1. I didn't think the 5 really had much of a shot. Obviously, the 1, the 7 is bet all the way down to the EquinEdge morning line from a 12-1 morning line. But I think Hoax has some speed, right, for sure.
Yep.
But this horse has burned a ton of money, oldie, at this, really strength of race. I mean, what do you think? I mean, is this horse going to wire the field, or is it going to stop with Irad?
I think it stops, and the horse I like is the 6, who's granted is losing some GSR, but is taking a big drop in SOR from a 72 to 64. And I look at the 1, who's the favorite, and this is about where the 1 should be placed, but the 1 also is taking a big drop. No, actually, it isn't taking a big drop in GSR. So for me, it's the 1 or the 6. Maybe a 164 try.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, the one horse is 50%, man. I mean, it's gonna top GSR, right? It's gonna have a pretty big pace. You know, the 5 Esoteric. I mean, this horse was racing in Stakes Company. I mean, they're just not really placing this horse at the right conditions in my mind. I don't really see the 5 horse at 2%. You know, I think
And look at the GSR drop on the 2.
Oh yeah, 13-point GSR drop. So it looks like Oaklawn's gonna go first. So let's hop back over there. 5. Oh, we looked. This 4 horse probably gonna run off. Would be the guess. I doubt it holds on. I think this horse is gonna run off and stop bad.
Yeah, and didn't get as easy of a lead as being pressed.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, this is just tougher conditions, right? I mean, that 4 horse was racing versus 30. So today, yeah, it's fast, but it's going to get pressed. I mean, it just ran a 23-quarter.
Yeah, going a mile and a 16th. That horse is going to stop when it hits the far turn.
Soon, it's already slowing down. But 40, I mean, jockey's just winging it out there. 46.73. 5 horse is way far back.
Yeah, but the 8
horse.
loaded.
Yeah, the 8 horse is the horse that looks like it's going to be tough here. Here comes the 5.
As I said, caught in the far turn. I've seen that movie a few times.
The 1 horse is coming.
I think the 8's coming, though.
Here comes the 5, but I think it's going to be too late. The horse is probably going to go for second.
We're off at Gulfstream, too. And the 2 did not get the lead.
Interesting. Gonna try to rate today with Irad, I guess, Oldie. I mean, if anybody can do it, he can, right?
True.
Jeff should fold up
25.66.
Oh my goodness, that is so slow. I don't know if I've ever seen it that slow, Oldie. I mean, almost 26 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like every day we see a time like that, though, and we're like, that's the slowest I've ever seen, and then they run slower the next day.
Problem is fractions. That is so slow, man. Yeah. He's got the 7.
It's going to be hard to get to the 6 and the 7 with those low fractions.
I don't know if the 7's going to be able to pass. No one else is coming.
Come on, 7. Yeah, he's going to pass. Let's go. Get rid of him.
We're going to get some action here in a second, Oldie. Take him home.
Shake him up.
Shake him up.
Come on, 7. Stay up.
One's winning this race. The one's winning this race. And the 6 finished second.
Here's a late scratch in the upcoming 5th race. Number 8, Sergeant Sherman. Number 8,
who won that?
There was a lot of people that won.
5th race here at Laurel Park. That's
almost Bobby.
Stewards. 5th race, late scratch. Number 8, Sergeant.
Won the top EquinEdge pick.
All right, now it's getting busy, Oldie, because the fairgrounds is starting. 5 horse, 52%, Oldie, but it's not the favorite. You know, the 4 horse, the 4 horse, the second pick is the favorite.
That one was too tough.
Top SOR, that's probably why.
Yeah, for sure. All right, you got to carry me for a minute because I got to run the restroom.
All
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, so Fairgrounds, the 4 is the favorite, 21%, where the 5 is 52%. So let me pull my screen up here. One sec. So the 5, if we look at the 5 looks like it needs the lead. Has beaten 56s and has done so as the favorite. Goes back to sprinting here, loses a point or so in GSR. The 4 is was well thought of, was running against 68s and 62s, is dropping to 60, but that drop doesn't look like it's enough based on the last race out, and is coming off a layoff. This might be a good spot for the long shot, except for the long shot is bet down to 5-2. But
so it's got a top pace number, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
13%. Has a win against 58, so should fit here. Is moving back.
So it's
to
going
dirt.
on the dirt. Well, when you look at this on the turf, this horse in 5 tries on the turf has earned $7,000, and in 8 tries has earned $44,000. 5 of those were at 6 furlongs. I mean, so the EquinEdge long shot deserves a long look in this race. And the 5 horse, I mean, this horse has burned money the last couple of races as the favorite. Does draw outside. Seems like it can rate a little bit, but this favorite is not really that big on passing horses. So the 2 horse could get loose.
Yeah, no, that was my thought. Was this might be a spot for the long shot. I was disappointed to see how far it was bet down, but the 6 is 6%, can rate a little bit, but is a little class compromised too. So if they go too fast, maybe the 6 finishes in the money here.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised about that. But as far as rating, I mean, it's got a 1 pace number. I don't think you can consider this horse, and it doesn't have a big GSR or SOR, so I don't think the 6 is going to be anywhere near the pace. I think it's going to be in last pretty clearly. But I would agree with you on being able to be in the money. I think the 6 is likely to be in the money because it has 4 wins at the surface and distance. So yeah, I think, but it seems like it might be on the lower end of the class here, Holding.
No, I agree. It's a little class compromised. But, sometimes when there's too much speed, you can overcome that class disadvantage. But I 100% agree with you on the 2 here.
What about the 3 horse?
Maybe
some are just better.
I mean, fits from an SOR standpoint, is going a little longer and getting the GSR increase as well. Can rate. This horse is pretty dangerous here. So maybe something like a 2, 3, 6 try or exacta box.
Yeah, in fact, let's see here. I'm going to play this horse, the 2 horse. I'm going to do the 5 over, or the 2. Which money do I have? All right, I'm going to do the 2 over 3, 5. I think the 6 is the type of horse that maybe would be third. 2, 3, 5 over 6 is what I'm gonna do. We got Fairgrounds. All right, we can't show the race on there. Yeah.
and just a casual mention here, but there were some tote problems at Laurel, and the prices just went through, so the scoreboard wouldn't have updated yet. So we should have a pretty big update because it sounded like somebody had the 3.
So the 2 horse broke on top and is in hand. I mean, in hand. Yep. And they're crawling from what I can see, Oldie. And the 6 is having to be closer to the pace. It's in last, but even closer. But it makes it tough because I would imagine these horses can finish. And the 3 is loaded, but he's, it's going to go through the rail. We'll see here, but I would imagine he's got a ton more horse on the 2, And he's about to let him out about right now. And now he's asking. Here comes the 3. I don't see the 5 horse really running all that great. And there goes
No,
the 2.
I don't either.
Yeah. I mean, come on, 2, 3, 6 would be just tremendous. Come on, 3. Just stay up for second. That's all I care about right now. I've got the exact at 2, 3. Come on, 3. Do not let this 4 beat you for second. That's exactly what he's going to do. But 2 horse wins for fun.
Not riding his horse hard enough.
Yeah. It looked like 2, 4, 3, but I think we identified fairly. Thank you, Justin. I think we identified a fairly crappy favorite in the 5.
And we love fairly crappy favorites, or we love them to play against them. I
did not bet this horse to win. I had literally barely any money in my account. You get a horse like that with this 5-2, and you don't have to win. You should be shot.
Yeah, I just played a 50-cent try there. 2, 3, 4, 6. So I might make like 12, 15 bucks on that.
We're getting audio feedback here. I don't know why. Brian, do you know what that would be?
Hold on, that might be on my end.
You're on mute, I think. Oh, no, you're on mute.
Is this better now?
I don't know why. Yeah, let us know. Let's see here. What would cause that?
Seems better.
Let me try that. How about this? How about now? How's the feedback now? I muted this here. Maybe that'll do it. I think this might do it. By the way, too, Oldie, you talked about earlier in the show. You talked about this 4 horse being 5-2 on the EquinEdge morning line. You're getting 8-1 right now.
Yes, and I just actually put in my bet on that horse as well. So yes.
Okay, so now I
7,
can't hear
8 to 1.
Probably because I'm on mute.
Did you mute your speaker rather than?
Can you hear me, Oldie?
I can hear you.
Now you can hear me, but if I mute myself, then you guys are going to have this. That's the first time we lost connection right now. Oh no, we lost complete connection, I think.
No, you're there.
Yeah, like done. Oh yeah. But the thing is that if I mute,
maybe what they were hearing was the. All right, so we have Aqueduct coming up. It's about to go off. I mentioned the 4 horse as Scotty's starting to come back here. We can't show Aqueduct, but I would do something like a 2, 3, 4 try here, or the 4 to, or play the 4 to win place show. Oof, 4 broke really well.
I'm back, old.
Come on, 4.
You're on the 4 here?
Yeah, this was 8-1 on the morning line and 5-2 on the E morning line, and broke like a gunshot out of the gate.
This was, what race is this? Oh,
Aqueduct race 3.
wow. That's 6%, but look at that morning line, man. I mean, looks like that's an easy lead, Oldie.
Yeah.
Is this
I don't know
race, right? I'm seeing?
No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is actually. I don't know if the horse is classy enough to win here, but anytime you see an angle like that, you got to take a shot.
I think maybe went a little. 47 and 2. The jockey is still fairly confident. It's now just asking Oldie right now. I mean,
let's see if it kicks away here.
He's gonna try.
No.
Game. Yeah, 3. I think the 3 to 5 chalk going to get up. Yeah.
Come on, stay up for third at least. I mean, you can't ask for anything more. It had a brilliant break.
Mm-hmm. I think just maybe not quite classy enough.
Yeah.
Well, Laurel, race 5, I think, is next, Oldie. 2 minutes. Am I seeing that right?
You are, yes.
Why don't we check the leaderboard real quick? Would you guys just check it?
Yeah, you know that the scores came through late, like that they just when was it Gulfstream? No, yeah, when Gulfstream went off, I want to say they finally went final. So the scores might be a little behind, but it looks like Francis got a little bump.
Was that likely from the Gulfstream race? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, because the Laurel race, and I don't know if the Laurel race is in here yet. You know, the winner was paid $27.60, so we should see a big somebody jump up. Maybe this Eric Archer who jumped in the top 10 had that. He moved up 4 places.
This is where I'm curious what kind of is going on here, Oldie. I mean, this is definitely from a strategy perspective, like where this really starts to come into play, because if you are in the top 10 and you are sitting like Paul or Steven even at $250, do you wait just to kind of see what happens around you? And are you monitoring somebody like James who has already 8 optionals, or starting to look down the leaderboard and we see some of these people in the 50s, you know, that have 4 plays? I mean, you don't necessarily have to take any long shots if you're sitting in the top 10, right? Because unless you really like a horse, and maybe you throw a couple in, because these people are having to catch you, and it's going to be very hard to find those long shots, right? And if you can just chug along with, I mean, I don't know, maybe even semi-chalk, right? You're going to pick up $6, $8, $10. And if you continually do that, you might get 3 plays for $30, where somebody takes 3 or 4 plays to get $40, right? Because they got to get that long shot. So at least that's probably the way I look at it. I don't know. I don't play tournaments, so that's how I probably would if I was, though. But it's actually pretty fun to kind of watch. You know, you look at Alan Hoffman, great tournament player, I've heard, but he's got 1 optional play only. You know, he's just sitting in 24th, but in reality, he's only $23 off of 10th place currently.
Yeah. Had he played that 2760 horse, he would. Christy?
Yeah, she's only had 1 optional play, and Scotty talked about this, where she just doesn't play, you know. And we've learned all week that the long shots come in later in the day. So far, we're seeing that, Oldie. I feel like we've had a lot of chalk so far. So, it looks like Laurel. But Christy, there's still 100. She's only made one play, 170 points. So we'll keep monitoring her. We can jump back to Laurel. 4 Horse was taking a lot of early money. Hey, Chief, Oldie, as a first-time starter, you know, GSR, but obviously was working well, 24%. I looked at this race a little bit, didn't necessarily see anything super interesting. So they're about to go. Any comments here on Laurel race?
Yeah, these are a lot of horses that have raced a bunch of times. So, I kind of like the 4 here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this play earlier, right? First-time starter versus just a really bad field. So,
yeah, and the 1 just seems to like second. And the 2's 0 for 6 with 2/3. This 10 here is the 10 and the 6 are the other lightly raced horses with the with the 8, the long shot having scratch, but the 4 didn't break at all.
Dead last. Now it's probably going to rush up, which is just going to kill probably every chance for the horse. Yep, that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard to continue it. Well, and now it's going to probably run up on heels of these other horses.
I think the 6
Tony,
panicked a
your
little
9
bit when the
horses.
4 was running past it.
Yeah, Tony, you like the 9 is running at 15-1. Moonshine looks to have a lot of horse here. Gonna try to split horses. Wow, 4 is done, oldie, it looks like. The jockey, oh my goodness.
I mean, the 1, the favorite, blew the break more than the 4.
Maybe has some horse. I mean, the jockey's doing everything possible to ask this 4 horse, but I don't think there's enough left in the horse.
I don't know. He's coming. I don't know. The 5 looks in hand, though.
Five is 10-1. There are definitely some people. I don't really hear anybody cheering for the 5, though.
The 10's doing everything he can to defend his usual second position.
I think that the 4 is trying to get up for second. I don't know if it's going to get there, though. Nope.
Well, that's a boom for the contest. Well, Laurel's been the one producing the prices so far.
We'll have to. You are right. We'll have to check the leaderboard here in a little bit, but not. Yes, Scotty just said he didn't see that one. I don't know if anybody really did in here. I feel like if you have that horse in a day like this, any day, to be honest, you're gonna be yelling for the jockey to throw the stick over the fence, right? I mean,
I never even knew saying this.
Yeah,
it's better than the horse throwing the jockey.
I don't either. Yeah, right. That is true, Ollie. Oh. What the pace on that 5? Yeah, Tony, I don't know, man. Well, there was the top pace horse.
Yeah.
I mean, was 4%. That was the top pace horse.
The 5?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean, I don't know. The pace number is just out of this world at the moment. Tampa, race 5. The 1 is adding blinkers. I took note of that. I thought this horse was a little bit interesting. Again, though, these races are just very tough, I would say, from a maiden perspective. Maybe we get a price here, to be honest. You have a first-time Stoldy, and the 6 horse is taking some money. How about more drama? I mean, 2%, but EquinEdge long shot. I don't know, man. You have a pace horse. Maybe it's the 10 man at 26-1. They've been winning all day.
What about the 3 moving back to dirt? The system has it at 16% and is currently sitting at 7-1.
Yeah, I mean, this horse. I mean, the problem is just not running. But to your point, it gets back to dirt. Gets off the synthetic, which it should be helpful. Then they went to turf, so they're getting all the way back to this horse's dirt form, which was first much tougher. So I wouldn't be surprised, Oldie. I mean, this is a mess of a race. The 4 horse is 5%. A morning line angle. You don't necessarily need 30-1 in a tournament, but I mean, it's a second time. 0% trainer though, so I mean has 3 tries, pop socks. This is a brutal race.
Yes, but the brutal races are the races that can produce some nice prices.
Yeah, I mean,
anything can happen. I don't think the 10 can hang on. I think it'll stop like it's been doing.
I would not be only surprised to see the 7 horse run an okay race. I don't think this horse can win, but I do think there's a lot of pace for this horse to chase. Maybe that's what it sets up for this 5 or 8. The top EquinEdge picks
both good win percents. The 6 is 5% as a first time starter, but I think with the 1 adding blinkers, it's going to inject a lot of pace in this race. With the 10 is going to have to send from out there. I'm projecting somebody to come off the pace.
Sounds good. I also have a great angle for you guys at or an angle against at Gulfstream at the next race too. I'm going to put you on mute for a second so I can take a quick pit stop here, and I'll be right
You got
back.
it, man. Go for it. Looks like they're loading at Tampa. We're waiting on the 5 and the 10 in this race. I'm projecting we're going to get a price, so I'm going to take my AirPods out so you guys can listen, because I think this is going to be the first price of the day. There's the 9 has a 20 GSR. Is that here? Oh my gosh, it does. That's my special Valentine. That's very low.
A lot of speed here. 5 may be too close to the pace, to be honest. There's the EquinEdge long shot at 38-1. All this speed, though. A horse is probably traveling the. I don't even know at this point. This might be the EquinEdge long shot, man, at 39-1. There's nobody really. Oh, is that the 5? Oh, here comes the 5. But look at that EquinEdge long shot on the inside. Let's see if this horse can keep going. Come on, baby. Go 2. Come on. Keep going. Chalky. Now the 3 gonna hold on.
Throw the jock over the fence.
Did you hear him?
What's up, dude?
Yes, I did.
You called the 3, Oldie. Good call, man.
And I was smart enough to bet that too. The system called the 3. It was showing us that 16% there, and it was sitting at 6-7-1.
I hope so. After getting paid.
Yeah, I mean, and somebody was. It was a great ride. Who wrote the 3 there? Oh, Gallardo. Yeah, the 5 and 8 just never came. The EquinEdge long shot there was, a little bit interesting. All right, let's go to Gulfstream. Race number 5.
So I had a play against angle here for you guys.
Look at Oldie. So the 10 horse was 41% to win. How good is EquinEdge? 41% to win, but morning line was really bad. But then, this is interesting. But look, the morning line for EquinEdge puts this horse still at 6-1. This horse is just getting smashed at the window, though, all the way down to about 2-1. The second EquinEdge pick. Let's hear it, Oldie. What do you got?
Well, neither horse are getting bet, but the 2 Chad Brown first-time starters, I heard this a couple weeks ago, but Chad Brown is 0 for the last 2 years with first-time starters on the Gulfstream turf. So
for real?
That's,
wow.
Yeah.
0 for 2 years. He has not won on a first-time starter on the turf?
On the specifically the Gulfstream turf. And he's like 28% first-time starters on the turf. So, that just tells you how good he is elsewhere. And for some reason, at Gulfstream, his horses don't run as well. Or he selects, like he had a winner at Tampa yesterday, who was a first-time starter. So maybe and I've heard this, he likes the Tampa turf for his well-meant first-time starters.
Well, and we know the Gulfstream turf course is very interesting at the moment, right? I mean,
it's an interesting word.
Yeah, I don't know what. It's just not much. It's not much of a turf course it looked like lately. So I'm not sure what's going
So
on.
the 10 horse had a really rough trip down the stretch last time out. Needed the race. Going to be very difficult to beat the 10.
So Scotty's saying, if you didn't hear him,
the 10's going to be tough. Had a rough trip. This horse has just been knocking on the door. Second start in the U.S. The system loved this horse from a win percent. Gonna have to, obviously, this horse does not have a lot of gate speed, so can't get too far and have to navigate. There's a lot of cheap horses in here, though, and this horse is taking just a ton of money. Big GSR oldie. For whatever reason, the EquinEdge picks up the 3, which is a little bit interesting, but that's the other horse that's taking the money, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so the 3, that's IRAD. I'm sure he had the choice between the Pletcher horse and the 2 Chad Brown horses. And he chose to.
But he's not going to take a Chad Brown first.
Well, he's been on a bunch of them, though. But the horse I think is interesting is the 1 with the big GSR. Has a 3-star work, draws Saez. And I wouldn't be surprised, based on what I'm seeing in the work, if the 2 takes back.
The EquinEdge long shot?
Yeah, it might take back, because it sounds like they were working on rating in that work. The 2 also is going from 50 to 59 to 50, so a 9-point drop in GSR.
Not
sure. You have a 7-point.
Looks like they're at the gate. Oh, do you want to pull up the video?
Sure. Do we want sound on or sound off for this?
Yeah, Chris, it does. I mean,
I'll take my AirPods out again. I'm ready for some booms in the room, man. Like, this is the final day, and it's been a bunch of chalk again. But I'm ready. I do think as Scotty said, the 10 I think is going to be tough here.
Working with Union Trail, 5-1 on Union Trail today. Chad Brown has 2 in here, and neither one enticing the betting fans. 6-1 on Right to Win, Harry Hood, 8-1. So there's 4 yet to come forward. They include Harry Hood, Gypsy Chief, Spiritwood, and Check It Up.
I understand. I'm not sure what that was, y'all, but
ooh, that's the 8. It scared the 6 all the way out of the gate. The 8 reared up and scared the 6 all the way out of the gate.
It looked like, did a horse lunge in the gate?
The 8.
Is that the 8? It must be the 8, Oldie.
Yeah, it's the 8.
Riders off the 8 Interstellar.
That horse is coming down.
There was a lot of groans there. Some people must have had the 8.
The 8 did have a 3-star.
8 has Junior Alvarado riding for Kelly Breen. He's at 27%, which is, 3 for 11, which is obviously is a big price, but I'm guessing that if that horse scratches, this is going to be a big delay because we're going to have to back everybody out.
I hate that. I don't know why they just don't leave it empty like they do in Europe.
So Interstellar, the 8, undergoing a head exam. The 8 is now withdrawn by the order of the stewards acting on vet advice. Take out number 8, Interstellar. The 8 is a late scratch here. Refunds available on Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta Pools, as well as the High Five.
Well,
if you have the 8
You
as
rarely
part of
see a
your
horse
early pick 4,
rare
your
like
early
that
pick
and
5,
not
your
be
tickets will
scratched.
be replaced by the starting favorite. That appears to be the 10, Gypsy Chief, but it could still change, so we'll keep you up to speed there. Again, the 8,
definitely hear
Interstellar, a
drones
late
in the
scratch.
background.
Here's the
there was definitely. So
I'm going to turn
let's
the sound off
jump
on the feed for now.
Yeah, and then we can look at Oaklawn. The two, or I mean, we can look at Oaklawn. The one horse, Fast Lane, Oldie, maiden claimer here. There's a lot of these races today with these maidens. Just some rough maiden races, but the one horse is just a huge chalk horse, right, Oldie? I mean, this horse is currently 2-5 at Oaklawn. Fast Lane continues to drop. Went from a maiden special at Churchill to Oaklawn and just continually drops. Hits a 30 maiden. I'm guessing this is the bottom at, into a 10,000.
Yeah.
This one horse, the five horse as well is dropping out of a maiden 25, but neither one of these horses have run great, but obviously that's a big drop. That's why there's horses taking money. What about Hacker, Oldie? The second win percent horse jumps from 14 to 29%.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that too, but this horse doesn't look like it's run either. And it's dropping to, the horse that's at least a bit interesting is the Joe Sharp horse, the 6, that's currently sitting at 12-1.
Yeah.
Lightly raced.
I mean, the morning line puts this. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say lightly raced. Good price. Decent GSR.
They just took off. There's all these horses, including the 2, 4, 6, 7 going to the lead. The one horse is just kind of tracking behind all of this speed and probably just going to come up the rail, it looks like.
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get there.
Well, I just think
6 doesn't look like he's got much.
Wait.
I don't know that we can.
I think the one's just waiting for the right time to,
I mean, he definitely looks like he has horse.
I don't think we're allowed.
I think he's just going to run it out. The 7 horse trying to run on the inside, but not.
Yeah, I think the 1's gone. The 3, who's the long shot, might get up for second.
5's flying, 10-1, but I think you're right. The 3, EquinEdge long shot, Pikachu.
Pika.
Second. You're right. All right, let's jump back to Gulfstream. They look to be loading again.
Yep.
Nate, good to see you, brother. We are just hanging out here, and final day at NHC. Pretty quiet so far, I will tell you. Not much going on. Not a lot of movement on the top 10 at this point. A lot of people, well, I shouldn't say. Some people firing bullets, others not yet. We've seen people on the leaderboard that haven't really played much. So there's still a lot of racing left, but people are going to have to start finding their plays. But maybe they come soon.
Francis definitely is not as hot. He's 1 for 5 today. Sweet, go get that.
Oh. Good job, Nate. That's awesome, man.
It's a good view. Yeah.
It's like one horse to go in here and doesn't want to go in.
Spirit
12
Wood.
don't want to load. There we go.
Now goes
Fine.
in. We're ready for racing. All set. And they're off. Check to last at the break was Harry Hood. In the
Tenor's
center,
going to
Union
try to
Trail quick
clear.
off the block. Splitting horses is Fearless Soldier.
Oh,
Gypsy Chief gets started. At the
Wow.
rail, Practico's not
That's
far away
tough.
as they run into the first
Wow.
turn. Union Trail alters
Man,
course
good
and
job to
challenged
jockey
outside
not
by
to
Check
fall
It
off
Up.
the 10.
So Check It Up and Union Trail, they kick on as they run around the
Really
first
got
turn from
pushed there.
Practico and Gypsy Chief. They're third and fourth. Fearless Soldier racing in fifth while on a hold, a length and a half in front of My Spirit, who's toward the rail. On his outside is Right to Win, racing about 7 lengths off the speed. A length better than Tiger's Legacy, then Sharp Playboy,
Jockey's trying
and
to
Harry
hold the
Hood's at
10.
the back.
The horse wanted to
Down the
go
back stretch
after
they go. The
that.
opening
Yeah,
quarter was
Buffalo
23 and
fits.
4. The leader is Check It Up
Is
at a
he
big
riding the
price.
10?
Check It Up has the lead by 2. From the outside, that's
a horse
Gypsy
that has
Chief
no
together with
speed,
Union
just
Trail second and third.
asked him
Angled
to
3
rush
wide
the
for a
lead.
clear run is Fearless Soldier from fourth. Saving ground Practico.
The
My
jockey
Spirit
is
works
still-
between them. 3 wide and Right to Win, then back to Tiger's
What's
Legacy
that?
ahead of Harry Hood and Fearless Soldier out. Rather Sharp Playboy. And Spirit Woods at the back. 47 and 4 for the opening half mile. There's a quarter of a mile left to go. Gypsy Chief makes the lead now. Immediately taken on by Fearless Soldier on the outside. Trying to wind it up from the back. That's Right to Win. Then Union Trail. There's an eighth of a mile to go.
Irad's
Fearless
got this.
Soldier out the center of the race course trying to kick on past Gypsy Chief. Check It Up game toward the rail. Final 16th of a mile. Fearless Soldier has the lead and they can't get to him. He's 5-2. He's Fearless Soldier.
10 not going to get there. 3
was
ends up
second.
winning
Gypsy
the race.
10 just won't
Win
pass
for it.
horses. It was-
Really disappointing.
Well, I don't know what to say about that.
I mean, that could move the leaderboard, though,
Hey,
with
bud.
11 finishing second at 50 to
Well,
1.
my iPad, I got the internet up, and so I thought, okay, so I'm trying to sync these computers, like I know.
Yeah,
how to do.
although
I'm gonna
I don't.
FaceTime you.
All I
It's not
heard was
working.
Billy yelling at Irad. I didn't hear anything else. I mean, it is like
So
there's a lot
I
of
don't
people.
think it's an
Leaderboard's
internet issue.
not
I've
showing
heard
up
absolutely.
either. Look, it's blank right now. The
There,
big
can you see
leaderboard.
it? Oh, dude, I pulled it up on mine, but I tried to refresh it. Are you saying? Oh, there we go. No, it's showing up.
Okay, on mine, it's not.
Can you
It's
see it?
showing up blank. Yeah.
You there? Bless you, babe. You there, Brad? There you are. Okay.
Steven
So look,
moved
I always
up.
come here,
Not much. I mean, about
click on
$5.
Click on
There are definitely
display
some people moving. It
preferences.
looks like. Let's jump
Yeah.
down here because a little
Here,
bit
remember-
easier to
oh,
see, to
now
be
it's
honest.
working.
Because
Richards too.
so
Okay, I
let's
don't know- I don't know
sort
why.
to the top
Oh, no, it's
50
not
right
working.
now and see
I didn't click on Richards
if
to
anybody has really moved much. So Francis still
See,
leading.
it's
Paul's
giving me
in
this.
second. Not a lot of movement,
Connection with
obviously, in the
iPad,
top
device is
10.
timed out.
There's just not a lot of movement in general, I
Right.
guess, if I'm
Okay,
looking
I'm
at
gonna
this
hardwire
correctly.
it right now.
Optional play.
All of the, you can see most of these
I had unhooked
people
it up,
have played quite a number of optional races, to be honest. It looks like Laurel's about to go if we want to watch that one, Oldie.
Yeah, let's go for
Maybe
it.
come back to the
I
leaderboard.
Yeah, so it's
I
giving
like
that
the
again.
3 a little bit at
I
Laurel.
don't know. Yeah.
It's a big
I
field
restarted
at
it. I don't
Laurel.
see any update
Wow.
that I can see of.
Number 3,
I think
Fearless
it-
Soldier was the winner. Number 11, Check It Up was second.
Yeah.
Number 10, Gypsy
Sounds
Chief
up.
was
I'm
third.
on
Number
that.
7, Right to Win was fourth. Number 5, Union
Yeah.
Trail
Okay.
finished fifth.
So on this computer, the
What,
only thing
what
I,
about the 8 for the love
I
of
see
country?
is an update here, system preferences.
Has a
There's
win
an
over
update on
58.
software update,
Against
A big
but this
price.
says upgrade. It doesn't say
Was a
upgrade.
reclaim.
and Ghostlighter.
Who is the favorite? The 9? I mean, it's a marginal favorite. So,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah,
On
three.
the-
you could
on
get
the
a good price
iPad?
here.
Okay.
Plummet on the outside, going to gun out for early speed. As also, yes, sir, Robert, and Ace 9-9 are right there to the turn run. So it's going to be yes, sir, Robert, Ace 9.
The 9, the favorite, really got hung out wide.
Right off the top here now. And the inside next is Super Catch, who's racing along in fourth. And up against
Hold on
the
one
trail
second.
in between horses in fifth. And it's a gap of 3 more lengths for Love of Country is next in line as they make that turn past the 6.5 for
2
one
horses
now. And
just
Okay, what now?
flying on the
He's
lead.
passing it up.
I mean, he went
Racing back in
22
the back
and
as well, and Ghost
4?
Lighter
Can't really
walk away
see,
Joe,
sorry.
Yeah.
trailing the field. But
A little bit
fiery
over
pace up
4,
front
but
from
yeah,
yes,
22
sir,
and 4.
Robert is going for it up front with a 5, 5.5, almost 6-length lead from Ace 9-9 in second, and Plummet on the outside.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Super Catch down to the inside, up against it. Some
Come on, 3.
I don't know if anybody can catch this horse. You can run them off
Where
their
do I go?
feet.
Up Country, ridden along as can't pass it up. Same for Walkaway Joe, trying to improve from the back of the pack, but still plenty to do. And Ghost Lighter tails off last position into the far turn run. Yes, sir, Robert is the leader.
No, they're
But
catching.
Plummet's making progress.
That one or this-
second,
this
and
one?
Clubman on the move on the outside. Here comes Clubman with a nice throw
Okay.
on ahead.
The 4 is flying at 5-1.
Yes, sir, Robert went way too fast.
Click on
You're-
your network
the
or
7
network
is
up?
coming.
With a chance. And 2
The 4 is just
Walkaway
gonna
Joe
run
is
right
firing
around
with an
them.
action out wide. They turn for home.
There's the
Clubman.
5,
Clubman
the
opens
7.
up. Clubman now
This
from
looks like
Plummet by
for
almost 3
Clubman.
lengths up against it. Walkaway Joe on the far outside. And
Come on,
trying to
7.
pick up the gear there is Super Cash down to the inside. They're tiring.
Let's
and
get those
can't
chalky
pass it up.
horses out
Down
of
to the
there.
last furlong, it's Clubman and all Clubman now. Clubman pouring by 5, by 6. Clubman and the X-Man. Clubman solid in victory.
Okay.
Clubman does it by 6 or 7 from Walkaway Joe. Then Plummet was third, up against
Yeah.
the 4th. Can't pass it up, finish 5th.
Well, I mean, Oldie,
It
there's
works. I
nobody.
don't know
If
why
I'm
we didn't
following
do
this,
anything. Like, so
the,
there's something, why it works. I
nothing's
don't
like
know.
really
Why would it work?
changing.
We
I
didn't
don't
do
really
anything.
understand.
Maybe this previous position isn't really accurate.
The one thing I would say, Oldie, though, is
Paul has
Yeah.
only played 3 plays so far in second place, so
So,
very
I don't know how
dangerous
much.
right now.
I don't
This
know what you're
could be
seeing with
great-
live odds.
Great gas. I don't even remember this
Because
name
it's been,
on there.
we've
But
had internet issues as well, so it could be something on this end.
4
I don't
plays.
know. But are you,
So this
seeing,
next
are you
race-
seeing any issues at all on live odds?
Mike,
next race
your
it-
Russo. Go ahead, Oldie. Go ahead.
What? Sorry, I was hearing Scotty a lot there. This next race at Aqueduct I thought was really interesting because there's a ton
what
of
was
speed
that?
here and there's not really anybody who can rate.
So you have a big favorite in Icy Stare Down in the 1 and the 3. Brisky Frolic, the EquinEdge long shot. Yeah, I
So
mean,
is that something? But you don't want to have to manually. Is that something that you can?
the
permanently
3
fix? So
horses
in
is
that
coming
same
from much
scenario
tougher
that you
races,
can
it
fix?
looks like.
Yeah. So I'm playing this as a 3, 5, 6 exacta box. Figuring the other horses that need the lead. The 3 is just going to be too classy for them and they're going to stop.
So Francis is betting right now. I believe that is him.
Because the camera is on him to my left. Yes, and he just walked away from the machine and the camera was directly in his face.
Man, he's just probably like, "What is happening?"
He's I didn't realize. I mean, that is definitely him. The camera's following him. He's sitting actually fairly close to the booth. He's wandering a ways back there, but
We should put a yellow jersey on these guys like it's the Tour de
He-
France. Don't you think?
he's about 5'6".
Yeah, he's about 5 to 6
Tables off me.
There's a lot of. I mean, Oldie, is the 3 going to hold on here?
I think
It looks
so.
like the 6, the EquinEdge long shot's coming. I
or
don't
the
think.
4.
Is he going to get
I
there?
think the 4 is going to win. 4 is going to win.
EquinEdge long shot.
No,
Oh,
4.
gets second. Yeah, the EquinEdge long shot got second.
4 just had a longer neck than the 6.
I don't believe Francis Oldie was playing the Aqueduct race because he was not in a big hurry, but he definitely put in a bet.
It's probably Tampa then.
Yeah, it could be. There's definitely another leader that's fairly close to the table here as well. It looks like because the cameraman is definitely kind of hanging around the area.
I like my idea of putting a Tour de France jersey on them. The leader.
It'd be good, man. All right, look at Oldie. Mike Yaruso has not even played a play yet today in 59th place, so he's definitely waiting. Jim Meeks has only played 2, so he's got a lot of bullets left. There's Kara Caruso. That must be Mike's wife or daughter playing there. And there's Christy Oldie. She's just sitting at $170. Only one play. So there's a limited number of players here, Oldie, that have a big chance. And I guess I would say kudos to these people, Oldie, because we have not seen really much of any excitement so far. And they were able to read the card, I guess, fairly well and just not play any bombs yet. And, they're going to need them, at the moment, right? If we get back to the leaderboard here, to get into the top 10, you're looking at $250 right now, it looks like, Oldie. Yep, there we go. So, and many of these people, I mean, look at James Pauly. I mean, he could be in trouble here with, he only got one race left. And he's on the bubble at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's the way I was seeing it too, is that a lot of those guys towards the, I mean, look, the 6, the guy in 6th place moved up 8 places. So he was out of the final table and he just hit something that put him up on the leaderboard into 6th place.
Well, I wonder if he hit that 11 at Gulfstream, maybe, or we definitely had a few mid prices. So
and there's a huge favorite at Tampa. So if you can beat that favorite here.
Yeah, big pace figure here on the turf. I mean, Oldie, this horse has won 12 of 25 races, sprinting 5 furlongs on the turf for Chessmaster. Won a 68 last out on the lead. Well, I don't know. I guess here, I don't know what happened. 3 back. Well, it went 2 turns. That was probably the problem. And now they've decided that they should have not tried that and keep the horse at 5 furlongs. For whatever reason, they tried to run this horse at 8 furlongs.
Yeah, I mean, there are other horses that have the class here, like the 1 who's currently at 6-1 has a win against.
What about the 3, Oldie?
On the dirt?
Yeah.
I think
what about the 3 horse though?
I'm looking at the 3. It beat 66s at 5 furlong on the turf at Delaware. Looks like it's working pretty well. Can rate a little bit, so might sit there and pressure if the 2 can't clear.
Yeah, or even if the 2 clears. I mean, this horse, I mean, it definitely has run really well, but it also, it's tactical, it's run well, but it also has not run at times. Yeah. Didn't run here in a 70, didn't run in a 66 here when it didn't get the lead. So I think to your point, but it is, it has also rated off the pace. So a little bit interesting. It looks like they're loading, but I'll be curious if the 3 horse here, Oldie, ends up, being a player. 9-5 on the morning line and is the top EquinEdge pick.
No, that one's interesting. Definitely interesting to me. I think the 8's faster than the system's giving it credit for, as well. And looking at the 8, the 5 furlong GSR is bad, but if you look at the 6, 6.5, 5.5, it's not half bad. So this horse can sprint on the turf and is fast.
Curious on Chessmaster, when this horse is on the inside, I don't trust this horse. Not at 1-2.
Neither.
Man. We'll see here in a minute. The 3 horse is not wanting to load, so that's never a good thing. I mean, had to open the gate. The jockey's off. They're pushing the horse in the gate.
And for a horse that's raced that many times, it shouldn't be having this kind of gate trouble. I should screenshot the track trend stat that they have on the Gulfstream feed right now.
I see that. Is that on the? I can see the track trends on there.
That's Roots on the Tapita. Like I said, the 8 was faster than the system.
The 8, they're not going to let the 2. I mean, the 2 still.
Right, but the 2's got.
8's just not quick enough. I mean, it's definitely putting pressure, but.
I mean, they're going 20.97.
8 is really pressuring. I mean, they went under 21. Wow.
Come on.
Here comes the 3. I mean, this horse is just going to sit the trip, maybe?
Or the 1.
Somebody got the 8 at 18-1, but here comes the 3. 3. Come on, 3. Oh, this 8 bomber.
Come on, 8. Boom. Boom.
Oh.
Just so you know, I played not a lot there, but I played $2 win place show on the 8th.
First excitement of the day, Oldie. I don't know if you could hear that, but it was definitely a table over to the left. They definitely had the 8 horse.
Yes, I did hear that. And I'm giving them a boom because that's a small boom for me. I didn't throw a lot there because I thought it was possible, but I thought it was more likely that the 2 stumbled out of the gate or something like that, and the 8 got an easy lead there, then the 8 would actually be able to pass. But look at the fractions.
I mean,
too,
the rate
for the half.
43.53, man. It's pretty amazing that the 8 was able to win there, but put all that pressure on the 2 horse. We talked about that, and Oldie, you said the 8 was going to show more speed, and I mean, the 2 just absolutely stopped, and that's a nice exacta as well.
It's the oldie pick plus the Justin pick in the exacta.
I know, right? We did that yesterday too. That's gonna. I would assume that pays close to 60-1.
I would say at least that.
We will.
We'll have to see what's going on here. I mean, people are going to need to make some plays, and whoever hit that horse, I mean, nearly got 20-1. I mean, gets 18-1.
You had that?
Nice, man. Good job.
Who had that?
Anthony. What's his last name?
Nice.
I'm not sure if his last name.
His
dad are fantastic.
Yeah, he plays with his dad. I can't remember. I can't remember their last name.
Believe it or not, it wasn't him that started. His dad is the one that used EquinEdge first.
Oh, Scotty was saying his dad started using EquinEdge, but I was talking to him, Oldie. There's definitely a lot of people are getting up to play a race. I have no idea what, but I guess people are getting lunch too. But I was talking to him yesterday, and he was telling me about how he plays stable duel quite a bit, and finding the value on the morning line has been huge for some of those tournaments. So 113-1, Michael. Oh my goodness, oldie.
Nice.
That's incredible. That really is. Are we really? We have like a little gap here. Fairgrounds or Oakland? Nothing going on.
Another big pace horse at Fairgrounds. Yeah. Today's the day for the pace number.
Yeah, right. It's so many pace horses. Another maiden race. So Bayou Beauty, State Bred, right? Ron for show. This horse has been racing a maiden special, but much tougher, oldie, right? I mean, a 58, that's just out of this world. And then a 52, but for whatever reason, this is only showing up as a 46 today. And then you have a horse like Calling. I thought this horse must have scratched recently. I thought I remember seeing this horse when I was handicapping, but I didn't race. So go ahead.
We're getting close to the end here of the semifinals too. So we have
So here let's look at that real quick, oldie. So we have a good break. So they go to race 5 at Aqueduct. It's going to be about 12:40, so 30 minutes. So you are right. How many races we have left?
We have I have a schedule from that Brad made me actually.
About 30 minutes.
So, but he
finals.
made for some other people, but he handed me.
And
so we have, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So one at
7.
Aqueduct.
We have 8 races left.
Okay. Yeah. So there's definitely a lot more movement. I would say. I mean, people are making plays all of a sudden. Is what's happening. People are getting up and eating as well. But I will tell you, like, the most movement I've seen all day. Definitely. So makes sense, right? We saw some people that just had not made any plays really. So let's see if we got an update. That was about a $50+ winner, Oli, with win and place on that 8 horse.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I played that. It pretty much tournament style.
I like it, man.
Yeah.
And of course, it has
that leaderboard is
Robert is 51st. Robert Mack.
And what about John?
Oh, is the race not?
Those people have to go to
Isn't it official? Right? I'm assuming it's official.
Have to.
I'm trying to find it.
It is official, but and they show the payouts, but sometimes this happens, and this might affect the leaderboard too. There's must be a tote problem because they haven't sent it. At least to the ADWs, because I'm looking here and it's not showing the results. It's just showing betting is closed for this race.
Interesting.
And I know there was a problem with the Laurel tote earlier too, so maybe there's some kind of maybe it's their turn to have technical issues in St. Mars.
So, Oldie, we definitely, I don't know if that was because of the 8 horse, but look what just happened. We had somebody jumped all the way from 42nd into 6th. So I'm assuming that was from the 8 horse. And George Novick also. So Joseph Paesi gained 36 spots. And at the same time, George Novick gained 40 spots. So the thing is this says this is as of 12:08, but I got to imagine that it's from the 8 horse. Let's see if anybody else. We can do 100 at a time. So, there's somebody else. William Holmes jumped from 40 spots from 53 to 13. Stephen Wolfson jumped from 61. So these people jumped 40 spots. I'm guessing Oldie, you know, you can see a bunch of them. I'm guessing that was the 8 horse.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge play. And
Yeah,
guess
and then
what? There's
all of these
another
people must.
huge. Gulfstream's got another huge pace number, but it's on the synthetic.
Yeah.
And we just saw that track chat. Give the Russo off the claim on 6.
I saw this race, Oldie. I thought that the JP Hellish might be vulnerable here. Like this, JP Hellish has wired the field on the synthetic though. You can see that here in a mile 70, in a 60. You know, this is taking JP Hellish taking a drop here.
But let's also point out that was with Russo as the trainer. Or actually, both times were with wiring was with Russo as the trainer. So since that horse has moved barns a couple of times.
15%. Second EquinEdge pick.
I mean, I don't know if JP Hellish is the same horse. You're gonna have Rosario on the lead, man. I mean,
Kind of surprised. Now you want to look at the other horses to see are they vulnerable. The one vulnerable.
I mean, what about? I mean, the 3 is probably a little bit interesting, I would guess.
Uncle Armando, right? I mean, this horse is going to come off the pace for Safi, right? Zayas Rides has ridden here before. The problem is this horse. I mean, that was a 46 oldie that the 3 horse won. So,
well, the ones had 7 wins. So the only negative for me with that horse is
advanced cash here.
Barely hung on,
the 6 horse did rate last out in a 52.
Like the one that's won 7 races.
Yeah, I was a little interested in that horse, and his dad on the board and his 15%.
This is all about the one. If the one's vulnerable.
What about the Mar though? Look at the Mar. The Mar Oldie has a first, a second, and a third as the EquinEdge long shot, and is 13%. I mean, won't this horse likely get up? I mean, it's at the board 3 out of 4 times. If you go back here, it's a 44. But then look, I mean, this horse has improved. JP Hellish. I mean, you know, they always come off the pace, right? And
7 horses.
Rios Rides is only 6%, but
only 1 win. But this is like that. So
I mean, it's climbing up in class. I mean, you can see, you know, maiden optional claims, but then, you know, is improving here though. I mean,
I would wait. Yeah,
gets to 8.5 may help with the extra, you know, a little bit of time,
you know, versus a mile 70. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I think the 4 is a little bit interesting,
but still.
Yeah,
and I just realized I wasn't sharing my right tab.
I did notice that too. But
at least the video was up, so that's a good thing.
The good thing is that many people in the audience use E, so they were able to follow along.
I don't know. I just feel like. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I played a 1-4-6 exacta box.
I just feel like JP Hellish is gonna. I don't. This horse has wired on the Tapita, but I don't know. I think when you look here,
I mean, the horse has an 80. The 6. I think this horse is going to put at least some amount of pressure. I mean, this horse has
last out tried to rate and did and won. So why would it not do that again today? Like, I would assume the 6, and if they go anywhere fast, it's going to set up just as always does for a horse to come off the pace.
Yep. One more horse to go in.
And they're off. From the rail, JP Hellish comes out firing. Advanced Cash moves to take second from Bad Bobby and Uncle Armando. They're a length and a half in front of the Bar, who's racing together with Super Cohiba, and the trailer is Backchat. Into the clubhouse turn to go. Joel Rosario, JP Hellish off the lead, a length and a half. Bad Bobby is second. Advanced Cash is now racing in third. These top three have now put 4 lengths on Uncle Armando, who races from fourth. Then it's the Mar ahead of Super Cohiba, and Backchat is still at the back.
Joel Rosario
Run to the backstretch. The opening quarter was pretty lively here. 23-3. With the advantage, it's JP Hellish, a length and a half. Bad Bobby is there second.
I think
the
it's
outside,
too fast,
it's Advanced Cash
man.
now, third, a gap of 3. The Mar moves up inside of Uncle Armando. Still on the
You
outside.
gotta go 20, 24 and a half, 25 to wire on.
Make their way to the final half mile of the
I mean, this
contest.
horse,
It went 47 seconds flat for the
There's
opening
the
half mile.
EquinEdge long shot,
And
man.
with the lead,
I think Joel
JP
went too
Hellish
fast.
on
He
top
just went
by
47.
Bad Bobby second. Third is Advanced Cash. Fourth is the Mar. Driven up on the outside, Super Cohiba starts to get underway, passing Uncle Armando, and Backchat is last. Around the far turn at the 5/16. JP
I don't know what
Hellish
he's
has
doing,
the lead.
but
He has a host of pursuers
about
on
to
the
get
far
engulfed
outside.
by
Emma
the whole
Jane hard at
field.
work with Super Cohiba, but he's gaining good ground. Backchat and
looks
Sonny
like the
Leone,
two-
blue
the
blinkers
two-
on his back as they reach the top of the stretch. On the outside,
He's
Super
gonna try to-
Cohiba
he
rallies
ran way
forward
too
to take
fast,
the
man. You
lead.
can't
To
do
the
that.
attack
I'm
is
not gonna do
Backchat back to third. JP Hellish, she went too fast. Eighth of a mile to go. Super Cohiba. Emma Jane still hard at work, but now he's clear. Second is Backchat. Uncle Armando into third. Super Cohiba is in front. Backchat is second. Uncle Armando is third. Advanced Cash is fourth.
Sounds like a popular play. There, the room
Yeah,
sounded
there
pretty
was
excited.
people right in front of us that had the two. Yeah, I mean, look, both these horses coming off the speed, and the 4 didn't run, but the 2 horse, 2 wins and 7 tries. He went 47 on the Tapita on the front end, man. That's what's going to happen.
Do you want to
right,
take a
we're
look
out
at
to
Laurel?
Laurel.
We got Laurel coming right up as well.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, it's not.
So that was the last at Gulfstream, right?
Yep. No, there's one more. Gulfstream 7 is the last of the first
Oakland.
round, and then we actually.
Something's going on at Oakland.
Yeah, they must have just went off.
I think the 1 horse won.
At 6-1. And you have Fairgrounds that also went at the same time. And the 3-1 at 6-1. And we have coming up.
There's been a.
I was just going to give you what's coming up.
There's been a lot of movement, Oldie, on some of these. I think we're going to see additional movement here in a minute. And a lot of people had that 2 horse. So, all right, what do we want to look at? Laurel, race 7.
We got Laurel. We got Aqueduct, both going pretty much now. And then San Anita coming up.
Yeah, they're coming out on the track.
2 horse Rusty's. I don't even know.
Rusty's G550.
Yeah, that seems right.
The 2 horse, going to show speed. The 3 horse probably going to show speed. Look at the 5 horse is the chalk here, Oldie, coming off the pace.
Yeah.
Look at the 3 horse has won 5 out of 8 times.
That's a good looking Scott. Granted, it's coming up in class.
Somebody like the 2.
It's coming up in class, but that's a good looking Scotty long shot there, or E long shot.
Yeah, has 5 wins and 8 tries at 8.5 furlongs on the dirt. So I think to your point, this horse there's somebody running to make a pick. But this horse definitely is likes 8.5 on the dirt. So looks like they're loaded.
4 is a little interesting to me too, with the back class.
Yeah.
5's way closer to the pace than I thought. Going pretty fast.
Jefferson and Remembering Wilbur Racing as a team. They have 7 lengths to make up now. Back in the pack, Dale Man's a flyer and Badger 2 for the outside. Heading off the far turn, 11 lengths front to back. It is Dalitza Vita, Rusty G550, Franklin's EquinEdge. Now as for Wilbur runs for third. 2 more lengths in Royal Leader. To take the third position. Back to Mr. Jefferson and Remembering Wilbur. They have 6 or 7 to make up with 3 furlongs left to go. Franklin is now pitting toward the front. Franklin takes the lead from Dalitza Vita.
Big price coming in the one horse. I don't think the horse is gonna win, but
obviously second to last.
5 horse is a shot.
Franklin turns for home. Franklin pouring it on, opening up 3 now for Dalitza Vita and Royal.
Well, they're only left with blinkers, so we're going to try Gilman first.
G550's up every game. I think Frankie says a little bit of a playboy. And it is Franklin in front by 3. Dalitza Vita trying hard.
3's coming back.
Dalitza Vita's coming back. And so too Rusty G550. Franklin desperate for the Laurel line. Here's the
Wow!
I think we 2 got there.
Searched at Franklin, very close. Dalitza Vita, then Mr. Jefferson, and Mailman's a flyer.
Because they're used to having a little cut in the ground.
Oldie, that was wild, brother. Did you
I think
see
we
that?
got there. Yeah.
Who won?
I think it did. I think it did too. I thought the 3 was going to get there. The 5 horse just absolutely stopped. Good job, Tony. The times on the.
Huh?
Hey.
Wow. Was
Rusty's
that the 2 only?
G550 first. 5, Franklin second. 3, Dalitza Vita third. For Mr.
Yeah. We got Aqueduct and San Diego.
And then I think there's one more Gulfstream race, if I remember correct. I think that's the last one.
Yeah. Sounds right.
These are just like fast, man.
And then there's a break. Aqueduct's off.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have to stop. I'm too aggressive. I'm really aggressive.
So
She's always telling me.
Francis drops down to second, was overtaken for the lead the first time in many days.
Good play by Paul there. He's got about a $9 lead now.
gonna do a picture and model her with the hat, with a real video. Like this one's thinner, and then you see the material.
Looks like Aqueduct's going to play pretty chalky.
Yeah, that would be more for a woman. I would never wear that thing.
You have the top
That
three
does.
horses in the betting running for second and third right now.
All right, you too. Okay.
And nobody really coming.
Make sure I ping you if I have any.
Please.
The 7 horse is rolling here. We're gonna have to sustain the run.
I think the 6 is going to win at 5-2. Which doesn't do much for anybody.
They're not gonna get there.
You want to go eat?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got it.
Another big pace horse at San Anita.
Well,
You're muted. And I should have been the one muted. I agree. Aztec. I like the one as well. Top pace horse there. We got to get Justin unmuted though.
I was on mute. I was trying to say,
I think we have so we have Tampa, Gulfstream, and Santa Anita, right?
Right, and San Anita is going to be next.
Oh, I can't hear you. Hold on. Hold on, Oli.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
the one. Okay, can you hear me now? You're muted again.
What about now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Paul Callier, as of the second, has 2 entries in the top 10. Currently has 2 others.
Waiting on Justin here. I don't know if he can hear me, but I'm going to pull up the San Anita race because it's going in. I like the 5, who's your top. I'm sorry, the 1 who's the top pace horse here. Moving from routing to sprint. Sprint to route, I mean. E second choice, 28%. So top on second on the win line, top GSR.
Precision strike, taking up his position. Surfer fair to the outside.
Movement from Ziwa Tanejo.
Movement from Ziwa Tanejo.
And they're off. Ziwa Tanejo comes out smoothly, phosphorescence, and Storm the Night in between.
One did not get an easy lead,
Also
though.
up in the mix, as is Palm Seas, who settles now about 3 lengths off the lead. Then comes Sconks, who races on the outside of Precision Strike, Surfer Fair, and Maltese Falcon is at the back of the field. It's Phosphorescence, the leader narrowly. Storm the Night in between, and 3 wide Ziwa Tanejo is in
They're going
third.
really fast.
A gap of 4 or 5 back to Calm Sea, who's followed by Raji. Behind Raji at the rail comes Precision Strike, who's racing about 15 lengths off the pace. Sconks is in the clear just outside of him. Another length and a half to Surfer Fair, and Maltese Falcon is at the back. They run past the half-mile pole with Phosphorescence the leader. Just a neck, though, with Storm the Night pressing second. Ziwatanejo 2 off the pace in third.
That 5 horse
Raji
will be running really well.
Down on the inside, Precision Strike. Maltese Falcon is trying to
Definitely a lot of people paying attention.
7-2. That
Heading
7's
toward the
loaded.
quarter pole, Phosphorescence narrowly. Storm the Night is in second. Then Calm Sea angling out. On the far side, Stock goes like 7 wide into the stretch. In the meantime, Precision Strike is looking forward down at the rail, trying to lay out Calm Sea. Phosphorescence.
7 is rolling.
Phosphorescence not done.
He doesn't want to pass.
I think the
though.
1 definitely bumped the 7 there to stop that, but we'll have to see if there's an inquiry.
Phosphorescence proves best, turning away all challenges.
I mean, that was a 46.
Not a lot of people had the 1 horse, I will tell you that. Wow.
Maltese Faction and
That was your E second choice, second win
Wow.
percentage, top pace. Can you hear me, Justin? Can you hear me okay,
All right.
Justin?
Yeah, I can now. Sorry. It I don't know. I think because it was so loud in here, but people are going up to make final plays there. I mean, I don't think a lot of people had
that 1 horse. I mean, people were cheering for, I think, the 4. There's a lot of people that sound like the 4, but so Tampa race 7, Gulfstream race 7, I think are our last 2 races. I'm almost positive. So we have 2 races left. This is a bottom level claimer oldie with 2 horses. I had notes here. The 5 and 6, burning money. Was it the 6? Yeah, the 6 horses burn money. The 5 horse, 48%. This horse was burning a lot of money. Look at the EquinEdge morning line on I'm Money. I thought was a little bit just interesting. I didn't take a long look at this horse, but if you need a price, was interesting. Bam Bam Blue is the EquinEdge long shot oldie and is absolutely getting kind of crushed at the windows, 3-1.
I want to say
it looks like there's a lot of speed
maybe
here.
10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, which is, maybe the 5 horse gets up. I mean, these are the races, though. I mean, you look at the records on some of these horses. I mean, you have an 11-time winner in the 9. The 5 horse has the least amount of wins, only at 3. But at the same time, right? Look at that Solarge, though. I mean, this thing is wide open, in my opinion. I can't take a 48%. As for Bodie, this horse just continually doesn't want to win. I mean, look at all those second places, oldie. And then at times it's the favorite at this specific kind of class.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see what happens, but
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe
I was going to tell you to take the 1.
maybe the 2, the 9.
You had to bet the 1. Look at the speed and the 28%.
I love hearing Scotty in the background, actually, like teaching a class.
Race 7
It's amazing.
Tampa? Huh? Oh, gold. That's the last one.
Like a
so
master
good,
class
man.
back there. It's awesome.
You
Yeah.
need to go see where you're at. Let me know.
I don't-
Definitely. Go ahead, Oli.
I said I don't really know where to go in this race other than to follow maybe the 4 as the second E pick and the second in win percentage with 3 wins in 5 tries at the distance and tied for top GSR.
I mean, gets I don't know who this is, Jeremy Alicia. I'm guessing that is an apprentice based on that weight break. That would be an apprentice. So, yeah, I mean, that horse, I have no idea in this race, man. Absolutely zero idea. They are loading. So I'm going to take my AirPods out again, though, oldie, because I think most people are playing. I think a lot of people are playing these last 2 races.
Sounds good.
You like the 3, Tony?
I mean, it is the pace. I mean, that horse is going to have to get a flyer, though.
By the way, Paul's been on fire. His last 3 optionals he's hit. He's now up to 326. And we're loading in the gate here. I think we have 1 horse to go. I think
yeah, Tony, it really has.
I think they're
it was
just gonna
like
go
that
super
yesterday
fast.
too.
By how far? What's the margin?
What did we say here? The
So who's the top? 44?
is not going to win because the 4 just was
no.
pulled up.
Gotcha. 113.
But I wouldn't mind using it in the top 10.
I think you might get a bomb here.
Top 20, $10,000.
$15. That 5 is live.
On
You need a
6.
bigger price. I don't like the EquinEdge long shot at all.
Okay.
You know why? Paco's on a very fast horse. He's going to send. So many horses need the lead. 9-1. It seems a little
5.
class challenge, right? If you look, it's only done. But
It's the 5, everybody.
Dude, they were flying, man. I mean, with 45, that's pretty wild. They were like just out there.
You know who I take the chance on? I think the
Gulfstream race 7. I mean,
the top EquinEdge pick. Do you hate it or?
Similar layout to this race where it's all speed.
And it's tactical. That's the 2 horse.
At Gulfstream.
You don't have a lot of options, but it's 10-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
If you do the math on the 5 horse winning,
if I remember correctly, Oldie, you want to sit just off the pace going 1 churn. You don't really want to be.
Yeah, go get him.
You don't want to be on the lead flying on this speeded horse going 1 churn. I think you want to be, anywhere between the 3 and 6 posts and sitting just a beautiful trip. In my mind, the 6 is probably going to get a good trip. Charmed. I would assume that Super Success, the 5 horse, is live. I mean, maybe even Cotton. These horses are going to sit off the speed. I mean, shit, man. Maybe Be by the Sea is just a bomber at 6%. But that's my guess.
This is going to be one of those horses sitting mid-pack in the middle of the course.
Well, I will tell you the 1 can rate and is beaten better than this.
Yeah, I mean, Vasquez, right, gets off of
the 3 horse to ride the 1, so that makes sense. I mean, he hits at 23% for
2 horse has a better chance with the extra distance. Chance to.
Yeah, Scotty's saying that EquinEdge picked the 4
too.
Survivor, which I mean, you're getting 9-1 on that horse, which is wild when you have the Messiahs.
Gives the horse a chance to breathe.
I mean, class-wise, that horse seems a little lesser than the 1.
It's great, huh?
In fact, did they face each other on 12-8? No, they did not. The 1
the
also
1
has
was.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
huge works.
Yeah, exactly.
Uncle B, a 9-year-old gelding, Oldie, and Uncle B.
No,
I mean, you're definitely getting a jock upgrade. I mean, I prefer Vasquez over Jaramillo, but they're about the same percentage jockeys. So, The 8 has monster works, Chris, on the Tapeta. I mean, the horse is taking a bunch of money, so it's not surprising. I mean, my concern is the horse is only 2% to win. You know, at the same time, it's never been on the Tapeta, and you have a GSR drop of 13 points. So my concern would be this horse may not want the Tapeta.
Well, and I just looked at the workout report, and the 8's works, even though they're huge, are 2-star works.
You know, so you can market to those people that are watching.
Meaning the horse is probably being asked a lot to do that.
Yeah, I think you were torn between the 5 and 8. They it looks like
Yeah, they're circling around still. But you know, I looked at the report, and there's a really strong report on the 5. So that's where I think I'm landing.
yeah, I could see it. I mean, that's where I see it. 3, 4, 5. 5 is 28%. Is that the top win percent? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Has Gaffleone riding. I would assume he's going to just sit off the pace for super success. I mean, last out in a 62 was tougher and finished second in a 6-horse field. Before that, was able to just sit off the pace coming out of Woodbine in a 58 and win by 2.5 lengths. So I could see it for sure, Oldie. I mean, he's going to give this horse probably a really good trip. He rides back here. He rode last out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think this, and I think Gaff and Abreu win at a pretty high percentage together, if my memory serves me correctly.
17%, it looks like, yeah.
No, first time.
But yeah, the price on the 2 is hard to pass up if you need that money on a in a tournament.
Yeah,
right
if you need a 10-to-1 shot, I mean, it's a top EquinEdge pick. I mean, and you get Louis. I mean, he's going to try to sit the trip too, I would assume. You know, I mean, he did last year for Elizabeth Dobles before Delgado got the claim. And, you know, this horse is not up for a tag. So Delgado has moved this horse up. You know, it could run well. I mean, Saez gets on, you're getting a jockey upgrade, obviously, over Chantel. So
I think 15.
It looks like they're entering the Tapeta. Do we want to take one more look at the leaderboard before?
yeah, I can. Here it is. So Francis gives up first place to Paul Kalia. Paul also, Oldie, look at this. So at the moment, you have 2 players that have both their entries in the final table.
Paul has first and 8th, and Stephen Wells with the dual tickets
is in 5th place, tied, so he's in 5th and 6th place. He has a race to go. Let's see. You know, there's going to be quite a few players here. You know, Greg Gass has a play here at Gulfstream, so he's going to be playing a horse to, you know, he doesn't have to go very much. I mean, he's got to find about an 8, you know, I don't know, 4-to-1 shot. I mean, it's going to be very interesting on who ends up. There's a lot of people that are within striking distance of this final table to knock out, you know, on some of these people that are in the last few spots.
Yeah, and I noticed that the guy who was alive for a $1 million bonus looks like he's going to miss, and that's his second entry. His first entry was further down the list. It's the Jordan guy, Jordan Jane, I think it is.
Oh, right here, yeah, 23rd. He's done, so
yeah. He has a first entry that was top 50 earlier in the day, but I don't know where it is now.
It's going to be, these people down here are going to need a bomber. You know, these people are
you know, they're $30 to $40 off the lead. You know,
They
a
need
lot
a
of those
bomber
other
and to
people
hope that the person in 9th or 10th doesn't have that horse.
That is true. Correct. Although you would assume that the people who, were, you know, up here on the final table, some of these may be just looking for, you know, that 3 to 4 to 1 price to be able to just pick up some more money. So it's going to be interesting for sure. A lot of people with a final play. They are approaching the gate, maybe, Oldie. I'm trying to. Oh, there they are. Not quite.
John Cozart, who's an Equinedge customer, he's got a shot. He needs probably about 30 points, but he has a chance. Christie's out of it.
Oh, there is John Cozart right there. He's 32nd, so
got a shot.
221. He's gonna have to get, you know,
he's gonna have to get about a 15 to 1 shot.
Maybe, yeah, at least. So
who would he be playing? Who would he be going after? I mean, I imagine there's only a couple of selections here. I mean, he's got to take he might be taking the 7.
Yeah, the 7's 17%.
12 to 1. I think if the 7 won and he chose that, he could get there.
I mean, that's probably his. I mean, 17%, good GSR, 1 for 1. This is probably a play for some people. This horse, the problem is this horse. I don't know if this horse can rate. This horse might need the lead. Yes, Chris, this is the last race for the semifinals.
Good luck, Marco.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, Bill, that have a play here. I mean,
going up,
looking at the leaderboard.
It's going to be really interesting.
All right.
Psychedelic Shack. And the late pick 4. There, Remigate. And they're off. Picture perfect beginning. From the rail, Uncle B comes out firing and looks for the early lead. Moving up on the outside, here's speed from Charm. Wider out in Psychedelic Shack. Trying to split horses is Forest Survivor as they make their way to the half-mile point. Psychedelic Shack is cleared and leads by a length and a half. Uncle B second. Between horses, Forest Survivor, Charmed is 3 wide, Hard Count is 4 wide. Behind the speed, Super Success, then Powerfully Built. Inside the B by the C, and Cotton is last of all as they make their way to the final 3 furlongs.
Pulling away.
Psychedelic Shack has the lead. Psychedelic Shack leads now by a length and a half. Uncle B looking for room. Charmed is next. Hard Count winding up. Super Success far outside. That's Powerfully Built. They make their way a quarter of a mile from home. They're getting to the leader. Uncle B gets through at the rail. Over the top, Hard Count. Charmed is next. Super Success off a good trip and down the center. Powerfully Built. Who do you like here? Powerfully Built on the far outside. Super Success from between. Super Success and Powerfully Built. Powerfully Built shifting ground and taking over. Powerfully Built wins. Super Success clings to the place. Cotton is third. Charmed is fourth. Then Hard Count. 102 and 4.
Yeah.
Well, that was the play, Oli. We talked about the 5 horse.
Yep, and the 8 was just a little bit better there. So I'm interested to see what this does to the leaderboard now.
Chris, you
It's a good call, Chris. Well done on the 8 horse. That horse was flying.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. You know, no big price. So, I mean, maybe, you know, there's some of these people that are right on the fringe. There was somebody over to the right. A few people that, you know, will be interesting to see.
Huh? Okay. Hold on.
We are going to ask the unofficial top 10.
Oldie, Scotty's going to jump on with for a minute. I'm in the restroom.
Here. They meet to the stream. Okay. And then share my screen. Okay. You got my screen? No, it's not on yet. There we go. There we go. Okay. Hey, Oldie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So that was the last race of the semifinals. So we're going to know shortly. I don't know that horse is going to do anything for anybody. Oldie, I'm looking at the. Oh, that's not true. That's not true. There's that horse could take. There are about 5 or 6 players that could have helped. You know, you got George Novick. That's. Can you imagine being 20 cents behind from 10th place to 11th place? That's sick. If that's what ends up happening, it's going to be interesting. Like, I don't think your entire life you could get over that.
Right.
I don't think so.
No, and look at Paul's been red hot at the end here as well. I mean,
yeah,
he's crushed his last 3 races. So it'll be interesting to see if he had that as well, because Francis is done. So he could end up with a pretty nice lead here.
Colin is right there. James Pauly is right there. No, he only had 10. So Colin, George Novick, these are people. It'll be interesting to see. Here's the cool part. In the finals, we get to see, I believe, right after they take off, who each player chooses. If I remember correctly from last year, which is really a lot of fun to watch as the race is unfolding to see how people are doing. So there's 7 mandatory races. That's coming up. Let's see here if I can pull this up. So we got Oaklawn race number 7, Gulfstream Park race number 10, Aqueduct race number 9. You got Santa Anita race number 5 and 7, Oaklawn Park 9, and Golden Gate race number 6. So it's going to be really a lot of fun here, Oldie. It's going to get crazy in here, but it's going to be really neat. I was going to, so Steve Bick asked me to be on for the finals, but trying to figure out if I can help them out doing that. But we'll see. And if so, I think I might let you guys, we'll see what he needs from me, but we'll, I might need you on the final. I'm not sure yet. Okay.
Okay. And, I'm just going to say this because I have the time right now, but I want to thank you publicly for letting me do this. As some people know, I've had COVID all weekend. And, this gave me something to do instead of being trapped in a room as well. And I also want to just thank you and tell people that they don't understand how hard you work, what a good guy you are, and just when I ask and say I want to try something or do something, you're always encouraging and down for it. And I'm telling you, I really appreciate that, and I want the public to know what a great guy you are as well.
You're going to literally make me cry right now, so stop it. So, but
And Justin knows me. He knows when I say stuff like this, I mean stuff like this too.
Yeah. I can't tell you how proud I am of how far we've come, and it was a lot of credibility when we got here. And when I see fellow people that are just as passionate about EquinEdge and hardworking and do whatever it takes, it doesn't matter. Like, there is no clock. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I recognize it and I appreciate it. So, I thank you so much for everything. Justin, when you were gone, I was just saying, Steve Bick asked me, I don't want to be rude, so I'm just going to go over. He wanted me to be part of the finals, but we have our own thing we're doing too. I'm just going to go see if he really needs me. So I'm going to let you go with Oldie right now, and I'll make a decision on what I need to do. Okay, so we'll do that. So Brian, let's let Justin take over. Okay.
Welcome back, Justin. You're still muted, but
It's like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy in here, man. It's like very strange because like there's this final table, right? And it's like all this excitement, but then at the same time, man, you still have all these horse players that are just betting the races still because there's all this racing going on, right? So it's like then you have like some people are leaving. Like it's just there's so much different stuff going on. It's pretty wild. I'm curious where they're actually going to do the final table. If they're gonna like put the people at a table, kind of like poker, or what the deal is. I'm curious on how that's gonna work.
well, I kind of imagined it would be like poker, where the final table is the final table. Like it's should be done for TV or streams like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like have everybody sit at the table or two table. I don't know, however they need a big long rectangle table, and you know it's. I think the cool thing about it is like it goes really quick, right? I mean, it's kind of a banged out thing over the next like couple hours. There's definitely going to be a break at some point.
Yeah, no, I think this is the break, and San Anita race 2 is about to go off. Looks like heavy favorites there. I haven't had a chance to look yet, but yeah, another top pace there that's not the favorite. The long shots, at 15%. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how this leaderboard shakes out and who makes it to the final table. Sorry, Tony, we didn't have time to do a late pick 5 at Aqueduct.
I
Yeah.
guess somebody wants a couple questions, so why don't you run with this for a second? I'll be.
Okay. Well, we're coming to San Anita race 2 here. Let me get my other screen up here so we can talk a little bit about the race. So the top pace is the 2, also the long shot, but is pretty low down in GSR. Your top GSR is the 4, who's your E second choice. What's interesting is your E first choice had a huge morning line angle here. Is 10-1 on the morning line, but was 9-5 on the E morning line, and is currently at 7-2. So I'm really that's a horse that really interests me, and a play I'd like to make here. So that's where I'm going here, is on the 6, who's currently at 4-1. And we're loading. Let me get the sound on here for you guys. And then we'll take another look at the leaderboard once this race is over, and hopefully it's updated for the final table.
Last one to load is Gila. And they're off. Even break. Noba on the inside. Here's Gila sprinting quickly on the outside to take the lead. Time together is in between those two, and Anna Carava settles fourth about 6 lengths off what appears to be a very quick early tempo. Then it's Prestigious on the inside of Jacqueline Cochran. They string out immediately as Gila is the boss. Opens up about a length. But Noble will have no part of that and cuts right back into the margin second. They keep the heat on
Yeah,
one
one's
another.
really
Time
keen.
together,
Look,
sits 3 off the
that
pace and
jock is
taken in
choking that
hand
horse
third.
back.
A gap of 7 to Anna Carava, who races in fourth, a length and a half clear of Jacqueline Cochran, and then comes Prestigious. It's Gila down the back stretch, leading by 2. Noba is in second, and Time Together eager at the rail third. Still a gap of 8 lengths or so. Back to
With the way the
Jacqueline
6
Cochran,
rushed up, they must
outside
believe
Anna
that that horse
Carava,
needs the
and
lead.
Prestigious is biding her time behind this pace up top being
Come on,
set
6.
by Gila. Gila has a 4-length lead, 3 furlongs from the money. It's now about a 5-length
Looks
advantage.
like it's either the 6 or the
Nova
1
is in
here.
second. Now Jacqueline Cochran is starting to kick into high gear, but has 10 lengths to make up. Another length and a half to Anna Carava and Prestigious. Gila clear by almost 10 lengths as the field turns for home. Jacqueline Cochran second. Nova drifts
That
wide
horse
into
is
the
getting really
stretch.
tired,
There's
though.
an
The
eighth
4's
of a
got a
mile to
shot.
go,
Maybe
and
not.
Gila still all alone. Jacqueline Cochran is finishing with interest, but is 12 lengths behind Gila.
Boom.
Gila just ran them off their
That-
feet. Prestigious coming with a
I
nice
believe
kick,
there's a
trying to
such thing
complete
as
the
a Gila
attack there,
monster.
but it's
That was
all
a Gila
about
monster
Gila.
right there.
Gila airs them out. Good battle for second. Jacqueline Cochran maybe over Prestigious. It's close between those two. Then Anna Carava and Noba.
All right, looks like we got 12 minutes to Gulfstream, a few minutes to Laurel as well, so we can take a look at some other races right now. Let me make my screen a little bigger for the, there we go. So we got Tampa race 8 coming up. And looking here, you have a lot of pace. This is on the turf. And you're looking at maybe the 6 coming from off the pace, the top choice. You have the 2 who is going to be up in that pace, who is the long shot, is at 6%. And it looks like over 60, it looks like 65% of the win percentage is taken up by 3 horses, the 1, 6, or 7. So the question is there enough pace here to set up for the 7 or the 6, or does the 1 sit a better trip and pick up the pieces? And there is an objection and an inquiry on the 6 at Santa Anita, I just heard as well. I did not see anything, and it's not actually flashing, but that's what they just said. So let's see if they're loading here at Tampa. I think the 1 is the play here. So that's what where I would be. Again, that's chalk. But we'd hear 1, 6, or 7. Seems like the play, the best price is on the, so maybe the 7 is the risk to take here. Galdini horse. And they're loading into the gate. And it looks like we have a couple horses left to go here. The 4 and the 8 are left to load. Looks like everybody's going in easily. 2, 1, and 4 are up on the lead right now. 1 stumbled a little there, is being taken back. Two's getting a pretty easy lead, and they're not going that fast. So the 2 might be dangerous on the front end here. They're at about 24 and 2. Two's got a clear lead. The 4 has dropped back pretty far, so is the 1. About 48 and a half for the half mile. So if the 2's any good, the 2, who's the long shot, could go gate to wire here. And looks like, let's see if he kicks away here. 7's coming. The 1's coming. Looks like the 1's going to catch the 2, and then it's going to have to hold off the 7. But it's the 1, so the 1 went off at 7 to 2, pretty chalky. And the next race up, I'm still doing it like the tournament's going on, but Fairgrounds race 5, maybe we can look at a pick 4 here. While we're waiting for Justin or Scotty. So I did it for 24 bucks. I don't think this is an arrow leg. Just looking here, your win percentages and your top picks don't match. 6 is going to have to come from behind. So I'm adding there. I'm going to go narrow here because I do have my win percentages and top picks matching. And we're going to go 1-3 here. And then we're going to get some extra horses in the last race. So that's my $24 ticket. And you saw how fast I was able to do that. Some of the other things to look for. Is there a big pace advantage? No. The 3 may be a threat to go gate to wire there. Here, there's no big pace advantage. Here, there was a lot of pace in general. You also have the 3 here who has a huge SOR advantage. And this is where these squares really come in handy. So 1, 3, 4, 6, 3, 4, 1, 3, 1, 6, 8 at Fairgrounds for a pick 4. How about the coast to coast starting at Gulfstream? So give me a sec here and I can do that as well. So I'm gonna play along with this Fairgrounds pick 5 I gave out. If I can get it in time here. 3, 4, 6. 1, 3, 4, 6 over 3, 4 over 1, 3 over 168. All right, so we wanted to look at a cross country. So let me, coast to coast, I'm sorry. So I know there's only 3 minutes in here. Let's go with a budget of 120, which is a $60 pick 50-cent pick 5. Let's take a look as quickly as we can here. There's a big SOR advantage, it looks like. On the 3, there are a couple other classy horses in here, but I bet if I look at them, they haven't run well. And I'm correct. The Mott horse, American Rocket, I will add this horse because Mott's been talking since this horse broke its maiden about getting this horse on the turf. He thought this was a turf horse to begin with. So I think that horse might be really dangerous here. So we're 3-6, 4-7, 10, 13. The system wants to single the 6. Angel Sense looks like top pace. Going 5 furlongs at Santa Anita. Top SOR. 4 wins at the distance. The question is the other speed here. Can this horse hold off that horse? So let's see if there's a better single here, because this horse does appear to be stopping, even though this is a big drop in class. Gulfstream race 10. Looks like there's a lot of other speed here with the 2. The maiden special weight, so I don't want to single there. Say race 5. Same situation. This does not look like it's down the hill. So I'd be looking for a horse that might be able to rate here. But from an SOR standpoint, the 1 seems to fit. Was grade 3 placed. Is a Doug O'Neill horse. Is the E top pick. Is 20% on the win line. And top GSR. So I'm going to take a chance and single the 1 here. Also has a nice E morning line angle. And I'm going to regenerate. In the last race, I'm going to add the 1 here as your top pace, because I think this horse might have a chance to go gate to wire at this distance. Does lose a little bit in GSR, and maybe I'm being too aggressive here with that, and maybe there's too much pace here. So let's instead add the 2. Let me make sure everything's locked. And I think I got this in time for this to be my final take. Gulfstream goes off. So that's what I would play. It does look like American Rocket just scratched, of course. Or the system didn't have the scratches of the AEs there. So that's what I would give out for the coast to coast. Mott's a farm animal, Scott. You want to explain that? All right, and we're getting close to the gate at Gulfstream. So let me pull that up. We should be loading here in a minute. And they're loading. And let me get the sound on for you guys. Three's a little rambunctious.
We welcome our Coast to Coast Pick 5 viewers to the broadcast here today. Silver Stripes going forward, 5-1 here. Cloudy Bay and Around the Sun. Well Into. Out of Nothing at All to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the center, Well Into, quick off the blocks and leads early on. From the outside, it's Tetuba who comes on to take second. Down at the inside, it's Asaria who's a headstrong third, fighting the rating with no place to go. Erna comes away racing in fourth from Out of Nothing at All, who's on the outside fifth. Then it's a cluster comprised of Be My Sunshine on the far outside, Silver Stripes. Nearest the inside, Cloudy Bay. These three about 4 lengths behind. Erna's up over heels as they're stacked and packed behind this leader, Well Into. Down at the inside, it's Tall Girl, then Lady Azteca, and Miss Ukraine at the back. Everything going away of Well Into, who's a leader a length and a quarter. From second running, Tetuba. Up on the outside, Erna's now 3 wide, third, Asaria, a bit better to handle, fourth toward the rail. Out of Nothing at All is 4 wide, racing ahead of Be My Sunshine. Then it's back to Cloudy Bay. Outside of her in Silver Stripes, she spotted about 7 lengths behind. Saving ground is Tall Girl. Then it's Around the Sun in front of Lady Azteca, and Miss Ukrainia's last. 48-3 for the opening half mile. It's been a smooth beginning for Well Into, who heads into the far turn on top of length and a quarter. Up on the outside, Erna given some more rain to go after the leader in second. Asaria's third at the rail. Followed by Be My Sunshine, who's underway in the red colors, now fourth and 2.5 lengths behind. On
Six
her
got
back
a much
comes Cloudy
easier
Bay as the pace
lead
starts
than I
to
thought,
quicken.
but
Well Into complete
7 and
3/4
the 5
and
are
111
really
and
coming
4.
on.
Jose Ortiz looks over his shoulder and sees a run from Cloudy Bay and a run from Be My Sunshine, but Well Into's got a kick. Well Into now 1/8 of a mile from home and 2.5 on top. Erna is second, Be My Sunshine is third. Final 16th of a mile, Well Into in the midst of a gate-to-wire victory. Well Into is in front. Be My Sunshine is second. Erna's going to run third, and fourth is Cloudy Bay in 141 and 4.
So to open the cross country, we got the 6 there. Let's see, what do we have coming up here? We have 1 minute to post at Laurel. Got 4 minutes to post at Aqueduct. Laurel, there's no speed in this race at all. Top GSR is currently at 4-1 and is 16% on the win line. but is 0 for 17 at the distance. That would be a hard pass for me. There's also the 6 who is 0 for 12. So this race at Laurel looks like it could be pretty chalky. Why don't we cover Hawthorne? Is there something you like at Hawthorne, Scott, that's worth covering? Because it's not part of the contest, so I hadn't looked yet. Hey, Justin.
All right, I'm back. It's me and you, brother. Scotty's gonna go do the Steve Vick show.
Sweet.
Are you able to stay on? Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm going to drop out for 1 second. I got to call the wife real fast, and then I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
I got Laurel up for you, and I'll be paying attention to the races while I'm doing that.
Okay, I'm gonna take my AirPods out. They're like kind of starting. I'm not sure what's going on, so we'll listen. No, you come back.
Winner of the last chance contest on Thursday is going to become the first winner of that event and the NHC, George Novak.
They're introducing everybody, you guys. They're like on a center stage up there. I think it's kind of like
now
a
returning to the winner's circle, the 8th race winner, number 6, Well Into, a 3-year-old bay filly by Into Mischief and Well Acquainted by Distorted Humor. Bred by owner George Strawbridge Jr., owned by the Augustin stable of George Strawbridge Jr. Jonathan Thomas, the winning trainer. The winning rider is Jose Ortiz. Well Into, left alone a long way. She did the rest, kicked on for a allowance victory here. 9th race is up next. Today's 9th race, the first finish line at a mile and a 16th. Ironworks takes on Milliken and Mish. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, super high five, and daily double wagering.
Our third place contestant currently is 295.20. He's an attorney. He's also a managing partner with Little Red Feather Racing. And as a result, he will have one different race to bet at the final table due to an ownership and race size. So he, per contest, will not get. And last thing the man was led almost around the contest until the last 2 hours here on Sunday. He enters the final table with a total of 301.50. He's a dentist, a cancer survivor. His cousin is a congressman who helped us change that law that got credit signers. He's from Lafayette, Louisiana. He was the overall leader day 1 when the PWCBC. He's really the overall leader day 2. Please welcome Francis Cristani. Paul Callahan, the leader, as we said, is the overall leader. He's introduced already 2 players and 2 entries in the top 10. The action gets underway in about 20 minutes. The race is at an open contest of luck. Here are your favorites. Let's go.
All right, y'all. So Oldie will come back. Final table is set. They were just announcing everybody, and it's so loud. Sorry, but this is only going to take. It starts at 1:50 Pacific, so 4:50. This is only going to take an hour and a half. I mean, this is. I love that they do it like this. I actually think it's really cool. Just get all these guys. They're all up on a stage. Really cool way that they're doing it, and ultimately, it's 7 races. And they're going to start at Oaklawn. Race 7 is going to be the first race. So when Ole gets back, we're just going to start there. We got 21 minutes. Yeah, Scott, it's going to be interesting. And then we're going to go to Gulfstream race 10. 15 minutes later, race number 2. And then 19 minutes, you're going to go to Aqueduct race 9. 10 minutes after that, Stu Unger. Scott, is that who you're talking about? Stu Unger?
I'm guessing that's who you're talking about.
I do. Yeah, of course, man. I played a lot of, I don't really play much anymore, but I played a lot of poker
in my 20s. I played a lot of online poker, to be honest. But
I play Omaha occasionally. I'm not really
a fan of Hold'em. I think it's kind of boring, to be honest. But
yeah, I mean, great poker player.
One of the best ever, right?
But Santa Anita, then they'll go back to Oaklawn race 9. They're throwing a Golden Gate race in, race 6. And then it ends at Santa Anita. So 10 players, it's pretty crazy. If we go over to how this all came down, right? I mean, here's the leaderboard here. And Paul Coelho, he hit something to get a $40 advantage here. Stephen Wells, he had the same ticket the whole tournament, and he obviously at the end played a little bit different. Both tickets are at 266, and he picked up a little bit of money there. He qualifies with 2 tickets as well as Paul, which is pretty incredible. You have 2 people. So in reality here, right, there's only 8 people at this table, right? Because Steven has 2 entries, and at the same time, so does Paul. So Francis, day 1 and day 2 leader, but pretty incredible to see, 2 people
with 2 entries. It's going to be good.
Oli, there you are. I was going to say you were going to join us, but they were introducing everybody. I was just showing the final table there. You end up with Stephen Wells and Paul Kalia, who both ended up with 2 entries at the final table, which is pretty incredible.
I wonder if they'll change the rules next year.
And only allow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would, though. I mean, what do you – so, I mean, it just wouldn't make sense because what are you going to do? Be like, oh, sorry, you didn't get, 4th place. You got 11th? Like, I don't know. I guess if you allow 2 inch – yeah, I mean, you just have – I think they do this final table concept, and in reality, like, I don't know. I mean, I get why they do it, but I don't know. Yeah. All right. So, Oldie, we're starting at Oaklawn. 7 races. It's about an hour and a half, man. Like
rapid fire.
Yeah, I'm glad they did it like this, though. So, Oaklawn race 7, 18 minutes away. I did not. We're going to have to just kind of handicap these. So, did you look at this race at all?
I have not yet. I did while you were gone give out a cross country that people may or may not have played, and the next leg is leg 3 at Santa Anita, which is 2 minutes away.
Oh, okay, we can watch that.
If you want to go there in the meantime.
Yeah, and then we'll come back and look at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if it's going to be Oaklawn or Gulfstream that's going to go off first. It is Oaklawn. Okay.
Yeah, I think that unless something happens. But so what do you have here?
We have 1, 2, 6. Looked like there was a lot of pace here. So it took the 1 and the 2 to possibly rate.
Yeah, man, look at that GSR.
6 is
on the
taking a
four
big
horse.
SOR drop.
Angel Sense. Kyle Frey gets aboard. Well, I hope you get through here. So you have one. This is like 3. Is that what you said?
Like 2.
Okay. Do you want
So
to pull
while
up
you
the
were
video?
gone,
It looks like.
Yeah. While you were gone, the room asked for a. I think we also put together a quick Fairgrounds pick 4 too, just to help pass the time.
Elliot, I mean, the 4 horse is the EquinEdge long shot. This horse, I don't really understand the breeding at 5 furlongs, but it's just that this horse wants to go 2 turns, to be honest. Has this horse ever sprinted before? It has not. And for whatever reason, they are wanting to sprint today,
which is very interesting.
Well, they changed it, Bill, so they made it so this could happen.
Interesting.
Great catch there.
What happened?
7 broke through the gate and the starter caught it.
I caught that like right out of the corner of my eye. That was pretty crazy. You singled the 6, Nick. Good luck, brother.
2 in the late stages. They're off. Fast start for Angel Sense, Baby Kristen up alongside. Fast start for Angel Sense, Baby Kristen up alongside. From the rail, about 3 lengths off the lead. From the rail, about 3 lengths off the lead. Then keep your coil. Majestic GG, gap of 3. Baby Kristen.
I can hear 2 sounds.
Angel Sense setting a lively tempo with Majestic GG 2.5 off them in third. At the rail, Team Drama followed by Keep Your Coil.
Do you have another video on?
Followed by 2 more to Ready Get Go, followed by Kawara second
yeah.
field. They pass the quarter pole with Angel Sense to catch. Turns for home with those white blinkers, widening now to lead by 3. Baby Kristen couldn't keep pace in second.
Look at the
Ready
one
Jet
is
Go
flying,
well on the outside of Teen Drama. A 16th to go, and Angel Sense with a commanding 4-length lead, and it will be Angel Sense and Kyle Frey. Frey just wraps up. They win by 3.5.
Jeez,
Ready
man.
Jet goes second. Teen Drama third. Bowl of Cherries finished up nicely, and then Quora completes the super high 5.
They were flying.
Yeah. Those are 2 5 furlong races we've seen today that have had crazy paces.
Yeah, that's nuts. It looks like, Oldie, did you see Bill was saying they used to only allow 1 entry,
and then they changed it to 2 at some point, so.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
All right. Oaklawn, first final table, 13 minutes away.
I don't really know where. I guess all these people are like sitting up there. I don't really know what's going on up there. It's hard to see, but
Dark Timber's pace of the race, Oldie. Pace number has been hot all day long. I mean, I guess all weekend long, to be honest. But I mean, can this horse wire the field? What's your thoughts? I mean, if we dig in.
I mean, this horse looks like it doesn't actually need the lead either. Norm Cassie's been doing really well. It's at 9-2 too, so you're getting some value there. If I'm looking at a tournament play, are you playing that? Or are you playing something like the 4 at 7-1? Who's the long shot?
I would assume, man, it depends. I mean, this guy's up $40. The guy Paul is. So, yeah. I mean, the thing is if you're picking, to me, it's almost, you just have to pick winners, right? So I guess it depends on where you're at, but if you're in 10th, you're $80 behind. You're going to have to different than Francis, who's only $40 behind. So probably depends on where you're at and what your strategy is going to be. But I mean, ultimately, you got to pick the winner, in my mind, right? I mean,
right. Yeah, or you need second place and you need the winner to be chalk.
Correct, and you need a price for second.
Yep. And that might be somebody like the 9 or the 1 seems to really like finishing second. The 1's really interesting.
I mean,
actually,
Ultimate, ran in a 64, nearly went off the pace, but then jumped up to a 76, which was way too tough, and then fell into a 62 here, and now gets back to a 60. So Kylie Jordan rides Oldie, rode last out and has ridden this horse multiple times. I mean, what happened here, though, in the last race? Oh, popped the stall doors. So, yeah, I mean, that's probably why this horse is taking money, Oldie. It's at 5-1 currently.
And the system identified it because it's 10% too.
Scott,
even though the morning line didn't like it.
Yeah, Scott, 800,000 for first place. I think second, it's like 250. So I can see the one. I mean, so let's see the 6. I mean, this horse did rate last out, but predominantly has been on the lead, Oldie, and this horse is having to step up in SOR though, right? I mean, it's been racing in mid to high 50s, and Norm Cassie's had this horse, so I mean, I don't know if this horse can wire the field. I mean, somebody like Jackman, second pace figure. This is the current favorite, it looks like, to be honest. Jackman is the current favorite from Carl Broberg, right, with Christian Torres. I mean, this horse has shown that it can kind of sit off the pace, Oldie, in mid to low 60s. What do you think about Jackman here?
I think Jackman's very dangerous there.
Yeah.
I think Jackman's very dangerous there. I just wonder if they're going to go if Jackman and Dark Timber are going to go too fast on the front end for either of them to win. Especially with Devil's Tower sitting right there too. And look at Devil's Tower. I mean, that horse has shown it can rate. It's shown it could be farther back than those other 2 horses too. Has a win over 62s, a win over 60s, multiple wins over 60s.
It's a competitive race for sure. I mean, 60 SORs here, wins. They're on the lead. I mean, here, Oldie, back here in a 62, this horse came off the pace, but that was what, nine months ago.
Mm-hmm.
The same time a year ago at Oaklawn Park. So, one at a similar kind of condition and level at Oaklawn off the pace. From the 8 hole, this horse is probably going to get a really good trip and gets out off. Look at the last 4 races. The 8 horse has been in the 1 hole, the 1 hole, the 2 hole, and the 1 hole.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean,
where it prefers. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say this is it's more of a stalking post here.
Yeah, for sure.
Chris Hartman, good trainer. This horse is 8-15 at the distance. Currently at 9-2. Oh, and note the jockey trainer combo on Dark Timber. Because they're at 40%. Santana and Norm Cassie are at 40%.
That's pretty wild, man. I mean, this horse looks like it is the top equine pick. It seems to be a little bit just below this level, but maybe I'll be wrong. What about Cold as Hell, the 4 horse?
Can rate a little. It looks a little class compromised to me.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm
mean,
not sure it can rate at this level.
Yeah, I mean, 1 of 54 here. Cabrera rides for Dwayne Lucas.
I'm with you. This horse is taking money though.
All the way bet down to 5-1 at the moment. So will be interesting to see how this horse races. I mean, only 11%, right? So nothing spectacular. 2 for 19 for Cabrera and Lucas.
You know, we talked about the one stage left, Oldie. This horse is 3-1 on the EquinEdge morning line, the second favorite for David Jacobson. I mean, Castillo rides here. This horse is taking a big drop in class. Yeah. But Oldie, this horse did rate back here in a 70, you know, has 30 career starts and 8 wins, but it has not necessarily been running great the last couple of races.
But, you know, that's against better than this. And, you know, is off a claim.
No, for sure.
There is a positive V morning line angle. The horse isn't getting played hard. That this would be a good tournament play, I would think.
This is second GSR as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So this came from Mertzcan Cantamarici. So it came out of New York.
Yeah, I don't have a note on it from New York, but you know, really didn't run last time out. But again, that was against 68s, and you know, beat 66s, beat 70s.
I mean,
there's no reason.
Yeah.
We're also.
Go
ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was going to say we're also 1 minute to post at Gulfstream Race 9 if we want to show something.
Yeah. Oh, and then race 10 is the actual race. So yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Who are you on here, Oldie? Who are you taking?
Let me pull up our ticket again. In the cross country, or
Brad,
coast to coast, I mean.
Brad, that's a good idea. I wish they still did that. That's awesome.
So we were 2-5-6-8 here. Again, this is
at Oaklawn or at Gulfstream?
No, at Gulfstream.
Okay. Who's your pick at Oaklawn?
At Oaklawn, I think I like the 7. It's either the 7 or the 1 for me. What about you? What are you going with?
Yeah, I was looking. I think the 7 is interesting. I really do. I don't know. It's a good question. I was looking at the 3-horse Jackman, to be honest. I guess I'd take the 3, Oldie.
Okay. You're on Jack.
All right. But I do like the 7 too. I'm just gonna. I don't know if I would. I'd probably take the 7, but you took the 7, which is good. And then I'm gonna take the 3-horse.
Cindy, what hit at Tampa Bay? Because she's saying booms are finally at Tampa Bay.
So you have. What do you have at Golden Gate, Oldie, or at Gulfstream?
2-5-6-8.
2, 5, 6, and 8. There is no 8. Or am I on the wrong race? Oh,
am I on the wrong race? Hold on, I'm on the wrong race. I'm on the wrong race too. Our race isn't until race 10 also.
Oh, okay.
With the 9 there, I'm sorry, not the 9, the 1. Look at the pace advantage there on Mish.
Wow.
He's coming out of grade 3 too, but seems to stop.
I mean, it's wire to wire wins where we're at 60s and 52s, and then it's been stopping at the 68-70 level. That would be my concern. Although, I mean, you got to imagine the 2 horses is going to put a lot of pressure here. I think it's going to be hard for that horse to wire the field. But they're approaching the gate at Gulfstream. Why don't we flip it to the video, Oldie? You think the pace collapses, Elliot? Okay. I mean, I could see it. I mean,
1's being difficult too to get in the gate. Then we should be right on top of Oakland.
Yeah, they're circling. I mean, I'm guessing that Gulfstream race 10 is going to be a little bit later than what they had planned. They were originally planning for 2:06 Pacific, and that's in 16 minutes. So that's for sure not happening. I mean, they're 10 minutes behind. And luckily, the next race after that is until 2:25, so they left a big enough of a gap there.
I'm sure Gulfstream has been post-tracking all day too.
All right, here we go. Gulfstream race 9, Oldie. Good luck, brother. Hope you guys advance.
We're not. This isn't one of our races actually, but.
Oh, this it skips this one in your coast to coast.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
One's got a pretty easy lead.
As they go to the first finish line, Edgard Zayas doling out the speed with Mish a length and a half in front. Milliken is second, Cook Creek is third. Ironworks encouraged to keep up, fourth toward the inside. Back to fifth, it's Looking at Roses, then Galt and Clapton. They make their way to the half-mile part of the contest, and Mish has been left alone so far. He went 47 and 4 for the opening half mile. This is a reasonable pace here, and Mish is clear 2.5. Milliken second, Cook Creek third. Sias has been hard at work throughout on Ironworks. He starts to respond for pressure now, though. He's into a joint third. A gap of 2 to Galt outside of Looking at Roses, and Clapton is last. Around the far turn they go. Mish held together up front, but here they come. Milliken gets serious for Leparoux. Underway from the back, it's Galt. Red cap 4 wide. Cook Creek at a big price. He's running a giant race. Ironworks still at that one pace, 2 better than Clapton, and they're at the top of the stretch. It's Milliken who turns for home on top. Cook Creek, the nearest pursuer, second, but Milliken's going 2 to his 1 right now. From third, it's Mish. From fourth, Galt, then Clapton. 1/8 of a mile to go. 5 to 2 the number. You can put a ring around Milliken. He's not for catching. It's Milliken and Julien Leparoux to the first finish line. In front, Cook Creek fired a huge effort. He was second. He was well clear of Clapton, who ran home for third. Galt is fourth.
All right, here they go. All
right. Chris Hartman horse.
Well, Oldie, we talked about the 8 horse getting a good trip in that post.
Absolutely, and did. Played out exactly the way we had said that could happen. Interesting to see what this does to the leaderboard.
Yeah, you know what they should do? They should like require them to like enter it, and it like shows up on the screen like who each person picked as like after the race starts. You know what I mean? That'd be interesting to see.
Yeah. I think Scotty said they did something like that last year.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Oh, they did. A bunch of, you know, they do show it. So a lot of people pick the 8, Oldie. Paul picked the 8. Francis picked the 8. Gary picked the 3. Paul picked the 8. David picked the 8. George picked the 7. He had the 7, Oldie. Steven picked the 3.
Yep. Joseph picked the 8, and then Steven and Steve picked the 9. So
Paul just further increases his lead, or keeps his lead over Francis, I guess, since they both had the 8, but he will increase it over some of these other players. So do you, Santa, need to race 4? Is this part of your ticket, or you skip this one as well?
Skip this one as well.
Oh, okay.
What?
But having a 36% horse.
Oh, they
at
do,
8
Brad.
to 1. It's
That's,
interesting to me there.
hold on one second. Brad was saying they post them. Oh, they do. I see.
Yeah.
Did you already see this, Oldie?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Thanks, Brad. It's they did put it up there. Maybe, I don't know if it was up there when
the race went off. I'm not sure, but I see it now. So okay.
Oldie, you know, this 3 horse is currently 8 to 1, but it's the top win percent at Santa Anita in Sonic Breeze.
Yep.
What are your thoughts here?
I thought that was really interesting here. You have 2 horses that want to go really, really fast in the 6 and the 2, and they could burn each other out on the front end. The 6 looks like it stops anyways most of the time. And the 2 looks like it's a little grittier.
Yeah, the 6 looks like it stops pretty bad.
So, I mean, the 3 could get the perfect setup here. Because I don't think much of the 4. It's currently at 5 to 2.
Yeah,
Well,
and that
I
horse
mean,
is only 3%.
Second time Wong was 2% last time out, didn't really run. And then you have the 5, who is at 24%. And is going to be your deep closer, but looks class compromised. Very long shot.
Well, that 8-horse paid $14.40 for a win place only, so the advantage widens for Paul. Not necessarily over Francis, but some of the other players. I mean, he now nearly has almost $100 above Steven and Steve, 75 to $100 right now.
I don't know. I'm with you. I think some of this is interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering why that's getting ignored and why that's 7-1 right now versus the long shot who's 2-1.
In the 5-horse, yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Are the odds right? I was gonna check real quick. Yeah, it is 7-1. The 5 is 2-1. So, it's a good question. I mean, it was 4-1. It's getting no love, but it's the top win percent. So, I'm assuming that win percent only is potentially looking at the 2 and 6 stopping, like you said, and the 3 picks up the pieces.
I mean, that would make sense. However, the win percentage looks at stuff like that. Like we said, sometimes it just knows.
Well, it's interesting. I'm watching them do the entries.
I can't really see from the camera how it looks.
So some of them have 2 entries. Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
I was watching. It looks like Oldie that they are that like they're writing them. Maybe Brad knows or somebody else knows, but it looks like they're not actually putting the entries in themselves. It's like, are they writing them down and then putting them in a hat or something? I'm not really sure. No, I mean it was very strange. I feel like that's what happened, to be honest. I guess I'll have to watch that. Everybody I think is sitting at their tables, and then they went up to another table and like put something in a hat. So I don't know. It's very, very weird.
I mean, the way you're describing it is like they're going to pick who picks what out of a hat.
I know. It's very strange.
Check the SOR on the E long shot. That's just one race at the distance, though.
Oh, maybe you're telling me.
Yep.
Oh, 62? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And that appears to have been a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the 3 are still taking no money. I think you're right. I could see this. The 6 is 100% stopping. I would not be surprised to see the 2 stops, and then it just becomes who's going to pick up the pieces. The GSR on the 4, is this really 30? Wow. I mean, this horse is bred for the turf.
Why is this horse not on the turf?
I don't know, man. Shut up, Mike.
Even though it is named something I hear all the time.
Oh, man, that's funny. I mean, to me, this is the 3, Oldie. I mean, it looks like, I mean, I don't necessarily trust this 5 horse, and I don't trust the 4 horse, and these 2 horses, I think, are going to burn each other out.
Kay Reed points out easy 7-2 winner at Aqueduct was top pace by like 20 points.
Wow.
That just happened.
Pace has just been on fire, man. It looks like they're getting towards the gate, maybe at Santa Anita.
It looks like this is the start of the Rainbow Six. So that's why it's dragging a little bit.
Oh, interesting. They actually changed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have an alternate mandatory race. I don't really understand that, but I'm looking at the final table selections. Look at this. So there's Oakland went, and then we're going to do Gulfstream race 10 in 13 minutes, and then Aqueduct. But then there's Santa Anita again. But then there's this alternate mandatory fairgrounds race. So I don't really know what that is. Want to flip and show the video, Oldie?
It's post time. They're moving in for the fourth. Stir the pot to the outside.
Oh, Chris, thank you. I wondered about that.
Like, so they had to declare they owned. Okay.
And they're off. Very even beginning. Stir the pot from the outside is very quick, and so is Sawasti. These two, 1-2, which shut up Michael 2 off them in third. Butkus on the outside, followed by Sonic Breeze, who trails. Down the backstretch, Sawasti and Stir the Pot, dueling at a quick tempo. They're 3 in front of Shut Up Michael in third. Butkus, fourth, has 5 to make up and has to go after them now. And Sonic Breeze trails. Sawasti, Stir the Pot, racing together is 1. Still 2.5 to Shut Up Michael in third. Then Butkus and Sonic Breeze. And now Sawasti edging a little clear of Stir the Pot. Shut Up Michael. Butkus is widest of all. And Sonic Breeze coming through down at the rail. There's 1/8 of a mile to go. And Sawasti, here's Butkus now kicking into serious high gear. And Butkus swallowing up Sawasti and waving goodbye. Butkus will win convincingly, striding out to win by 4 widening lengths. Sawasti, Sonic Breeze, and Shut Up Michael.
Well, there's the 5 oldie. That horse just closed into a heavy pace. So, talked about that being the other horse. But this inquiry on the 5, why, Elliot?
Number 5, Butkus was first. 2, Sawasti second. 3, Sonic Breeze finished third. And number 4, Shut Up Michael fourth. 5, 2, 3, 4.
All right, Oldie. Let's go to Gulfstream Park Race 10. This is in your cross country, correct? Oh, I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was on mute. Been talking for a while, actually. All right. So we were 2, 5, 6, 8 here.
So you have the top 4 win percent. How so no 2, 5, 6, 8. Okay. So that's 3 EquinEdge picks and then Loot Player, the 8 horse, which is the 4th win percent here. You know, it's a bunch of maidens, Oldie, right? So yeah. The 2 horse is the top GSR with the 70. I guess the 9 is.
The 8 Loot Player is a Chad Brown horse, not a first-time starter. Seemed to take a significant step forward, moving from dirt to turf.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. That's
currently sitting.
You know, big layoff and totally different horse after the layoff.
currently sitting at 4-1. You have the 5, who's the long shot, who had been running at Indiana and Churchill. And then you have
This
the
horse,
two
I mean,
favorites, the 2 and the 6.
Yeah. It looks like, so Chris, good luck. You're single to the 8. Oldie, good luck on your ticket. You obviously would probably rather prefer the 5, obviously. Or the 8 horse as second pick. So I was trying to see, when do they put these plays up? Maybe they haven't updated them yet. I just checked. So maybe it waits until the race gets closer or once the race goes.
So again, I'm seeing some win percent differences between the cross country and the
Gulfstream race.
Gulfstream, yeah.
Interesting.
So for
That's
instance, the 11 is 9% on yours and 10% on my screen.
Are they all like 1% off?
Let me look. 2, 6. No, I think the 2 is 31% on my screen.
Thanks,
And the
Chris.
6 is 19%.
It makes, yeah. Huh. That's crazy, man. Something different there. And that makes sense, Chris. Yeah. Like, obviously, I don't know how they're entering them, though. It's definitely different, I feel like. Really, really interesting.
Now, I have a note on the 9 who ran at Tampa. And it says, good effort first time out. Green and stretch may need the lead. And is not top pace.
Yeah, that horse not going to get the lead. It's top GSR, though, Oldie, at 76. But I'm not sure how that horse is going to be able to get the lead for sure. There's a lot of other pace in here, isn't there?
There is, yeah. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horses with higher pace numbers. There's 3 in the high 60s, including the 2 who appears to have a little bit of a class advantage. So, yeah, I mean, the 9 could be, they were talking about it on the broadcast. That's why I brought it to my attention. But I do have a note basically saying it might need the lead. So either they're going to go or they're going to sit and if the horse can't sit, that horse isn't going to do much. But, you know, that could be for somebody who needs a bomb to get into this in the tournament, that could be a play at 5% in top GSR. Along with the 5 at 8-1. Sorry,
That's what I was saying. The 5 to EquinEdge long shot could be a play as well.
I just heard Gulfstream, they're congratulating everybody at the final table.
Oh, that's cool.
And mention that this is part of the NHC competition. First bet that is one of the title sponsors, though, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so. I'm pretty sure. I thought I heard that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speed. Rails out, so somebody's going to close,
I would guess, with this speed. But, you know, I don't know. The turf course at Gulfstream can play all types of different ways, for sure.
I think your mispronunciation was actually right. It is kind of a turf course. Half dirt, half turf.
Jeff, I don't believe so. I don't think there was about 5 people
out of the 78 today that were, I think, big users, but none of them made the table.
Three minutes, oldie. 3, 9, 10, all big prices
that have a shot, Chris, you think? Yeah, I mean, the 3's going to be on the lead, I would guess. You know, the 9 horse, so oldie talked about that horse for sure. I think the 10 is going to be tough. I'm looking at Double Cosmo Girl. I mean, this horse is you know, just 0 for 10 up at running. I mean, it has 6 thirds. I think that's going to be hard to win. But, yeah, I mean, I think the prices could hit. I think the 5, right? Oldie, you have Pure Country, the 5 horse, who for sure has the shot. Well, I can't.
Sorry, my microphone wasn't down. We have the 5, the E long shot. And I think the 8's got a good chance to close into this here. There was the Chad Brown horse I mentioned that it moved significantly forward off the layoff and the move to the turf.
Jose rides the win percent. Oldie jumps from 6 to 13%. So you always love seeing that. You get Jose instead of Rosario, which maybe is a good thing. What do you think about that?
Well, Rosario hasn't been riding as well, but normally you'd probably not be happy about that move.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done a good job managing both entries.
One
You know, one guy played the exact same entry twice.
No, he changed it up in like his last play, oldie.
Okay.
Yeah, once was different.
But really, if anybody's going to make a move on the board, you have to find a price, I feel like, in this race.
Yeah, I mean,
the number of races that have big fields is probably limited now.
I mean, we talked about Aspen, the 9 horse, and Chris, you mentioned that horse too. This horse is 5% in the top GSR. I think the biggest thing, oldie, right, is, you know, is this horse, it's a second-time starter, so how much can it improve?
I'm just looking to see if we missed any other bombs here. Oh, that's.
I mean, we didn't talk much about the 11, right? I mean, this horse is 11%, but it's 8-1.
May float up a little bit more.
Maybe the Wilkes 12 with Paco aboard. I mean, I don't like Paco coming from behind on the turf, but it's a Curlin. It's got a big GSR.
Gets off the dirt and synthetic, so for sure could improve. But I think the question is, does it really fit here?
Right, and do you trust Paco coming off the pace on the turf?
I don't know. Probably not.
Which we probably just put this horse in the winner's circle.
Yeah. I mean, this EquinEdge morning line, Chris, had the 11 at 8-1, so it's not surprising to see this horse float up. Missouri,
but you know, definitely going to probably go off at 7-1, 8-1 would be my guess. I mean, this horse has run okay at this level, and you know, gets back off the Tapeta back to the turf course. So tough post though, oldie. That's going to be a tough post out there for the 11 horse who doesn't necessarily have much speed.
It also doesn't really look like it has much of a late kick either.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, when you look in the PPs, it's just kind of finishing, nothing special. So,
Marco, of course, man. I will tell you, it's been a long weekend.
Pretty exhausting. All the players were kind of up at, there's like this big center stage area, and I think they all went up there to watch this race, basically.
What's going on with our camera?
Oh, I think Brian's taking it over there. Yeah, that's awesome.
Is he gonna?
I wonder if I don't know what he's doing, but Brian, he's taking the camera over there, Oldie. I don't know. All the players.
We need one of those omnidirectional cameras.
Yeah, there's a lot of cameras over where he just went.
Yeah.
So there's pictures, there's all types of stuff. So my guess is he's gonna try to get a shot of all these players that are standing up there.
Plus, after this is over, you got Selection Sunday tonight as well. We'll be getting the people in the stretch run chat and in the Facebook chats. We'll have the usual League Safe / Yahoo brackets out there. And, we've done this in the past. The League Safe protects everybody so that if they pay money in, no commissioner or people running the brackets can run away with it. So. Brackets loom, yes, Jeff.
Headed over to the turf, Oldie. Here we go. Race number 2 of the final table at NHC 2023.
Approaching the starting gate. Last chance to wager.
It's going to be really interesting.
I was so tired this morning when I first got here.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 10.
Yeah, Cindy, we talked about the 9.
2.
Big price, 20-1.
And 6, War Princess.
Brian has the video for us there. What you're seeing there, that is all the players. They're standing up on a platform, and then they're looking out at the there's 2 big screens there. So he's got a live video there of the players.
If this thing gets closer, or when we're at the final race, maybe we should, instead of showing the race,
War Princess,
show them.
And from the outside, Sweet Carolina to complete the line. Sweet Carolina and Paco to complete the line. They're in the gate. And runners away. Good start inside for the flag and Salabia, who's heading off for the early lead. War Princess is mixing it up with Loot Player in the top flight. On the far outside, it's Sweet Carolina. Then back to the gray Aspen. She's looking to work over ahead of a headstrong Pure Country. At the rail, Miss Solvig is racing about 7 lengths off the lead with Massaria on her outside. Toward the back of the field, double Cosmo Girl. The early trailer is Pimanova.
I mean, are you really trying to win, though?
Unless you're narrowly, 3 wide, Sweet
unless you're in the lead, are you really
one person has the 11.
Early for Salabia, who races in
So
the 2
9 and 11 are the 2 bombs that
Pure
are
Country
covered.
on heels toward the rail. Luke Player settles mid-flight while 3
Anybody have
wide.
the
Aspen
12?
is next, and Miss Salted is at the rail. A length and a half to Massaria. Castellano spots the leader, about 6 lengths on her. Still at the back, double Cosmo Girl and Pimanova. 23-3 for the quarter. The half mile was 47 seconds flat. For the flag, has the lead 3 parts of a length. War Princess is their second. Pure Country now third. Salavia is up on the outside now fourth in a perfect striking position. The gap was 2.5. Miss Salted getting started as Luke Player. She passes a retreating
The 8 is
away from the
flying.
back is Massaria as they run to the top of the stretch.
Here comes the
Without a
11.
gas to kick, here comes Salavia.
The 11 is
challenge for the
loaded.
lead. For the flag, tries to kick with her. Luke Player and Massaria are next with an 1/8 of a mile to go. For the flag is still in front. Salavia on the outside second. Pure Country now third. Massaria's fourth. For the flag, finding under Jorge Ruiz and still in front. Salavia can't
Nobody
get
had
by.
3
For the
oars.
flag, who's in front.
Wow.
Salavia second. Pure Country third. Massaria's fourth. Close for fifth for the high five and 135 flat.
I mean, there's the picks.
I don't understand the 2 people taking the 2. With the 3 people taking the 2.
Holy, nobody had the 3.
Do you understand people taking the 2 and taking chalk there?
Well, so Paul took the 2, which I don't know why Steven did, because he's got to gain ground, to be honest.
Right.
He's down here in 8th and 9th, so I have no idea. I mean, why he would take the 2 there. I don't know. Maybe he meant to put the 3. I don't know. You know, it's crazy, Oldie. That horse went off at 7-1 from a 20-1 morning line, but nobody had it. I mean, I guess seeing that now, I would have expected at least somebody to have that horse.
I mean, I look at somebody using the 2 there as you're not
7-1 on number 3 for the flag.
But you're trying to win
part
here.
of the final table.
You can't drop out of the top 10 by not using a horse, but you're not going to move up at all by using chalk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Just makes
I don't
sense.
know that I'm with you. I don't really understand. So, all right, 2 runs second. I mean, so now we are going to Aqueduct race 9, I think.
Yes, correct.
Any moment, to be honest. 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
So they're going to have a quick turnaround and make a play here. They're out on the track. I'm seeing an Aqueduct. Aqueduct race 9. All right. This is a maiden race, Oldie. You know, you got a first-time starter in Super Princess, the 11 horse, taking money, bet down to 8-1 and 15%. You know, the 5 horse is 0 for 11 and is currently the favorite. Yeah. What's EquinEdge long shot is the 1. I mean, there's all types of prices here. I mean, you're getting 42-1 on the 7 right now as a first-time starter. You know, when you look at the GSR, though, Oldie, the 4 horse is the top GSR, but only 3% as a first-time starter.
Well, and then you have a horse that interests me a little bit in the 2, who's 6% and is at 6-1.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
And you know, I'm looking at that March 3rd work at 4 of 104 and thinking maybe this horse can really run.
Yeah, I mean, 6%, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the horse is taking money. I mean, was it? Oh, I guess not really. The EquinEdge morning line is 12-1. So sorry. I don't know. I'm of a preference to take a horse that has a higher GSR, but I could see that. If we look at the pace, right? I mean, the 6 Oldie is taking a ton of money here at 7-2 currently from a 10-1 morning line, and it's the second EquinEdge pick. And you know, it's 0 for 3 Princess Sonia. new trainer who's 0%. So I don't really know what to think of this horse. And for Joseph Parker,
My thought would be no thanks.
Yeah, how about
No.
Manny Franco for Rudy Rod on the 1? I mean, this horse is 4-1 on the EquinEdge morning lines. The second pick, I mean, every other horse is at 12-1. I mean, if you don't like the 5, maybe the 1's the play.
Well, the question is, and let's look at the pace scenario here, because the 1 needs the lead. And the question is the 1, 6, 8, and 5 all look like that they're going to need to be on the lead. So can a horse like the 1 survive?
Look at this bolt. I mean, this 11 horse looks to be just working out of its mind, man.
Let me look at so the 11 horse has a 3-star work. But for me, the question is the post.
I don't know Aqueduct well enough, Oldie, but I would assume that horse can work out a trip out here because it's got speed. With all this speed in front of it, I would think that it could just sit off the pace.
I would hope so. I know that anything wider than, I think it's anything wider than the 7 post here on 1 turn, doesn't win very often.
Okay. All right.
But,
Mark, go ahead.
He likes the 8 horse. I was going to say, but, we did see a horse win from the 12 post at in the Gotham. So,
Jeff, Santa Anita Fist, a great betting race. Well, that's good to know. They got to play that race, so that's going to come up shortly after. They are out on the track, only 1 minute to post. This is moving quickly. Yeah.
I'm going to play the Weaver horse. They're loaded, about to load.
So, Oldie, this is interesting. I think that these players they're handing the pick to somebody who's been entering it. I'm just seeing over here one of the players. I'm not sure who that is, but he's over to my left, and he's got kind of a crew that's it's all roped off. So I think some of these players are kind of spread throughout the room, it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, here they go. They're loading. I'm going to take out my AirPods again, Oldie.
Let me see if the picks are up yet.
So it's actually already about 10 minutes for the 5th Santa Anita. Exactly what goes into the game.
George's Lady.
11 or taking so much money. Bet down to 6-1. Absolute bomber to the lead. 2 of them.
Still not up with the picks.
People are all over the board in this race. Steve Wells has the 4. That horse is just a bomb. The 5 is chalk.
It's going to be chalk.
One horse.
The 1 at 7-1.
Francis has the 1. You got it for second. Was the only person to have the 1, and then nobody took the chalk, which obviously made sense in that race.
I mean, Stephen Wells at least took a shot there with the 4.
All right, Ole, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
I mean, you'll see there, man, that would have been huge for Steve Wells if that 4 horse would have won. that was a little bit interesting. Santa Anita's in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I like the 4 here. I'm sorry, the 1 here. That's what we would have had on the cross country if we were still alive. The 1 is great. Was grade 3 placed. Just missed in a grade 3, going 8 furlongs on the turf. Gets the GSR increase, going back to 6.5. Won last time it was running 6.5. There's a lot of speed here, and this horse can rate. But I do think the 4 is very interesting. Have you looked at the 4 yet? Justin, you there? You're on mute again.
To listen because I think they're saying that they're gonna. They're at post time, and these people are having to like rush in picks. It seems like. I'm curious what they're gonna learn from of trying to do these races so quick like this.
Yeah. That may be why there's an alternative mandatory in case something goes off on top.
Well, I think what they were saying is Santa Anita was going to drag post time for them. It sounded like. Oh, I see what they're doing. So there's a runner. So the player goes up and enters the pick in the machine and then gives it to somebody who's like a runner, basically, who then takes the pick. And that must be how they're getting it up on the screen or something. So that's interesting.
So I like the 1 here, Justin, but the system is screaming at us the 4 right now.
You have the 1 and the 8. Good luck, man. You like the 1 a lot. There's a EquinEdge player. He's got the 1 and 8 in really big pick 3s.
Yeah.
How much? Oh, he's got 8,000 and 3,000 on big pick 3 tickets that were just very slim, and he played them like 50 and 100 times. They are approaching. Oldie, what do we want to do here? Should I pull up the picks? I feel like that might be better than watching the race, and because everybody's watching the race, maybe I'll pull up the picks again. What do you think?
Yeah, let us know what you guys want us to do. But the thing was the picks didn't refresh that quickly, at least for me. But I like the 1 here as well, but I also have to take note of 14% on the 4 at 28-1, which is wild.
The thing right now is there are still players at the moment entering picks. So that's going to cause a delay for them to show on the screen, because I'm looking to my left right now, and there are 2 final table players that are entering tickets in it's basically a roped off area. Nobody, Francis is over there, and I don't know who the other player is. One of the older gentlemen, but and then they print the ticket, and then they give it in a piece of paper to a runner who then runs it over to somewhere. He got his pick in last minute. These are unlikely to make it on the screen, I would guess, because these picks were barely put in time by a couple players. Most of the players aren't even up on the podium where they've been watching it.
I mean, how do you not take the 4 there if you're in a tournament?
$25-1 on Highland Ghost, Sylvie.
14% win.
So, Gary, I don't even know if got a pick in. Nobody has the 4. Paul and Francis have the 6, as well as that's it. A couple of people have the 8. David Browning and Stephen Wells have the 8 horse. Stephen Nemitz has the 10. And George Novak has the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has the 3 in Mecklenburg. Highland Ghost running just a bang-up race, Oldie. They're going to float really wide, though, and that opens that up for the 5 horse who literally just slipped through. More chalk. A couple people do have the 6. Paul has the 6.
One didn't run a
Francis
lick.
has the 6. Well, the
8's
8 is
going to win this.
fine.
What's
David
the 8 at?
Browning has the 8.
Boom.
Oh, wow. So
I heard some noise there.
So, yeah, David.
Was that 5-2 though?
So, Stephen Wells. Oh, the 8 was 5-2. Well, is this chalky, Oldie? I thought we were getting a price in the 8 horse.
Yeah, me too.
But no. But definitely David and Steven had the 8. Oldie, I got to run to the restroom, though. You got to carry me for a minute, okay? Okay.
Right,
I'm going to leave it. Do you want me to leave the sound on so you can hear the room, or do you want me to mute it?
Leave the sound out. It's good.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so the next race is Oaklawn Race 9, or the Fairgrounds alternate mandatory, I believe. Hold on, let me look at the board real fast here. Yeah, it's the Fairgrounds alternate mandatory. I'm not sure how alternate mandatory works, but just in case, we should probably take a look at that. And I'll share my screen in the meantime while we're waiting for Justin to get back. All right, so Fairgrounds alternate mandatory, the 6, 1, and I believe we had the 8 here in the pick 3 I showed, or pick 4 I showed, which is currently dead. But you know, top GSR, if I was looking for a bomb, might be the 9 at 27-1. You know, some of these players are going to have to start playing like that too. You also have the long shot, who's your bottom GSR. You have the 3 at 8-1, who pretty decent pace horse. What do you guys think? What do you think these guys are going to play? You know, I'm just looking for a price for these guys. And the 3 or the 9 are the ones that stick out to me. I don't think the 5, the first time starter, is going to run. So that takes that one out of the equation. I think the 10, the GSR, the 10, the 2, the 7, I would eliminate from a GSR perspective. as well as the 5. So that kind of leaves you with the 9. Oh, I missed the 4 there too. So the 9, 3, 6, 8, 1 are the ones that I think are contenders there. Got 2 minutes to post to Fairgrounds, and then we'll have time to look at Oaklawn right after that. Just taking a look at the workout reports at Fairgrounds on this race. The 5 does have a 2-star work. There's nothing better than a 2-star work here. There's not a lot of works recorded since their last races here. Again, I think that if I'm looking for a mid price, well, now it's floated up. The 3 at 11 to 1 is really interesting here, and probably a better chance than the 9. But I think these guys have to start taking chances here. And
so there's only one. Yeah, Chris just said only Gary Fenton is the player that has the selection here because he owned the Little Red Feather Racing horse. Yeah, so he I think he's part of that ownership of I think they said the 3 horse in the last race. And Chris, couple of things. When I ran to the restroom, it's a lot easier to hear over there. This is the first time. It's very hard to hear where we're sitting, but he's the only one with the play here since he had ownership in that Santa Anita race.
Very nice. So, Justin, here, if I needed a bomb, I think I'm trying the 3 here. Because I eliminated all the low GSR horses and the first-time starter who doesn't look like he'll run. And that leaves me with 2 potential bombs, the 3 or the 9.
So Gary, at the moment, man, he is only $64 off of only. I mean, it's a big number, but he is $64 off the lead. I mean, he's got to look at taking the 3 or 9, maybe oldie. I mean, if he does, right, he's right within striking distance. But I think it's essentially what you're saying. So I'm trying to agree with you.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't see those other horses. And, maybe I'm trying it. Having this alternate mandatory actually fills a huge time hole between this and the Oaklawn race.
You are right, because that Oaklawn race is, 10 minutes away?
Yeah.
Yep. So this actually works out nicely.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, I think that's what we were saying. I mean, yes, Marco, that's why he couldn't play that race, because he owned, I believe it was part of the 3 horse at Santa Anita. I mean, he has the opportunity here to try. I mean, to be honest, I mean, if he can get 20 to 1, he's going to jump right and be very close to the lead, and likely would, of course, be in second place. I think, Chris, what you're saying is, well, can he just find a $25 winner? And I think that's the other option. But I mean, I think a lot of players are going to go for the win. I mean, if he truly believes he can get one of these prices here, I mean, you take a shot. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on, does he actually think a horse can get first or second that is a price?
No, we're still dragging the Fairgrounds.
Yeah, they're definitely approaching the gate, though. It should only be about another minute.
Man, that head-on replay at Santa Anita really shows how far down the hill they go.
Oh, it's such an interesting track, Oldie. It really is.
Yeah. And I like that it's kind of a road course with 2 different turns in 2 different directions
Mm-hmm.
instead of a traditional oval.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where we are here. Still dragging around. Finally approaching the gate. Three's back up to 11-1. The 9's currently sitting at 19-1. Remember, you can make significant progress here too, and move up by getting the 3 or the 9 in second.
I mean, only the 10 horse is EquinEdge long shot. Why not the 10?
Yeah, did you look at it though? Low GSR.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely multiple options for a bomb.
Yeah. I just eliminated the 10 off the GSR.
Let's see what he's going to take.
Yeah, I'm curious as I watch this. Do we want to put that up on the screen? Ooh, the 7 and the 6 just ran right into the gate door. Like
what
literally
happened?
tried to break. I've never seen
there?
that. 2 horses both tried to break, couldn't break through the door, and just kind of face first crashed into the door. And the 6 is your favorite.
Go?
Yeah. And the 6 and 7 crashed into each other. Three's up on the pace.
He's on the 1. He has the 1 horse.
At 2-1? What is he doing?
It's the chalk. I don't know. He has the chalk. I don't know why he took the chalk.
I'm going to be the guy not invited back because he keeps criticizing the players. Well, you got the 8 at 9-2, which would have made way more sense than the 1. One's coming. He's going to get second place money on the 1. So he's going to get like $340 for that. And the 1 actually went off at 9-5. So maybe it's even like $320.
I don't know, man.
I don't understand the strategy.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, he needs $60. Yeah. Yeah, he did have the 1, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I guess he thought that none of those other horses could win, and he just needed to get a little bit of money. I mean, that's the only thinking. That's the only justifiable way to think about that in my mind.
But you're not going to finish in 11th place.
No,
$3.40 or $3.20, whatever he's going to make here is not going to do much for him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I really don't know.
I'm baffled as how you don't take the 8 there. if you're taking one of the top 3 win percentage horses.
Yeah, no, for sure.
All right, over to Oakland, Oldie. I mean, you have if you have EquinEdge, I mean, it's a bummer that the 12 horse is going to go off at 3-1, which is what the EquinEdge morning line had it. Whether this horse was going to win or not, it is EquinEdge long shot. It's 3-1. I mean, where else are you going to land here, Oldie? I mean, you got the 5 or the 3. I mean, as a price. The first time starter is the 5 horse.
If I'm trying to win here, I'm either on the 4, hoping that it runs closer to its 30K maiden form, where the SOR is similar, or I'm on the first time start of the 5. Because again, I'm not going to make much progress by taking 3, 6, 10, 12. Right?
No, yeah, 100%. I mean, as of right now, I mean, Paul is a $40 or a 40-point lead. You know, he's got a 60-point lead on David, and he's got basically a 100-point lead on Steve. So, I mean, at this point, anybody, I mean, maybe these players, you know, here, I guess, you guys, I mean, the only, I guess, perspective you can have there is that he's playing for second place. And that's it, that he wants to play for second place and, you know, didn't think any of the prices could come in. That would be my only perspective.
But he's not close enough to second place that $3.40 makes sense.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe he just, I have no idea. I mean, I don't know, man.
I know. We're trying to excuse things that don't make sense. I'm just looking, seeing if I can see a work on this Oakland race.
I have it on mine up here. Anything, you know, 3 or 2 stars, 4 stars the highest, you know, and 3 stars is good. So, you know, the 2 horses, 3-star, that horse is taking money at 7-1. The 4 horse is 3-star at 10-1. The 7 is 3-star at 32-1. And the 9 scratch, yes. The 10 horse is a 3-star as well, and the 11 horse who scratched is a 3-star. So there's definitely some prices, Oldie, in the 2 and the 4 and the 7 with 3-star works.
Did this just update with Gary's money? I think it did move him into 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, so he's within $21 right now. So there's the leaderboard. I mean, he's definitely it probably did. I mean, it said 2 minutes ago. So he went over $300 and he gets the win there and he jumps up to 3rd place. And, you know, maybe he has a great 10-1 shot that he's hitting later. You know what I mean? That's got to be the play that he was thinking. So, or maybe he's got a 20-1.
Opponent doesn't have the same horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 4 would be my play here, looking at the workout reports. Getting close to loading here.
Yeah, they are approaching the gate.
Yeah, so that almost took him to 3rd place. I think. If I can get this to load. Their page must be getting hammered because I'm having trouble getting the board to load right now. And they're going in the gate right now.
I'm putting my headphones down.
All right. Five blew the break.
There's the 2 and the 12. I mean,
yeah.
Paul has the 3. 2 people have the 10. A couple of people have the 12. Somebody has the 4. Steve has the 4. Joseph and Steven both have the 12.
So it seems like everybody's conceding first place.
Nobody. Paul has the 2 on his second entry.
All right, but I'm just going to point out that unless the 4 stops here, the 4 is winning this race.
Steven's got the 4.
Come on, throw the crop over the wall. Throw the crop over the wall. The 5.
Who's that?
That was the
That's
5.
the 3.
Came 4. No, it was the 5.
Oh my God. Cyclone.
I thought the 4 got the bob though, even though they're showing the 5.
George had the 3, huh? Or the 12? I don't even know. Who won?
The 5 won, I think. They're
5?
showing the 5.
Nobody had the 5.
Anybody have it?
17-1.
Nope. Anybody have it?
First time starter, only 8%.
Yeah, remember, I said the 4 and the 5. That's what I'd be on here. And it finished 4-5 or 5-4. I thought the 4.
In a race like that,
it might have just been the angle I was on. No, the 4. I think it might have been the 4.
I do agree. I think that was the 4.
They kept showing the 5, but it might have been the angle. Maybe it was the 5.
Oh, the 5. That was the 5. Nobody had it. Oh my goodness. That was the first time starter. Like, I mean, that was.
See, if they were listening to the, if they were listening to the show, they would have had that because we said 4 and 5.
I mean, that was the angle there. The 5 horse, man, the first time starter, and I mean, look at these. I mean, oh.
Understand? I don't understand what these guys are doing.
What is the angle there that they're showing in the video? I don't know. All I would say is I'm not there, so I guess I don't really know. But, I mean, they definitely – I mean, there's a lot of chalk that was taken out. You know, some people took the 4, or Steve did. They're showing the 5, and came 5-4-3.
Yeah, the 5. They just announced the 5.
5-4-3-2. It's easy as that. Wow.
I mean, this is just maddening to me. Like, I want to yank out all the hair I don't currently have on my head. It was the 4 and the 5 were the only plays that made sense there. If you're playing a tournament.
Yeah, I'm with you, Oldie. I mean, when we look at this race, I mean, if they have EquinEdge, you know, you're not getting any value on these. The next horse is the 5 at 8%, and the first time starter. So, I mean, you get, you know, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
It's baffling to me.
I mean, a 17-1 horse that you have there and a first-time starter, you've got to take the risk, I would assume.
I mean, even if it finished second, I mean, the 4 is going to help Steve Nemitz a little bit, but how did nobody else take the 4? I mean, look at the horses that we're taking here.
If you take that, Oldie, this, I mean, the 12 obviously is not surprising, but that doesn't get you there at 3-1. I mean, this
the 10
horse
at
went off
5-2, 4 people have the 10.
I mean, Oldie, you would have had a 36.60 and a 16.60. You have a $53 winner there. So if we go back and we look at this as a $53 winner, this puts Gary in second place by a mile. This gets Francis back in the lead. This puts David Brown. This puts almost literally any of these people within striking distance with 2 races left.
Yep.
Maybe not George or Steve Nemitz, but Steve Wells has 2 entries. Why not use? Why not use the? What did he play? Steve Wells played the 12 and the 10. So I don't know, man. I mean, he took a 7-2 and a 3-1. I don't know. Zero.
Great play. I didn't play it because I was too busy yelling about what the players played.
All right, Golden Gate. We got two races left, Dilly. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm at a loss for words. You made it this far. You can't finish any worse than 10th. The big money is for winning. It's very top heavy. You got to play to win here. And it seems like everybody's playing not to lose when they've been playing to win all weekend. And you look at this, and Justin, we've said this for 2 days. These big prices are coming in towards the end of the contest.
Yeah, I totally agree, man.
Is Santa Anita the next race?
No, Golden Gate. I think they skipped Santa Anita 6. Yeah, and so we go to Golden Gate race 6 and then Santa Anita race 7.
Okay. Well, if somebody had EquinEdge here, they'd be playing either the 4 or the 2.
Yeah. Chris, thanks for coming, buddy. I'm glad you stopped by, man.
Chris, I really appreciate it. And guys, John plays these contests all the time. I mean, I don't know if Brad's still listening, but I'd love to hear from Brad, and I'm sure I'll talk to Brad during the week as to what was going on and what the strategy was by these guys. And I'm sure I'm not making friends by my comments right now, but I want to see somebody win. I want to see some excitement.
I mean, here's the 4-horse,
The Luxury Liner is taking no money at the moment, it looks like. But I believe this horse is the second EquinEdge pick here. Currently 11-1.
And you have the 2, the long shot, who's 13%, and is at 17-1.
I mean, you got to imagine that some of these horses are going to get taken here.
I mean, 18-1, 8. So the 4 is 8-1, right? 5-2. I mean, this is the 4 horse is the second morning line favorite on the EquinEdge morning line. There's a lot of pace here, Oldie. I mean, does this set up for somebody like the 2 horse?
I think the 2 horse is coming out of stakes races and is dropping into allowance here, even though the SOR says that it's slightly higher, and is going back to sprinting, and I think it wants to sprint, and it just missed last time it ran at allowance company. This horse should not be 18-1, but that's a gift for somebody who's trying to get back into this contest. Don't you think?
100%, man. I don't. If I would have, yeah, I guess retrospect. I mean, I'm just as shocked as you are, man. I don't really know why they wouldn't play the 5 or the 4 there, or I mean the 5. I mean, it's a first time starter. You might as well take a risk versus a race where it had a bunch of horses that just aren't running. We knew with EquinEdge obviously had, a fairly interesting shot, to be honest, with 8%. And that's how, that's how you come out ahead like that. I don't know. It's really crazy, man. For sure.
Well, and how do you not give yourself tools to find information that other people might miss when you're in that position? I mean, if I see anybody using the 5, I'm gonna just lose my mind in this next one. I don't understand how the 5 is 1-to-1 here.
I mean, David. So David, I mean, we're hold on a sec. Well, he's got a $40 lead. In the last race at Oaklawn, the players, they're just taking like 3-to-1 shots.
I have to tell you something.
Why are they doing
listening
that?
to it on streaming at Bull. I don't know if these are experienced players, but for the flag, the $16 horse, I would have had if I was at the final table. That's a 7-to-1 shot. You can't, right?
What?
As a leader,
you
can do that.
Yeah.
Because you want to pad your lead, but he doesn't have to worry about blocking. The guys behind him, you can't take 3-to-1.
I don't know. I mean, that was the first time starter there.
Like two $20 horses in the last.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very.
Again, from being there, will acknowledge that it's a lot of pressure and it gets in your mind. It's a lot of money on the line, and not everybody. Catch your breath.
Yeah.
But again, personally, the only thing I can say, I wouldn't have played the way that some of the. You got a field of 10. Right? Nobody to have a value 7-to-1 shot. I don't understand.
I mean, that 5 horse at Oakland was 17-to-1, a first-time starter in a field where horses weren't racing.
No, I missed that race.
Yes.
And no one had that.
Nobody. They all took horses that were like 3-4-1. One of them had an 8-to-1. One of them had an 8-to-1. It got second. But the people who were $50, $60, $70 behind, that would have paid them $53. But nobody had it.
It depends on the way you look at it. Most players I know, if you're like right now, if I was in 7th or 8th or even 10th, I would take a 70. I wanted to get 12 to 15 and one above.
I mean, you were trying to win $800,000.
So it's so top heavy. You got to take a shot because the worst you can do is you're going to win $50K.
Yeah.
Unless they're trying to say, hey, listen, I'll take 75 or 150. I'm happy, but I don't think you can do that. But again, I don't want to criticize when you're up there. I'm fortunate that I held on. I played the way I wanted to. So if I got beat, I had no regrets. So, all right.
Two more.
The pool's nice, by the way.
So that was last year's winner. David stopped by EquinEdge user. Like, I mean, you guys heard him. I think like he doesn't understand it either. So I don't know. I really don't. I mean, I'm playing. I'm playing the 2 horse if I'm in this tournament, 100%, man. I mean, Tam's Little Angel. You gotta hope that the pace just falls apart like it just did at Oaklawn. You saw that happen, like.
I mean, somebody's got to take this horse at 18-to-1. I mean, we know it's the EquinEdge long shot. We know that it's potentially 13%. I see Matt has the 3 and the 5, but you can't take these horses. There's just no way.
Right. No, I mean, and I guarantee you somebody takes the 5. Guarantee it. I mean, I'm shocked the one is at 3
Go
to
ahead.
1.
Go ahead. Well, the EquinEdge morning line has it at 9 to 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it does have a big GSR drop. I think this horse should be more like 10 to 1. Justin.
The one?
Off the GS. Yeah, off the GSR drop.
I mean, this horse, it's been, it's won these races. I mean, but to your point, it's a 14-point drop. I mean, it does fit on the SOR, but this horse is only percent, man. Like, that's just wild to me.
The 3 took some late money here, and it might go off, might become the fave here. Here's your top pick.
Yeah, I would assume the 5 floats up here, oldie, and the 3 goes off as a favorite, but we'll have to see.
All right, as they're approaching, I'm going to take a real quick pit stop before they go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, there's the leaderboard, y'all. Paul gonna be. I mean, I really hope somebody, Francis, David, Gary, somebody play this 2-horse. Even Stephen Wells. I mean, would love to see somebody get this horse home. 6-horse, 20 to 1, Carolina Mia. The 2 coming down now, 15 to 1. I mean, you got to at some point take a risk. I mean, the difference between 800,000 and 250,000 is just wild.
Sorry, I don't know what that was, y'all. That was loud, though. I'm assuming the red light is going to be flashing here shortly.
All right, we're going to see if we can lose the rest of the hair on my head by what happens in this next race.
Say again, Oldie.
So we're going to see if we can lose the rest of the hair on my head by what happens in this next race.
I think somebody's gonna have the 2. I think all of a sudden we're gonna see prices. Why now and not the last race? I have no idea. But or why not the last couple of races? I am projecting somebody's gonna have the 2. I think we're gonna see a little bit of difference here. I don't know why it didn't happen in the last race, but we will find out here shortly from Mr. Matt Dinnerman. I mean, the
Mr.
pace here could be odd.
Dinnerman. Looks like we're waiting on the 5 and the 6 to load here. $22 first quarter. 6 horses
16-1.
Two needs to get out, and they need to. Two's got a little bit of horse. I don't know that he'll be able to get there.
They didn't put the picks up.
The six.
The 6 horse
Three's
does
gonna
have
win, but the 6 might get second.
3.
All right. Did anybody play the 6?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, they didn't show. Paul actually played the 6 on his second ticket. Or on his second ticket. So Paul played the 6 on his ticket in 5th place, which was an interesting. And George Novich played it way down here in 9th. Francis played the 3. He was the only one that played the 3 horse.
I honestly don't understand what Francis is doing. Because by playing conservative, he probably may have just cost himself second place.
Well, Paul may get 1st and 2nd place, and he's going to sit here and sweep $1 million.
Yep. Hats off to Paul, but he got this served to him on a silver platter by just strategy that makes no sense. And him hitting that horse makes their whole I'm just going to play chalk and try to stay in the place I'm in strategy not make any sense either.
Paul played the long shots. The leader of the tournament, the leader played the 2 and 6. Are you seeing this? The leader.
Right, but that's the right thing to do because he's protecting himself.
Yeah, I know.
He made
because
it so
he's assuming that they are playing those horses, and Joseph did, right? And George did, and Steve played the 2 as well. So, I mean, it's but it's too late. They should have, you know what I mean? It's he's protecting himself, like you said, and it's going to be near impossible for them to catch him.
I don't understand how Francis and David are playing the 3 and the 1, or Stephen the 5 twice.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I have no idea.
I mean, now it's too late. It's not even worth me screaming "wake up" at them as we go into the last at San Anita. Not the last race, but the last race of this tournament.
So 15 minutes, is that what I'm seeing, Oldie?
15 minutes to post. The only option is to play the 4. If you want to try to win. I'm assuming.
Well, I mean,
Paul would be playing the 4 on both his tickets.
Yeah, I mean, well,
he's playing.
I mean, I don't even know if anybody can if he would have played the 6 on his first ticket, it would be over. Mm-hmm. So here is the updated. Francis can catch him. I do not believe. I mean, Gary could catch him. I don't. I mean, because it caps out only at 20-1 and 10-1. Right. So I don't. Yeah. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean,
so the most you can gain is $60 on a single race.
Yeah. Yep. So, David could catch him barely, and the others could catch him, but I mean, that's going to be near impossible now.
Yeah. I mean, it's really Francis or him, and Francis, there's no way Francis is going to get the price he needs without Paul covering that horse.
I mean, Paul has 2 tickets.
The batting looks right now.
Paul has 2 tickets. He's going to play the 1 and the 4, and this is already it's over.
Yeah.
Nobody can catch him. He's going to play the 1 and 4, and the other horses will get nobody enough money. Right? I mean, a 7-1 winner is not going to get Day is not going to get Francis $32.
Right. No, and the thing is if unless Paul loses his mind and doesn't play the 4 here, and by some miracle the 4 wins.
Why is there must be something wrong with the international stuff with the win percent? Look at Australian Mia's 2%. Is it Australian Mia 2% on yours?
It is, yes. And currently 6-5.
They might be, Marco, but that's a difference of $650,000. I don't know. I don't understand. But all right.
And playing conservative when Paul has another entry that he can play whatever he wants on is might end up costing you instead of putting pressure on Paul.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he moved 4th there, right? I mean, he's $25 within striking distance of 2nd place now.
So he's going to play maybe the 1 on that ticket. And the 4 on the and I would assume Francis is going to play the 1 and try to defend that position instead of trying to win. Don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, because he needs $21. So, but he could. I mean, there's horses here that are 7-1. That's going to be a little bit short, though, right? So I think to your point, he probably is playing the 1, right? I mean,
yeah.
Francis is probably playing the 1 to protect 2nd. I mean, I don't think anybody's probably going to take the 4. I mean, maybe somebody does, but I'm not sure that horse is live.
I mean, I expect the 1 to be on the lead. I'm not sure Australia Mia plans to pass anybody. I mean, that 12 furlong race did not pass anybody.
And that was a 66 coming from overseas, Oldie. So, yeah. I mean, this horse is taking all the money, but the 1 horse, how do you pronounce that?
Anna Galesa? Anna Galesa?
Yeah, something like that. I'm not even going to attempt it. But, I'm looking here. Is this maybe a Chilean horse?
Which one? The 1?
No, the 3 Australia Mia.
Oh, I don't know where these are from.
We'd have to look them up, but
looking at the trainer name and the
where is
South American horse.
Yeah, it is. It for sure is. I mean, seeing the CHS, I think you're right.
Yeah. But looking, it's beating 56s, 66s, but I think this race is probably possibly better than those races, and it beat it looks like it might be a miler to me. So I think that horse is beatable here.
I'm gonna play the 1, Oldie. I just gave $100 to Steffi to go play the 1 horse.
I'll play along with you on that.
I mean, it's worth it. I think. Man, I was playing craps last night, man, and I won $5,500.
nice.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
You can win a lot of money and you can lose a lot of money playing craps.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree.
My buddy Dave, he was up when we were in our early 20s, he was up 25K playing craps and ended up losing 18.
That's insane.
Yes.
How about Buzz of New York? I mean, is this horse going to be able to come off the pace and get up to win?
The question is Australia Mia fast enough to go and press the one?
I mean, I don't know. I really don't.
Or does the one get to set like 25 into 25 and 4 type fractions for the opening quarter here?
Whatever. I mean, Duvet Day, GSR says fine long. This horse has been racing long. It's been racing in the 60s. I mean, this horse is going to have really fast. This is going to have to be really quick fractions in my mind for the 5 horse to win this race. Ballet dancing, 30% to win, right, Oldie?
I mean, this horse has been facing a little bit easier.
I don't know. I mean, I think
I will say that the one may just go as fast as it can for as long as it can to set up for the 7, because it's the same trainer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. Diamato, you are right, Oldie, has Vasquez riding the 1 and then
Buzz of New York on the 7.
I mean, if this were the Ortiz brothers, that would totally be the plan. So let's look at the 4. Last Stop Maiden winner on synthetic. Moving to turf, dropping in GSR. Never run a marathon like this. The Last Stop winner, not Last Stop Maiden winner. I mean, not impossible, but unlikely, let's call it.
I think that's going to be really tough.
I agree. Like I said, not impossible, but unlikely.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Australia Mia is obviously, there's a lot of people are thinking this horse is going to be very tough. EquinEdge pick, top pick. Morning line, has this horse at 4-1 or 3-1 only, but taking a lot of money here. So what about the 2, Queen of Temper, Dan Blacker, gets JJ Oldie? I mean, this horse is going to be coming late as well. I mean, racing a 66 stakes race going long. GSR drops here, though, at 10 furlongs.
Yeah.
This horse didn't race great in the grade 1. That was a 74, though. This is a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, this horse just doesn't look like it gets there. No, that's what I'm seeing is whether it's a 62, a 66, a 74, it just burns money.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's going to be interesting here if the 1 can wire the field.
If I were defending a position, like if I were trying to get from first to, or from second to, or third to second, or fourth to second, I might be on the 7.
Yeah,
I think
the 7. I think the 7. I mean, Buzz of New York. I mean, a little bit interesting.
I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
6 and 8 scratched. They are where are they going to start? Where are they starting this race at? Up the hill? Does anybody know?
I can't.
Yeah, Bill, I think that is because of the international side. We saw this in like the Breeders' Cup as well. it's very much just because of the international races, and the system is not picking it up in the win percent. But it is. Oh, Indy, thank you. Look, I was watching on the screen. It looks like it is
coming from up the hill, so I appreciate that.
Starts partly on the dirt, so it's through the chute. Thank you, Wiz, Bill, Marco. A lot of you have been with us all weekend. We really appreciate the fact that you guys show up and enjoy the show, and hopefully we've given you a few good winners here. Done a good job covering the tournament.
Well, here's the leaderboard again. I obviously won't have picks in yet, but last race here, looks like Paul is going to be very tough to catch. He's up by $32.
At this point, the only way that Francis could catch him is to get the 4, the 1, and for Paul to not play that.
So Francis wants to win.
And while everybody else was playing chalk.
Yeah, but he's going to play the 1.
What's that?
Paul will play the 1.
Yeah,
I would.
They both have to play the 1.
Well, because if he plays the 1, it blocks Francis. Because the 4 is not winning. The 4, if
now the 3 went down from the price to 15, so now you got a choice. Either 1 or the 3, so it's going to be interesting. The 3 can beat him, or the 1 can beat him. So now,
no, the 4 are the 1.
The 3's 13, 14 to 1, and the 1's 11.
Hey,
you're looking.
and everybody,
Yeah,
if you haven't hit the like button, if you can hit the like button for us.
Yo, you're good.
Because we're sitting here waiting for the last race.
Unless you want to go with the 4 and
Colin, you're on a plane. You can't hear, but you can see.
Marco. Oh. Well, great tournament. This has been a lot of fun. There's still a lot of people here. I thought there might be a lot of people that left, but to be honest, there's still a ton of people here.
And, you know, let's all give a round of applause to guys like Brad and Brian, who are really doing the dirty work to make sure all this stuff happens. As I'm telling you, without Brian, we're not on the air like this for this many hours with the technical problems, having Brian there.
Congratulations to everyone who made it to the final 10 NFL all the participants, particularly those who made it to this final day. You've proven this year.
Again, one more time, bang the like if you haven't already for us.
The 10th place finisher at 65,000. The top finisher, 800,000. There's huge prizes in between. Congratulations to all of you. At the final table, the final race. Good luck closing it out. Bow the dancing to the outside.
It does look like they're going down the hill. But it's not.
So Paul played the 1. Francis played the 1, so it's over. Francis cannot catch him because of that. They all played the 1. I mean, Paul also played the 4 with his second entry.
It just, the strategy I just don't get it.
Opens up a four-way game. Valerie Davis continuing to advance down the three. Then Australia lead. Racing into the third position. Down the last 17 down four. Buzz of New York is split 5 lengths on the lead. Just behind that, Juan Hernandez has really double in hand. About a length back.
47's way too fast at 10 furlongs. One's going to stop.
On the inside comes the second team.
Somebody had the 9 as the winner in the chat. So did anybody play the 9?
No, it's not showing up. Everybody played pretty much the 1. Paul played the 4 in his second entry. David Browning played the 5. Stephen played the 3. Stephen Wells played the 3.
The thing was, nobody gave themselves a chance to beat Paul.
$800,000 is why. We'll see where your other entry and for your total prize. Talk us through the mindset over the 3 days. You came out of nowhere. I know where our second and you slept together one of these weeks. Talk us through some of the process.
I can't really hear him, so I just put my AirPods back in. It's hard.
Do we want to hold on? I got an idea. That way we can see the camera better.
Yeah.
What was the thought process of too much you think about ahead of time when this thing was on hold? What motivated you from the time that you go to the different spots and what led to those decisions?
Yeah, Elaine, call 1.
Unofficially, NHC Champion for 2023, one more time for Paul. And we'll bring in Tom Mooney, John Bismarck, Tom Mooney, President and CEO of NHC, John Bismarck, Senior Senior Sports, your check presentation. One more time for Paul Correa, for unofficial 2023 Champion and first award winner.
Are we going to aim the camera down so we can see?
Yeah, of course. Looks like
Chris. I don't know if you've been listening, but we've been absolutely baffled strategy of those other than Paul.
Yeah, I don't know. Guess not for me to say. I wasn't playing, but definitely very interesting oldie. I do agree. Well, that was fun, y'all. Crazy day. A lot of good racing. Wonderful tournament. Ends with a new champion at the NHC. We good? Oli, it was a pleasure, buddy. I appreciate
Thank you, everybody. And
go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you, and thank you to you, Justin. You put me in the position to have this opportunity.
Second, oldie. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying thank you to everybody, and thank you, Justin, for giving me the opportunity to do this stuff, and Scotty and everybody. It was a blast. I got really into it at the end with the decisions to play chalk versus playing to win there. I hope everybody had as much fun as it was for us to do this.
Yeah, I appreciate you jumping on, everybody, for tuning in. That was awesome. I am exhausted. I'm sure you are too, Oldie, because you were even sick. So that was a lot of coverage, man. I mean, a lot of long days, a lot of handicapping, a lot of hanging out. Like, I learned a lot. It was a lot of fun. But I appreciate you, man. We will be back to doing normal stretch run. I don't know, probably Friday, I'm guessing. I'm not sure why we wouldn't, but we appreciate everybody for tuning in. And, it's been a great event to come here. National Thoroughbred Racing Association put on a great NHC, man. I mean, it really was. So, everybody, thank you. Oldie, any last words?
No, just thank you, everybody. And if you're in the stretch run chat and you want to play brackets, we'll have those out tomorrow, no later than tomorrow.
All right, y'all. Thank you. We appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Bye, everybody.